Section 1 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. Free 1. The large and rather comfortable apartment of Rufus Haymaker, architect in Central Park West, was very silent. It was scarcely dawn yet, and at the edge of the park, over the way, looking out from the front windows which graced this abode and gave it its charm, a stately line of poplars was still shrouded in a gray morning mist. From his bedroom at one end of the hall, where also a glimpse of the park was to be had, came Mr. Haymaker at this early hour to sit by one of these broader windows and contemplate these trees and a small lake beyond. He was very fond of nature in its manifold art forms, quite poetic in fact. He was a tall and spare man of about 60, not ungraceful, though slightly stoop-shouldered, with heavy overhanging eyebrows and hair, and a short, professionally cut gray mustache and beard, which gave him a severe and yet agreeable presence. For the present he was clad in a light blue dressing gown with silver cords, which enveloped him completely. He had thin, pale, long-fingered hands, wrinkled at the back and slightly knotted at the joints, which bespoke the artist, in mood at least, and his eyes had a weary and yet restless look in them. For only yesterday Dr. Storm, the family physician, who was in attendance on his wife, ill now for these 3 weeks past, with a combination of heart lesion, kidney poisoning, and neuritis, had taken him aside and said very softly and affectionately, as though he were trying to spare his feelings, "Tomorrow, Mr. Haymaker, if your wife is no better, I will call in my friend Dr. Granger, whom you know, for a consultation. He's more of an expert in these matters of the heart." The heart, Mr. Haymaker had time to note ironically, than I am. Together we will make a thorough examination, and then I hope we will be able to better say what the possibilities of her recovery really are. It's been a very trying case, a very stubborn one, I might say. Still, she has a great deal of vitality, and is doing as well as could be expected, all things considered. At the same time, though I don't wish to alarm you unnecessarily, and there is no occasion for great alarm yet, still I feel it is my duty to warn you that her condition is very serious indeed. Not that I wish you to feel that she is certain to die. I don't think she is. Not at all. Just the contrary. She may get well, and probably will, and live all of 20 years more. Mentally, Mr. Haymaker sighed a purely spiritual sigh. She has fine recuperative powers, so far as I can judge. But she has a bad heart, and this kidney trouble has not helped it any. Just now, when her heart should have the least strain, it has the most. She is just at that point where, as I may say, things are in the balance. A day or two, or 3 or 4 at the most, ought to show which way things will go. But as I have said before, I do not wish to alarm you unnecessarily. We are not nearly at the end of our tether. We haven't tried blood transfusion yet, and there are several arrows to that bow. Besides, at any moment she may respond more vigorously to medication than she has heretofore, especially in connection with her kidneys. In that case, the situation would be greatly relieved at once. However, as I say, I feel it my duty to speak to you in this way in order that you may be mentally prepared for any event. Because in such an odd combination as this, the worst may happen at any time. We can never tell. As an old friend of yours and Mrs. Haymaker's, and knowing how much you two mean to each other, Mr. Haymaker merely stared at him vacantly, I feel it my duty to prepare you in this way. We all of us have to face these things. Only last year I lost my dear Matilda, my youngest child, as you know. Just the same, as I say, I have the feeling that Mrs. Haymaker is not really likely to die soon. and that we, Dr. Granger and myself, will still be able to pull her through. I really do. Dr. Storm looked at Mr. Haymaker as though he were very sorry for him, an old man long accustomed to his wife's ways and likely to be made very unhappy by her untimely end. Whereas Mr. Haymaker, though staring in an almost sculptural way, was really thinking what a farce it all was, what a dull mixture of error and illusion on the part of all. Here he was, 60 years of age, weary of all of this, of life, really. A man who had never really been happy in all the time that he had been married. And yet, here was his wife, who, from conventional reasons, believed that he was or should be, and who on account of this was serenely happy herself, or nearly so. And this doctor, who imagined that he was old and weak and therefore in need of this loving woman's care and sympathy and understanding. Unconsciously, he raised a deprecating hand. Also his children, who thought him dependent on her and happy with her, his servants and her and his friends thinking the same thing, and yet he really was not. It was all a lie. He was unhappy. Always he had been unhappy, it seemed, ever since he had been married. For over 31 years now. Never in all that time, for even so much as a single day, had he ever done anything but long, in a pale, constrained way, for what, he scarcely dared think, not be married anymore, to be free, to be as he was before he ever saw Mrs. Haymaker. And yet being conventional in mood and training, and utterly domesticated by time and conditions, over which he seemed not to have much control, nature, custom, public opinion, and the like coming into play as forces. He had drifted, had not taken any drastic action. No, he had merely drifted, wondering if time, accident, or something might not interfere and straighten out his life for him, but it never had. Now weary, old, or rapidly becoming so, he condemned himself for his inaction. Why hadn't he done something about it years before? Why hadn't he broken it up before it was too late and saved his own soul, his longing for life, color? But no, he had not. Why complain so bitterly now? All the time the doctor had talked this day before he had wanted to smile, a wry, dry, cynical smile, for in reality he did not want Mrs. Haymaker to live, or at least at the moment he thought so. He was too miserably tired of it all, and so now, after nearly 24 hours of the same unhappy thought, sitting by this window looking at a not distant building which shone faintly in the haze, he ran his fingers through his hair as he gazed and sighed. How often in these weary months, and even years past, ever since he and his wife had been living here, and before, had he come to these or similar windows while she was still asleep, to sit and dream? For some years now they had not even roomed together, so indifferent had the whole state become, though she did not seem to consider that significant either. Life had become more or less of a practical problem to her, one of position, place, prestige. And yet how often, viewing his life in retrospect, had he wished that his life had been as sweet as his dreams, that his dreams had come true. After a time on this early morning, for it was still gray, with the faintest touch of pink in the east, he shook his head solemnly and sadly, then rose and returned along the hall to his wife's bedroom, at the door of which he paused to look where she lay seriously ill, and beside her in an armchair fast asleep, a trained nurse who was supposedly keeping the night vigil ordered by the doctor, but who no doubt was now very weary. His wife was sleeping also, very pale, very thin now, and very weak. He felt sorry for her at times, in spite of his own weariness. Now, for instance. Why need he have made so great a mistake so long ago? Perhaps it was his own fault for not having been wiser in his youth. Then he went quietly on to his own room to lie down and think. Always these days, now that she was so very ill and the problem of her living was so very acute, the creeping dawn thus roused him to think. It seemed as though he could not really sleep soundly any more, so stirred and distrait was he. He was not so much tired or physically worn as mentally bored or disappointed. Life had treated him so badly, he kept thinking to himself over and over. He had never had the woman he really wanted, though he had been married so long, had been faithful, respectable, and loved by her in her way. In her way, he half quoted to himself as he lay there. Presently he would get up, dress, and go down to his office as usual, if his wife were not worse. But, he asked himself, would she be? Would that slim and yet so durable organism of hers, quite as old as his own, or nearly so, break under the strain of this really severe illness? That would set him free again, and nicely, without blame or comment on him. He could then go where he chose once more, do as he pleased. Think of that, without let or hindrance. For she was ill at last, so very ill, the first and really great illness she had endured since their marriage. For weeks now she had been lying so, hovering, as it were, between life and death, one day better, the next day worse, and yet not dying, and with no certainty that she would, and yet not getting better either. Dr. Storm insisted it was a leak in her heart, which had suddenly manifested itself, which was causing all the real trouble. He was apparently greatly troubled as to how to control it. During all this period, Mr. Haymaker had been, as usual, most sympathetic. His manner towards her had always been soft, kindly, apparently tender. He had never really begrudged her anything, nothing certainly that he could afford. He was always glad to see her and the children humanly happy, though they, too, largely on account of her, he thought, had proved a disappointment to him, because he had always sympathized with her somewhat unhappy youth, narrow and stinted, and yet he had never been happy himself either, never in all the time that he had been married. If she had endured much, he kept telling himself when he was most unhappy, so had he. Only it was perhaps harder for women to endure things than men. He was always willing to admit that. Only also she had had his love, or thought she had, an actual spiritual peace, which he never had had. She knew she had a faithful husband. He felt that he had never really had a wife at all, not one that he could love as he knew a wife should be loved. His dreams as to that. Going to his office later this day, it was in one of those tall buildings that face Madison Square. He had looked first in passing at the trees that lined Central Park West, and then at the bright wall of apartment houses facing it, and meditated sadly, heavily. Here the sidewalks were crowded with nursemaids and children at play, and in between them, of course, the occasional citizen loitering or going about his errands. The day was so fine, so youthful, as spring days will seem at times. As he looked, especially at the children, and the young men bustling officeward, mostly in new spring suits, he sighed and wished that he were young once more. Think how brisk and hopeful they were. Everything was before them. They could still pick and choose. No age or established conditions to stay with them. Were any of them, he asked himself for the 1000th time, it seemed to him, as wearily connected as he had been at their age? Did they each have a charming young wife to love, one of whom they were passionately fond, such a one as he had never had? Or did they not? Wondering, he reached his office on one of the topmost floors of those highest buildings, commanding a wide view of the city, and surveyed it wearily. Here were visible the two great rivers of the city, its towers and spires and far-flung walls. From these sometimes Even yet, he seemed to gain a patience to live, to hope. How in his youth all this had inspired him, or that other city that was then. Even now he was always at peace here, so much more so than in his own home, pleasant as it was. Here he could look out over this great scene and dream, or he could lose the memory in his work that his love life had been a failure. The great city, the buildings he could plan or supervise, the efficient help that always surrounded him, his help, not hers, aided to take his mind off himself and that deep-seated inner ache or loss. The care of Mr. Haymaker's apartment during his wife's illness and his present absence throughout the day devolved upon a middle-aged woman of great seriousness, Mrs. Elfridge by name, whom Mrs. Haymaker had employed years before, and under her a maid-of-all-work, Hester, who waited on table, opened the door, and the like, and also at present 2 trained nurses, one for night and one for day service, who were in charge of Mrs. Haymaker. The nurses were both bright, healthy, blue-eyed girls who attracted Mr. Haymaker and suggested all the youth he had never had, without really disturbing his poise. It would seem as though that could never be any more. In addition, of course, there was the loving interest of his son Wesley and his daughter Ethelberta, whom his wife had named so in spite of him, both of whom had long since married and had children of their own and were living in different parts of the great city. In this crisis, both of them came daily to learn how things were, and occasionally to stay for the entire afternoon or evening, or both. Ethelberta had wanted to come and take charge of the apartment entirely during her mother's illness. Only Mrs. Haymaker, who was still able to direct and fond of doing so, would not hear of it. She was not so ill but that she could still speak, and in this way could inquire and direct. Besides, Mrs. Elfridge was as good as Mrs. Haymaker in all things that related to Mr. Haymaker's physical comfort, or so she thought. If the truth will come out, as it will in so many pathetic cases, it was never his physical as much as his spiritual or affectional comfort that Mr. Haymaker craved. As said before, he had never loved Mrs. Haymaker, or certainly not since that now long-distant period back in Muskegon, Michigan, where both had been born and where they had lived and met at the ages, she of 15, he of 17. It had been, strange as it might seem now, a love match at first sight with them. She had seemed so sweet, a girl of his own age or a little younger, the daughter of a local chemist. Later, when he had been forced by poverty to go out into the world to make his own way, he had written her much, and imagined her to be all that she had seemed at 15, and more, a dream among fair women. But fortune, slow in coming to his aid and fickle in fulfilling his dreams, had brought it about that for several years more he had been compelled to stay away nearly all of the time, unable to marry her. During which period, unknown to himself really, his own point of view had altered. How it had happened he could never tell really, but so it was. The great city, larger experiences, while she was still enduring the smaller ones, other faces, dreams of larger things, had all combined to destroy it or her, only he had not quite realized it then. He was always so slow in realizing the full import of the immediate thing, he thought. That was the time, as he had afterward told himself, how often, that he should have discovered his mistake and stopped. Later it always seemed to become more and more impossible. Then, in spite of some heartache to her and some distress to himself, no doubt, all would be well for him now. But no, he had been too inexperienced, too ignorant, too bound by all the conventions and punctilio of his simple Western world. He thought an engagement, however unsatisfactory it might come to seem afterward, was an engagement and binding. An honorable man would not break one, or so his country moralists argued. Yes, at that time he might have written her, He might have told her then, but he had been too sensitive and kindly to speak of it. Afterward, it was too late. He feared to wound her, to undo her life. But now, look at his. He had gone back on several occasions before marriage, and might have seen and done and been free if he had had but courage and wisdom. But no. Duty, order, the beliefs of the region in which he had been reared, and of America, what it expected and what she expected and was entitled to, had done for him completely. He had not spoken. Instead, he had gone on and married her without speaking of the change in himself, without letting her know how worse than ashes it had all become. God, what a fool he had been! How often since he had told himself over and over. Well, having made a mistake, it was his duty, perhaps, at least according to current beliefs, to stick by it and make the best of it. A bargain was a bargain in marriage, if nowhere else. But still, that had never prevented him from being unhappy. He could not prevent that himself. During all these long years, therefore, owing to these same conventions, what people would think and say, he had been compelled to live with her, to cherish her, to pretend to be happy with her. Another perfect union, as he sometimes said to himself. In reality, he had been unhappy, horribly so. Even her face wearied him at times, and her presence, her mannerisms. Only this other morning Dr. Storm, by his manner indicating that he thought him lonely, in danger of being left all alone, and desperately sad and neglected in case she died, had irritated him greatly. Who would take care of him, his eyes had seemed to say, and yet he himself wanted nothing so much as to be alone for a time, at least in this life, to think for himself, to do for himself, to forget this long, dreary period in which he had pretended to be something that he was not. Was he never to be rid of the dull round of it, he asked himself now, never before he himself died? And yet shortly afterward he would reproach himself for these very thoughts, as being wrong, hard, unkind. Thoughts that would certainly condemn him in the eyes of the general public, that public which made reputations and one's general standing before the world. During all this time he had never even let her know, no, not once, of the tremendous and soul-crushing sacrifice he had made. Like the Spartan boy, he had concealed the fox gnawing at his vitals. He had not complained. He had been, indeed, the model husband, as such things go in conventional walks. If you doubted it, look at his position, or that of his children, or his wife, her mental and physical comfort, even in her illness, her unfailing belief that he was all he should be. Never once, apparently, during all these years, had she doubted his love or felt him to be unduly unhappy, or if not that exactly, if not fully accepting his love as something that was still at a fever heat, the thing it once was, still believing that he found pleasure and happiness in being with her, a part of the home which together they had built up, these children they had reared, comfort in knowing that it would endure to the end, to the end. During all these years, she had gone on molding his and her lives, as much as that was possible in his case, and those of their children, to suit herself, and thinking all the time that she was doing what he wanted, or at least what was best for him and them. How she adored convention! What did she not think she knew in regard to how things ought to be? Mainly what her old home surroundings had taught her, the American idea of this, that, and the other. Her theories in regard to friends, education of the children, and so on, had in the main prevailed, even when he did not quite agree with her. Her desires for certain types of pleasure and amusement, of companionship, and so on, were conventional types always, and had also prevailed. There had been little quarrels, of course, always had been. What happy home is free of them? But Still, he had always given in, or nearly always, and had acted as though he were satisfied in so doing. But why therefore should he complain now, or she ever imagine, or ever have imagined, that he was unhappy? She did not, had not. Like all their relatives and friends of the region from which they sprang, and here also, and she had been most careful to regulate that, courting whom she pleased and ignoring all others, she still believed most firmly, more so than ever, that she knew what was best for him, what he really thought and wanted. It made him smile most wearily at times. For in her eyes, in regard to him at least, not always so with others he had found, marriage was a sacrament, sacrosanct, never to be dissolved. One life, one love. Once a man accepted the yoke or even asked a girl to marry him, it was his duty to abide by it. To break an engagement, to be unfaithful to a wife, even unkind to her, what a crime in her eyes. Such people ought to be drummed out of the world. They were really not fit to live. Dogs, brutes. And yet, look at himself. What of him? What of one who had made a mistake in regard to all this? Where was his compensation to come from, his peace and happiness? Here on earth or in some mythical heaven, that odd, angelic heaven that she still believed in? What a farce! All her friends and his would think that he would be so miserable now if she died, or at least ought to be. Marriage was a sacrament, sacrosanct, never to be dissolved. One life, one love. Once a man had accepted the yoke, or even asked a girl to marry him, it was his duty to abide by it. To break an engagement, to be unfaithful to a wife, even unkind to her, what a crime in her eyes. Such people ought to be drummed out of the world. They were not fit to live. Dogs, brutes. And yet, look at himself. What of him? What of one who had made a mistake in regard to all this? Where was his compensation to come from? His peace and happiness? Here on earth or in some mythical heaven? That odd angelic heaven that she still believed in? What a farce! And all her friends and his would think he would be so miserable now if she died, or at least ought to be. So far had asinine convention and belief and custom carried the world. Think of it. But even that was not the worst. No, that was not the worst either. It had been the gradual realization coming along through the years that he had married an essentially small, narrow woman who could never really grasp his point of view, or rather the significance of his dreams and emotions, and yet with whom, nevertheless, because of this original promise or mistake, he was compelled to live. Grant her every quality of goodness, energy, industry, intent, as he did freely. Still, there was this, and it could never be adjusted, never. Essentially, as he had long since discovered, she was narrow, ultra-conventional, whereas he was an artist by nature, brooding and dreaming strange dreams and thinking of far-off things which she did not or could not understand or did not sympathize with, save in a general and very remote way. The nuances of his craft, the wonders and subtleties of forms and angles, had she ever realized how significant these were to him, let alone to herself? No, never. She had not the least true appreciation of them, never had had. Architecture, art, what could they really mean to her, desire as she might to appreciate them? And he could not now go elsewhere to discover that sympathy. No, he had never really wanted to, since the public and she would object, and he thinking it half evil himself. Still, how was it, he often asked himself, that nature could thus allow one conditioned or equipped with emotions and seeking such as his, not of an utterly conventional order, to seek out and pursue one like Ernestine, who was not fitted to understand him or to care what his personal moods might be? Was love truly blind, as the old saw insisted? Or did nature really plan, and cleverly, to torture the artist mind, as it did the pearl-bearing oyster with a grain of sand, with something seemingly inimical, in order that it might produce beauty? Sometimes he thought so. Perhaps the many interesting and beautiful buildings he had planned, the world had called them so at least, had been due to the loving care he lavished on them, being shut out from love and beauty elsewhere. Cruel nature, that cared so little for the dreams of man, the individual man or woman. At the time he had married Ernestine, he was really too young to know exactly what it was he wanted to do, or how it was he was going to feel in the years to come. And yet there was no one to guide him, to stop him. The custom of the time was all in favor of this dread disaster. Nature herself seemed to desire it, mere children being the be-all and the end-all of everything everywhere. Think of that as a theory. Later, when it became so clear to him what he had done, and in spite of all the conventional thoughts and conditions that seemed to bind him to this fixed condition, he had grown restless and weary, but never really irritable. No, he had never become that. Instead, he had concealed it all from her, persistently, in all kindness. Only this hankering after beauty of mind and body in ways not represented by her had hurt so, grown finally almost too painful to bear. He had dreamed and dreamed of something different until it had become almost an obsession. Was it never to be, that something different? Never? Anywhere? In all time? What a tragedy. Soon he would be dead, and then it would never be anywhere, any more. Ernestine was charming, he would admit, or had been at first, though time had proved that she was not charming to him either mentally or physically in any compelling way. But how did that help him now? How could it? He had actually found himself bored by her for more than 27 years now. And this other dream, growing, until... But now he was old, and she was dying, or might be, and it could not make so much difference what happened to him or to her. Only it could, too, because he wanted to be free for a little while, just for a little while, before he died. To be free. Free. One of the things that had always irritated him about Mrs. Haymaker was this, that in spite of his determination never to offend the social code in any way, he had felt for so many reasons, emotional as well as practical, that he could not afford to do so. And also in spite of the fact that he had been tortured by the show of beauty in the eyes and bodies of others. His wife, fearing perhaps in some strange psychic way that he might change, had always tried to make him feel or believe, premeditatedly and of a purpose, he thought, that he was not the kind of man who would be attractive to women, that he lacked some physical fitness, some charm that other men had, which would cause all young and really charming women to turn away from him. Think of it. He to whom so many women had turned with questioning eyes. Also that she had married him largely because she had felt sorry for him. He chose to let her believe that, because he was sorry for her. Because other women had seemed to draw near to him at times in some appealing or seductive way, she had insisted that he was not even a cavalier, let alone a Lothario, that he was ungainly, slow, uninteresting to all women but her. Persistently, he thought, and without any real need, she had harped on this, fighting chimeras, a chance danger in the future, though he had never given her any real reason, and had never even planned to sin against her in any way. Never. She had thus tried to poison his own mind in regard to himself and his art. And yet, those eyes of other women, their haunting beauty, the flitting something they said to him of infinite, inexpressible delight. Why had his life been so very hard? One of the disturbing things about all this was the iron truth which it had driven home, namely, that nature, unless it were expressed or represented by some fierce determination within, which drove one to do, be, cared no whit for him or any other man or woman. Unless one acted for oneself, upon some stern conclusion nurtured within, one might rot and die spiritually. Nature did not care. Blessed be the meek, yes. Blessed be the strong, rather, for they made their own happiness. All these years in which he had dwelt and worked in this knowledge, hoping for something but not acting, nothing had happened, except to him, and that in an unsatisfactory way. All along he had seen what was happening to him, and yet held by convention he had refused to act, always, because somehow he was not hard enough to act. He was not strong enough. That was the real truth, had not been. Almost like a bird in a cage, an animal peeping out from behind bars, he had viewed the world of free thought and freer action. In many a drawing room, on the street, or in his own home even, had he not looked into an eye, the face of someone who seemed to offer understanding, to know, to sympathize, though she might not have, of course, and yet religiously and moralistically, like an anchorite, because of duty and current belief in what people would say and think, Ernestine's position and faith in him, her comfort, his career, and that of the children. He had put them all aside, out of his mind, forgotten them almost as best he might. It had been hard at times, and sad, but so it had been. And look at him now, old. Not exactly feeble yet, no, not that yet, not quite, but life-weary and almost indifferent. All these years he had wanted, an understanding mind, a tender heart, the someone woman, she must exist somewhere, who would have sympathized with all his delicate shades and meanings of his own character, his art, his spiritual as well as his material dreams. And yet, look at him. Mrs. Haymaker had always been with him, present in the flesh or the spirit, and so, though he could not ever say that she was disagreeable to him in a material way, he could not say that she had ever been that exactly, still she did not correspond to his idea of what he needed, and so form had meant so much to him. Color, the glorious perfectness of a glorious woman's body, for instance, the color of her thoughts, moods. Exquisite they must be, like his own at times. But no, he had never had the opportunity to know one intimately. No, not one, though he had dreamed of her so long. He had never even dared whisper this to anyone, scarcely to himself. It was not wise, not socially fit. Thoughts like this would tend to social ostracism in his circle, or rather hers, for had she not made the circle? And here was the rub with Mr. Haymaker, at least, that he could not make up his mind whether in his restlessness and private mental complaints he were not even now guilty of a great moral crime in so thinking. Was it not true that men and women should be faithful in marriage whether they were happy or not? Was there not some psychic law governing this matter of union, one life, one love, which made the thoughts and the pains and the subsequent sufferings and hardships of the individual, whatever they might be, seem unimportant? The churches said so. Public opinion and the law seemed to accept this. There were so many problems, so much order to be disrupted, so much pain caused, many insoluble problems where children were concerned, if people did not stick. Was it not best, more blessed, socially, morally, and in every other way important, for him to stand by a bad bargain rather than to cause so much disorder and pain, even though he lost his own soul emotionally? He had thought so, or at least he had acted as though he thought so, and yet How often had he wondered over this? Take now some other faces. Granting first that Mrs. Haymaker had, according to the current code, measured up to the requirements of a wife, good and true, and that at first marriage there had been just enough of physical and social charm about her to keep his state from becoming intolerable, still there was this old ache, and then newer things which came with the birth of the several children. First Elwell, named after a cousin of hers, not his, who had died only 2 years after he was born, and then Wesley, and then Ethelberta. How he had always disliked that name, largely because he had hoped to call her Ottilie, a favorite name of his, or Janet, after his mother. Curiously, the arrival of these children and the death of poor little Elwell at 2 had somehow, in spite of his unrest, bound him to this matrimonial state and filled him with a sense of duty, and pleasure even, almost entirely apart from her, he was sorry to say, in these young lives. Though if there had not been children, as he sometimes told himself, he surely would have broken away from her. He could not have stood it. They were so odd in their infancy, those little ones, so troublesome and yet so amusing. Little Elwell, for instance, whose nose used to crinkle with delight when he would pretend to bite his neck, and whose gurgle of pleasure was so sweet and heart-filling that it positively thrilled and lured him. In spite of his thoughts concerning Ernestine, and always in those days they were rigidly put down as unmoral and even evil, a certain unsocial streak in him, perhaps, which was against the law and order and social well-being, he came to have a deep and abiding feeling for Elwell. The latter, in some chemic, almost unconscious way, seemed to have arrived as a balm to his misery, a bandage for his growing wound. Sent by whom? By what? How? Elwell had seized upon his imagination, and so his heartstrings, had come indeed to make him feel understanding and sympathy there in that little child, to supply, or seem to at least, what he lacked in the way of love and affection from one he could truly love. Elwell was never so happy, apparently, as when snuggling in his arms, not Ernestine's, or lying against his neck. And when he went for a walk or elsewhere, there was Elwell always ready, arms up, to cling to his neck. He seemed, strangely enough, inordinately fond of his father rather than his mother, and never happy without him. On his part, Haymaker came to be wildly fond of him, that queer little lump of a face, suggesting a little of himself and of his mother, not so much of Ernestine, or so he thought, though he would not have objected to that, not at all. He was not so small as that. Toward the end of the second year, when Elwell was just beginning to utter a word or two, he had taught him that silly old rhyme, which ran, "There were 3 kittens." And when it came to, "and they shall have no," he would stop and say to Elwell, "What now?" And the latter would gurgle, "Puh," meaning, of course, pie. Ah, those happy days with little Elwell, those walks with him over his shoulder or on his arm, those hours in which of an evening he would rock him to sleep in his arms. Always Ernestine was there, and happy in the thought of his love for little Elwell and her more than anything else perhaps. But it was an illusion, that latter part. He did not care for her even then, as she thought he did. All his fondness was for Elwell, only she took it as evidence of his growing or enduring affection for her. Another evidence of the peculiar working of her mind. Women were like that, he supposed, some women. And then came that dreadful fever, due to some invading microbe which the doctors could not diagnose or isolate. Infantile paralysis, perhaps, and little Elwell had finally ceased to be his flesh, and was eventually carried forth to the lorn, disagreeable graveyard near Woodland. End of section 1. Section 2 of Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by James Hutchisson. Free 2. How he had groaned internally, indulged in sad, despondent thoughts concerning the futility of all things human when this had happened. It seemed for the time being as if all color and beauty had really gone out of his life for good. Man born of woman is of few days and full of troubles, the preacher whom Mrs. Haymaker had insisted upon having into the house at the time of the funeral had read. He fleeth also as a shadow and continueth not. Yes, so little Elwell had fled as a shadow, and in his own deep sorrow at the time he had come to feel the first and only sad, deep sympathy for Ernestine that he had ever felt since marriage, and that because she had suffered so much, had lain in his arms after the funeral, and had cried so bitterly. It was terrible, her sorrow. Terrible. A woman grieving for her firstborn. Why was it, he had thought at the time, that he had never been able to think or make her all that she ought to be to him? Ernestine at this time had seemed better, softer, kinder, wiser, sweeter than she had ever seemed, more worthy, more interesting than ever he had thought her before. She had slaved so during the child's illness, stayed awake night after night, watched over him with such loving care, done everything, in short, that a loving human heart could do to rescue her young from the depths. And yet even then he had not really been able to love her. No, sad and unkind as it might seem, he had not. He had just pitied her and thought her better, worthier. What cursed stars disordered the minds and moods of people so? Why was it that these virtues of people, their good qualities, did not make you love them, did not really bind them to you, as against the things you could not like? Why? He had resolved to do better in his thoughts, but somehow, in spite of himself, he had never been able so to do. Nevertheless, at the time he seemed to realize more keenly than ever her order, industry, frugality, a sense of beauty within limits, a certain laudable ambition to do something and be somebody. Only he could not sympathize with her ambitions, could not see that she had anything but a hopelessly commonplace and always unimportant point of view. There was never any flair to her, never any true distinction of mind or soul. She seemed always, in spite of anything he might say or do, hopelessly to identify doing and being with money and current opinion, neighborhood public opinion almost, and local social position. Whereas he knew that distinguished doing might as well be connected with poverty and shame and disgrace as with these other things, wealth and station, for instance, a thing which she could never quite understand apparently, though he had often tried to tell her, much against her mood always. Look at the cases of the great artists. Some of the greatest architects right here in the city, or in history, were of peculiar, almost disagreeable history. But no, Mrs. Haymaker could not understand anything like that, anything connected with history indeed. She hardly believed in history, its dark, sad pages, and would never read it, or at least did not care to. And as for art and artists, she would never have believed that wisdom and art understanding and true distinction might take their rise out of things necessarily low and evil. Never. Take now the case of young Zingara. Zingara was an architect like himself, whom he had met more than 30 years before here in New York, when he had first arrived. A young man struggling to become an architect of significance. Only he was very poor and rather unkempt and disreputable looking. Haymaker had found him, several years before his marriage to Ernestine, in the dark offices of Pine and Starbird, architects, and had been drawn to him definitely. But because he smoked all the time and was shabby as to his clothes and had no money, why, Mrs. Haymaker, after he had married her, and though he had known Zingara nearly 4 years, would have none of him. To her he was low and a failure, one who would never succeed. Once she had seen him in some cheap restaurant that she chanced to be passing, in company with a drabby-looking maid, and that was the end. "I wish you wouldn't bring him any more, dear," she had insisted, and to have peace he had complied. Only, now look, Zingara had since become a great architect. But now, of course, owing to Mrs. Haymaker, he was definitely alienated. He was the man who had since designed the Esculapian Club and Symphony Hall, with its delicate facade, as well as the tower of the Wells Building, sending its sweet lines so high, like a poetic thought or dream. But Zingara was now a dreamy recluse like himself, very exclusive, as Haymarket had long since come to know, and indifferent as to what people thought or said. But perhaps it was not just obtuseness to certain of the finer shades and meanings of life, but an irritating aggressiveness at times, backed only by her limited understanding, which caused her to seek and wish to be here, there, and the other place, wherever, in her mind, the truly successful, which meant nearly always the materially successful of a second or third-rate character, were, which irritated him most of all. How often had he tried to point out that the difference between true and shoddy distinction, the former rarely connected with great wealth? But no, so often she had seemed to imagine such queer people to be truly successful, when they really were not, usually people with just money, or a very little more. And in the matter of rearing and educating and marrying their 2 children, Wesley and Ethelberta, who had come after Elwell, what peculiar pains and feelings had not been involved in all this for him? In infancy, both of these had seemed sweet enough, and so close to him, though never quite so wonderful as Elwell. But as they grew, it seemed somehow as though Ernestine had come between him and them. First, it was the way she had raised them, the very stiff and formal manner in which they were supposed to move and be, copied from the few new rich whom she had chanced to meet through him, and admired in spite of his warnings. That was the irony of architecture as a profession. It was always bringing such queer people close to one, and for the sake of one's profession, sometimes, particularly in the case of the young architect, one had to be nice to them. Later, it was the kind of school they should attend. He had half imagined at first that it would be the public school, because they had both begun as simple people, but no, since they were prospering, it had to be a private school for each, and not one of his selection either, or hers really, but one to which the Barlows and the Westervelts, 2 families of means with whom Ernestine had become intimate, sent their children, and therefore thought excellent. The Barlows, wealthy, but to him gross and mediocre people who had made a great deal of money in the manufacture of patent medicines out west, and who had then come to New York to splurge, and had been attracted to Ernestine. Not him particularly, he imagined, because Haymaker had built a townhouse for them, and also because he was gaining a fine reputation. They were dreadful, really, so gauche, so truly dull. And yet somehow they seemed to suit Ernestine's sense of fitness and worth at the time, because, as she said, they were good and kind. Like her Western home folks, only they were not really. She just imagined so. They were worthy enough people in their way, though with no taste. Young Fred Barlow had been sent to the expensive Gilliard School for Boys near Morristown, where they were taught manners and airs, and little else, as Haymaker always thought, though Ernestine insisted that they were given a religious training as well. And so Wesley had to go there, for a time anyhow. It was the best school. And similarly, because Mercedes Westervelt, senseless, vain little thing, was sent to Briarcliff School near White Plains, Ethelberta had to go there. Think of it. It was all so silly, so pushing. How well he remembered the long, delicate campaign which preceded this, the logic and tactics employed, the importance of it socially to Ethelberta, the tears and cajolery. Mrs. Haymaker could always cry so easily, or seem to be on the verge of it, when she wanted anything. And somehow, in spite of the fact that he knew her tears were unimportant, or timed and for a purpose, he could never stand out against them, and she knew it. Always he felt moved or weakened in spite of himself. He had no weapon wherewith to fight them, though he resented them as part of the argument. Positively, Mrs. Haymaker could be as sly and as ruthless as Machiavelli himself at times, and yet believe all the while that she was tender, loving, self-sacrificing, generous, moral, and a dozen other things, all of which led to the final achievement of her own aims. Perhaps this was admirable from one point of view, but it irritated him always. But if one were able to see him or herself, their actual disturbing inconsistencies, what were you to do? And again, he had by then been married so long that it was almost impossible to think of throwing her over, or so it seemed at the time. They had reached the place then where he had supposedly achieved position together, though in reality it was all his, and not such position as he was entitled to at that. Ernestine, and he was thinking this all in kindness, could never attract the ideal sort. And anyhow, the mere breadth of a scandal between them, separation or unfaithfulness, which he never really contemplated, would have led to endless bickering and social and commercial injury, or so he thought. All her strong friends, and his, in a way, those who had originally been his clients, would have deserted him. Their wives, their own social fears, would have compelled them to ostracize him. He would have been a scandal-marked architect, a brute for objecting to so kind and faithful and loving a wife. And perhaps he would have been at that. He could never quite tell. It was all so mixed and tangled. Take again the marriage of his son Wesley into the de Gaude family. George de Gaude père being nothing more than a retired real estate speculator and promoter who had money, but nothing more. And Irma de Gaude, the daughter, being a gross, coarse, sensuous girl, physically attractive, no doubt, and financially reasonably secure, or so she had seemed. But what else? Nothing. Literally nothing. And his son had seemed to have some of the spiritual ideals at first. Ernestine had taken up with Mrs. George de Gaude, a miserable, narrow creature, so Haymaker thought, largely for Wesley's sake, he presumed. Anyhow, everything had been done to encourage Wesley in his suit, and Irma in her toleration, and now look at them. De Gaude père had since failed and left his daughter practically nothing. Irma had been interested in anything but Wesley's career, had followed what she considered the smart among the new rich, a smarter, wilder, newer new rich than ever Ernestine had fancied or could. Today she was without a thought for anything besides teas and country clubs and theaters. And what else? And long since Wesley had begun to realize it himself. He was an engineer now, in the employ of one of the great construction companies, a moderately successful man. But even Ernestine, who had engineered the match and thought it wonderful, was now down on her. She had begun to see through her some years ago, when Irma had begun to ignore her. Only before it was always the de Gaudes here and the de Gaudes there. Good gracious, what more could anyone want than the de Gaudes? Irma de Gaude, for instance. Then came the concealed dissension between Irma and Wesley. And now Mrs. Haymaker insisted that Irma was held and was holding Wesley back. She was not the right woman for him. Almost, against all her prejudices, she was willing that he should leave her. Only if Haymaker had broached anything like that in connection with himself, and yet Mrs. Haymaker had been determined, because of what she considered the position of the de Gaudes at the time, that Wesley should marry Irma. Wesley now had to slave at mediocre tasks in order to have enough to allow Irma to to run in so-called fast society of a second or third rate. And even at that, she was not faithful to him, or so Haymaker believed. There were so many strange evidences. And yet Haymaker felt that he did not care to interfere now. How could he? Irma was tired of Wesley, and that was all there was to it. She was looking elsewhere, he was sure. Take but one more case, that of Ethelberta. What a name! In spite of all of Ernestine's determination to make her so successful and thereby reflect some credit on her, had she really succeeded in so doing? To be sure, Ethelberta's marriage was somewhat more successful financially than Wesley's had proved to be, but was she any better placed in any other ways? John Kelso, Jack as she always called him, with his light ways and lighter mind, was he really anyone? Anything more than a waster? His parents stood by him, no doubt, but that was all, and so much the worse for him. According to Mrs. Haymaker at the time, he too was an ideal boy, admirable, just the man for Ethelberta, because the Kelsos, père and mère, had money. Horner Kelso had made a kind of fortune in Chicago in the banknote business, and had settled in New York about the time that Ethelberta was 15 to spend it. Ethelberta had met Grace Kelso at school. And now see, she was not unattractive and had some pleasant, albeit highly affected, social ways. She had money and a comfortable apartment in Park Avenue. But what had it all come to? John Kelso had never done anything, really, nothing. His parents' money and indulgence and his early training for a better social state had ruined him, if he had ever had a mind that amounted to anything. He was idle, pleasure-loving, mentally indolent, like Irma de Goud. Those two should have met and married, only they could never have endured each other. But how Mrs. Haymaker had courted the Kelsos in her eager and diplomatic way, giving teas and receptions and theater parties. And yet he had never been able to exchange 10 significant words with either of them, or the younger Kelsos either. Think of it. And somehow in the process, Ethelberta, for all his early affection and tenderness, and his still kindly feeling for her, had been weaned away from him, and had proved a limited and conventional girl, somewhat like her mother, and more inclined to listen to her than to him, though he had not minded that really. It had been the same with Wesley before her. Perhaps, however, a child was entitled to its likes and dislikes, regardless. But why had he stood for it all? He now kept asking himself. Why? What grand results, if any, had been achieved? Were their children so wonderful? Their lives? Would he not have been better off without her? His children better even by a different woman? Hers by a different man? Wouldn't it have been better if he had destroyed it all, broken away? There would have been pain, of course, terrible consequences, but even so, he would have been free to go, to do, to reorganize his life on another basis. Zingara had avoided marriage entirely, wise man. But no. Always convention. That long list of reasons and terrors he was always reciting to himself. He had allowed himself to be pulled round by the nose, God only knows why, and that was all there was to it. Weakness, if you will, perhaps, fear of convention, fear of what people would think and say. Always now he found himself brooding over the dire results to him of all this respect on his part for convention, moral order, the duty of keeping society on an even keel, and of not bringing disgrace to his children and himself and her, and yet ruining his own life emotionally by so doing. To be respectable had been so important that it had resulted in spiritual failure for him. But now all that was over with him, and Mrs. Haymaker was ill, near to death, and he was expected to wish her to get well and be happy with her for a long time yet. Be happy. In spite of anything he might wish or think he ought to do, He couldn't. He couldn't even wish her to get well. It was too much to ask. There was actually a haunting satisfaction in the thought that she might die now. It wouldn't be much, but it would be something. A few years of freedom. That was something. He was not utterly old yet, and he might have a few years of peace and comfort to himself still. And that dream, though it might never come true, it couldn't really, still. He wanted to be free to go his own way once more, to do as he pleased, to walk, to think, to brood over what he had not had, Only, whenever he looked into her pale, sick face and felt her damp, limp hands, he could not quite wish that either. Not quite. Not even now. It seemed too hard, too brutal. Only. So he wavered. No. In spite of her long-past struggle over foolish things, and in spite of himself and all he had endured or thought he had, he was still willing that she should live. Only he couldn't wish it exactly. Yes, let her live if she could. What mattered to him now whether she lived or died? Whenever he looked at her, he could not help thinking how helpless she would be without him. What a failure at her age, and so on. And all along, as he wryly repeated to himself, she had been thinking and feeling that she was doing the very best for him and her and the children. That she really was the ideal wife for him, making every dollar go as far as it would, every enjoyment yield the last drop for them all, every move seeming to have been made to their general advantage. Yes, that was true. There was a pathos about it, wasn't there? But as for the actual results... The next morning, the second after his talk with Dr. Storm, found him sitting once more beside his front window in the early dawn. And so much of all of this and more was coming back to him, as before. For the 1,000th or 10,000th time, as it seemed to him, in all the years that had gone, he was concluding again that his life was a failure. If only he were free for a little while just to be alone and think, perhaps to discover what life might bring him yet. Only on this occasion his thoughts were colored by a new turn in the situation. Yesterday afternoon, because Mrs. Haymaker's condition had grown worse, the consultation between Granger and Storm was held, and today sometime transfusion was to be tried, that last grim stand taken by physicians in distress over a case, blood taken from a strong ex-cavalryman out of a position, in this case, and the best to be hoped for, but not assured. In this instance, his thoughts were as before wavering. Now, supposing she really died in spite of this, what would he think of himself then? He went back after a time and looked in on her where she was still sleeping. Now she was not so strong as before, or so she seemed. Her pulse was not so good, the nurse said. And now, as before, his mood changed in her favor, but only for a little while, for later, waking, she seemed to look and feel better. Later he came up to the dining room where the nurse was taking her breakfast, and seating himself beside her, as was his custom these days, asked, "How do you think she is today?" He and the night nurse had thus had their breakfasts together for days. This nurse, Miss Filson, was such a smooth, pink, graceful creature, with light hair and blue eyes, the kind of eyes and color that, of late and in earlier years, had suggested to him the love time or youth that he had missed. The latter looked grave, as though she really feared the worst, but was concealing it. "No worse, I think, and possibly a little better," she replied, eyeing him sympathetically. He could see that she too felt that he was old and in danger of being neglected. Her pulse is a little stronger, nearly normal now, and she is resting easily. Dr. Storm and Dr. Granger are coming, though, at 10. Then they'll decide what's to be done. I think if she's worse that they're going to try transfusion. The man has been engaged. Dr. Storm said that when she woke today she was to be given a strong beef tea. Mrs. Elfridge is making it now. The fact that she is not much worse, though, is a good sign in itself, I think. Haymaker merely stared at her from under his heavy gray eyebrows. He was so tired and gloomy, not only because he had not slept much of late himself, but because of this sawing to and fro between his varying moods. Was he never to be able to decide for himself what he really wished? Was he never to be done with this interminable moral or spiritual problem? Why could he not make up his mind on the side of moral order, sympathy, and be at peace? Miss Filson pattered on about other heart cases, how so many people lived years and years after they were supposed to die of heart lesion. And he meditated as to the grayness and strangeness of it all, the worthlessness of his own life, the variability of his own moods. Why was he so? How queer, how almost evil, sinister he had become at times, how weak at others. Last night, as he had looked at Ernestine lying in bed, and this morning before he had seen her, he had thought, if she only would die, if he were only really free once more, even at this late date. But then when he had seen her again this morning, and now when Miss Filson spoke of transfusion, he felt sorry again. What good would it do him now? Why should he want to kill her? Could such evil ideas go unpunished, either in this world or the next? Supposing his children could guess. Supposing she did die now, and he wished it so fervently only this morning. How would he feel? After all, Ernestine had not been so bad. She had tried, hadn't she? Only she had not been able to make a success of things as he saw it, and he had not been able to love her. That was all. He reproached himself once more now with the hardness and cruelty of his thoughts. The opinion of the two physicians was that Mrs. Haymaker was not much better, and that this first form of blood transfusion must be resorted to, injected straight via a pump, which should restore her greatly, provided her heart did not bleed it out too freely. Before doing so, however, both men once more spoke to Haymaker, who, in an excess of self-condemnation, insisted that no expense must be spared. If her life was in danger, save it by any means, all. It was precious to her, to him, and to her children. So he spoke. Thus he felt that he was lending every force which could be expected of him, aside from fervently wishing for her recovery, which even now, in spite of himself, he could not do. He was too weary of it all, the conventional round of duties and obligations. But if she recovered, as her physicians seemed to think she might if transfusion were tried, if she gained even, it would mean that he would have to take her away for the summer to some quiet mountain resort, to be with her hourly during the long period in which she would be recovering. Well, he would not complain now. That was all right. He would do it. He would be bored, of course, as usual, but it would be too bad to have her die when she could be saved. Yes, that was true. And yet... He went down to his office again, and in the meantime his first form of transfusion was tried, and proved a great success, apparently. She was much better. So the day nurse phoned at 3, very much better. At 5:30 Mr. Haymaker returned, no unsatisfactory word having come in the interim, and there she was, resting on a raised pillow, if you please, and looking so cheerful, more like her old self than he had seen her in some time. At once then his mood changed again. They were amazing, these variations in his own thoughts, almost chemic, not volitional, decidedly peculiar for a man who was supposed to know his own mind. Only, did one, ever? Now she would not die. Now the whole thing would go on as before. He was sure of it. Well, he might as well resign himself to the old sense of failure. He would never be free now. Everything would go on as before, the next and the next day the same. Terrible! Though he seemed glad, really grateful in a way, seeing her cheerful and hopeful once more. Still, the obsession of failure and being once more bound forever returned now. In his own bed at midnight he said to himself, "Now she will really get well. All will be as before. I will never be free. I will never have a day. a day. Never. But the next morning, to his surprise and fear or comfort, as his moods varied, she was worse again. And then once more he reproached himself for his black thoughts. Was he not really killing her by what he thought? He asked himself. These constant changes in his mood? Did not his dark wishes have power? Was he not as good as a murderer in his way? Think. If he had always to feel from now on that he had killed her by wishing so, would not that be dreadful? An awful thing, really? Why was he this way? Could he not be human? Kind? When Dr. Storm came at 9:30, after a telephone call from the nurse, and looked grave and spoke of horse's blood as being better, thicker than human blood, not so easily bled out of the heart when injected as a serum, Haymaker was beside himself with self-reproaches and sad, disturbing fear. His dark, evil thoughts of last night and all these days had done this, he was sure. Was he really a murderer at heart? A dark criminal plotting her death? And for what? Why had he wished last night that she would die? Her case must be very desperate. You must do your best, he now said to Dr. Storm. Whatever is needed. She must not die if you can help it. No, Mr. Haymaker, returned the latter sympathetically. All that can be done will be done. You need not fear. I have an idea that we didn't inject enough yesterday, and anyhow human blood is not thick enough in this case. She responded, but not enough. We will see what we can do today. Haymaker, pressed with duties, went away, subdued and sad. Now once more he decided that he must not tolerate these dark ideas any more, must rid himself of these black wishes, whatever he might feel. It was evil. They would eventually come back to him in some dark way, he might be sure. They might be influencing her. She must be allowed to recover if she could, without any opposition on his part. He must now make a further sacrifice of his own life, whatever it cost. It was only decent, only human. Why should he complain now, anyhow, after all these years? What difference would a few more years make? He returned at evening, consoled by his own good thoughts, and a telephone message at 3 to the effect that his wife was much better. This second injection had proved much more effective. Horse's blood was plainly better for her. She was stronger and sitting up again. He entered at 5 and found her lying there pale and weak, but still with a better light in her eye, a touch of color in her cheeks, or so she thought, more force, and a very faint smile for him, so marked had been the change. How great and kind Dr. Storm really was. How resourceful. If she would only get well now, if this dread siege would only abate. Dr. Storm was coming again at 8. Well, how are you, dear? She asked, looking at him sweetly and lovingly and taking his hand in hers. He bent and kissed her forehead. A Judas kiss, he had thought up to now. But not so tonight. Tonight he was kind, generous, anxious even for her to live. All right, dearest. Very good indeed. And how are you? It's such a fine evening out. You ought to get well soon, so as to enjoy these spring days. I'm going to, she replied softly. I feel so much better. And how have you been? Has your work gone all right? He nodded and smiled and told her bits of news. Ethelberta had phoned that she was coming, bringing violets. Wesley had said he would be here at 6 with Irma. Such and such people had asked after her. How could he have been so evil, he now asked himself, as to wish her to die? She was not so bad. Really quite charming in her way. An ideal wife for someone, if not him. She was as much entitled to live and enjoy her life as he was to enjoy his. And after all, she was the mother of his children, had been with him all these years. Besides, the day had been so fine. It was now a wondrous May evening. The air and sky were simply delicious. A lavender haze was in the air. The telephone bell, now ringing, brought still another of a long series of inquiries as to her condition. There had been so many of these during the last few days, the maid said, and especially today, and she gave Mr. Haymaker a list of names. See, he thought, she had even more friends than he, being so good, faithful, worthy. Why should he wish her ill? He sat down to dinner with Ethelberta and Wesley when they arrived, and chatted quite gaily, more hopefully than he had in weeks. His own varying thoughts no longer depressing him, for the moment he was happy. How were they? What were the children all doing? At 8:30 Dr. Storm came again and announced that he thought Mrs. Haymaker was doing very well indeed, all things considered. "Her condition is fairly promising, I must say," he said. "If she gets through another night or two comfortably without falling back, I think she'll do very well from now on. Her strength seems to be increasing a fraction. However, we must not be too optimistic. Cases of this kind are very treacherous. Tomorrow we'll see how she feels, whether she needs any more blood." He went away, and at 10 Ethelberta and Wesley left for the night, asking to be called if she grew worse, thus leaving him alone once more. He sat and meditated. At 11, after a few moments at his wife's bedside, absolute quiet had been the doctor's instructions these many days, he himself went to bed. He was very tired. His varying thoughts had afflicted him so much that he was always tired, it seemed. His evil conscience, he called it. But tonight he was sure he would sleep. He felt better about himself, about life. He had done better today. He should never have tolerated such dark thoughts. And yet. He lay on his bed near a window which commanded a view of a small angle of the park, and looked out. There were the spring trees, as usual, silvered now by the light, a bit of lake showing at one end. Here in the city a bit of sylvan scenery such as this was so rare and so expensive. In his youth he had been so fond of water, any small lake or stream or pond. In his youth also he had loved the moon, and to walk in the dark. It had all always been so suggestive of love and happiness, and he had so craved love and happiness and never had it. Once he had designed a yacht club, the base of which suggested waves. Once, years ago, he had thought of designing a lovely cottage or a country house for himself and some new love, that wonderful one, if she ever came and he were free. How wonderful it would all have been. Now, the thought at such an hour, and especially when it was too late, seemed sacrilegious, hard, cold, unmoral, evil. He turned his face away from the moonlight inside, deciding to sleep and shut out these older and darker and sweeter thoughts if he could, and did. Presently he dreamed, and it was as if some lovely spirit of beauty, that wondrous thing he had always been seeking, came and took him by the hand and led him out by dimpling streams and clear rippling lakes and a great noble highway, where were temples and towers and figures in white marble. And it seemed as he walked as if something had been or were promised him, a lovely fruition to something which he craved. Only the world toward which he walked was still dark or shadowy, with something sad and repressing about it, a haunting sense of a still darker distance. He was going toward beauty apparently, but he was still seeking, and it was dark there when, "Mr. Haymaker! Mr. Haymaker!" came a voice, soft, almost mystical at first, and then clearer and more disturbing as a hand was laid on him. "Will you come at once? It's Mrs. Haymaker." On the instant he was on his feet, seizing the blue silk dressing gown hanging at his bed's head, and adjusting it as he hurried. Mrs. Elfridge and the nurse were behind him, very pale and distrait, wringing their hands. He could tell by that the worst was at hand. When he reached the bedroom, her bedroom, there she lay as in life, still, peaceful, already limp, as though she were sleeping. Her thin and, as he sometimes thought, cold lips were now parted in a faint, gracious smile, or trace of one. He had seen her look that way, too, at times, a really gracious smile, and wise, wiser than she was. The long, thin, graceful hands were open, the fingers spread slightly apart, as though she were tired, very tired. The eyelids, too, rested wearily on tired eyes. Her form, spare as always, was outlined clearly under the thin coverlets. Miss Filson, the night nurse, was saying something about having fallen asleep for a moment and waking only to find her so. She was terribly depressed and disturbed, possibly because of Dr. Storm. Haymaker paused, greatly shocked and moved by the sight, more so than by anything since the death of little Elwell. After all, she had tried, according to her light, but now she was dead, and they had been together so long. He came forward, tears of sympathy springing to his eyes, then sank down beside the bed on his knees so as not to disturb her right hand where it lay. "Ernie, dear," he said gently, "Ernie, are you really gone?" His voice was full of sorrow, but to himself it sounded false, traitorous. He lifted the hand and put it to his lips, sadly, then leaned his head against her, thinking of his long mixed thoughts these many days, while both Mrs. Elfridge and the nurse began wiping their eyes. They were so sorry for him. He was so old now. After a while he got up. They came forward to persuade him at last, looking tremendously sad and distrait, and asked Mrs. Elfridge and the nurse not to disturb his children. They could not aid her now. Let them rest until morning. Then he went back to his own room and sat down on his bed for a moment, gazing out on the same silvery scene that had attracted him before. It was dreadful. So then his dark wishing had come true at last? Possibly his black thoughts had killed her, after all. Was that possible? Had his voiceless prayers been answered in this grim way? And did she know now what he had really thought? Dark thought. Where was she now? What was she thinking now, if she knew? Would she hate him? Haunt him? It was not dawn yet, only 2 or 3 in the morning, and the moon was still bright. And in the next room she was lying, pale and cool, gone forever now, out of his life. He got up after a time and went forward into that pleasant front room where he had so often loved to sit, then back into her room to view the body again. Now that she was gone, here more than elsewhere, in her dead presence, he seemed better able to collect his scattered thoughts. She might see or she might not, might know or not. It was all over now. Only he could not help but feel a little evil. She had been so faithful, if nothing more, so earnest in behalf of him and of his children. He might have spared her these last dark thoughts of these last few days. His feelings were so jumbled that he could not place them half the time, but at the same time the ethics of the past, of his own irritated feelings and moods in regard to her, had to be adjusted somehow before he could have peace. They must be adjusted, only how? How? He and Mrs. Elfridge had agreed not to disturb Dr. Storm any more tonight. They were all agreed to get what rest they could against the morning. After a time he came forward once more to the front room to sit and gaze at the park. Here perhaps he could solve these mysteries for himself, think them out, find out what he did feel. He was evil for having wished all he had, that he knew and felt. And yet there was his own story too, his life. The dawn was breaking by now. A faint grayness shaded the east and dimly lightened this room. A tall pier mirror between 2 windows now revealed him to himself. Spare, angular, disheveled, his beard and hair astray, and his eyes weary. The figure he made here as against his dreams of a happier life, once he were free, now struck him forcibly. What a farce! What a failure! Why should he, of all people, think of further happiness and love, even if he were free? Look at his reflection here in this mirror. What a picture! Old, grizzled, done for. Had he not known that for so long? Was it not ridiculous? Why should he have tolerated such vain thoughts? What could he of all people hope for now? No thing of beauty would have him now. Of course not. That glorious dream of his youth, was gone forever. It was a mirage, and ignis fatuus. His wife might just as well have lived as died, for all the difference it would or could make to him. Only, he was really free just the same, almost as if it were in spite of his varying moods. But he was old, weary, done for, a recluse and ungainly. Now the innate cruelty of life, its blazing, ironic indifference to him and so many, grew rapidly upon him. What had he had? What all had he not missed? Dismally he stared first at his dark, wrinkled skin, the crow's feet at the sides of his eyes, the wrinkles across his forehead and between the eyes, his long, dark, wrinkled hands. Handsome hands they once were, he thought. His angular, stiff body. Once he had been very much of a personage, he thought. Striking, forceful, dynamic. But now... He turned and looked out over the park where the young trees were, and the lake, to the pinking dawn. Just a trace now. A significant thing in itself at this hour, surely. The new dawn, so wondrously new for younger people. Then back at himself. What could he wish for now? What hope for? As he did so, his dream came back to him. That strange dream of seeking and being led and promised, and yet always being led forward into a dimmer, darker land. What did that mean? Had it any real significance? Was it all to be dimmer, darker still? Was it typical of his life? He pondered. Free, he said after a time. Free. I know now how that is. I am free now, at last. Free. Free. Yes, free. To die. So he stood there ruminating and smoothing his hair and his beard. End of section 2. Section 3 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. McEwen of the Shining Slave Makers. It was a hot day in August. The parching rays of a summer sun had faded the once sappy green leaves of the trees to a dull and dusty hue. The grass, still good to look upon in shady places, spread sere and dry where the light had fallen unbroken. The roads were hot with thick dust, and wherever a stone path led, it reflected heat to weary body and soul. Robert McEwen had taken a seat under a fine old beech tree, whose broad arms cast a welcome shade. He had come here out of the toil of the busy streets. For a time he gave himself over to blank contemplation of the park and the occasional carriages that jingled by. Presently his meditation was broken by an ant on his trousers, which he flipped away with his finger. This awoke him to the thought that there might be more upon him. He stood up, shaking and brushing himself. Then he noticed an ant running along the walk in front of him. He stamped on it. "I guess that will do for you," he said, half aloud, and sat down again. Now only did he really notice the walk. It was wide and hard and hot. Many ants were hurrying about, and now he saw that they were black. At last, one more active than the others fixed his eye. He followed it with his glance for more than a score of feet. This particular ant was progressing urgently, now to the right, now to the left, stopping here and there, but never for more than a second. Its energy, the zigzag course it pursued, the frequency with which it halted to examine something, enlisted his interest. As he gazed, the path grew in imagination until it assumed immense proportions. Suddenly he bestirred himself, took a single glance, and then jumped, rubbing his eyes. He was in an unknown world, strange in every detail. The branched and many-limbed trees had disappeared. A forest of immense flat swords of green swayed in the air above him. The ground between lacked its carpet of green and was roughly strewn with immense boulders of clay. The air was strong with an odor which seemed strange and yet familiar. Only the hot sun streaming down and a sky of faultless blue betokened a familiar world. In regard to himself, McEwen felt peculiar and yet familiar. What was it that made these surroundings in himself seem odd and yet usual? He could not tell. His 3 pairs of limbs and his vigorous mandibles seemed natural enough. The fact that he sensed rather than saw things was natural and yet odd. Forthwith moved by a sense of duty, necessity, and a kind of tribal obligation which he more felt than understood, he set out in search of food and prey, and presently came to a broad plain, so wide that his eye could scarce command more than what seemed an immediate portion of it. He halted and breathed with a feeling of relief. Just then a voice startled him. "Anything to eat hereabout?" questioned the newcomer in a friendly and yet self-interested tone. McEwen drew back. "I do not know," he said. "I've just—" "Terrible," said the stranger, not waiting to hear his answer. "It looks like famine. You know, the Sanguinee have gone to war." "No," answered McEwen mechanically. "Yes," said the other. "They raided the Fuskie yesterday. They'll be down on us next." With that the stranger made off. McEwen was about to exclaim at the use of the word us, when a ravenous craving for food, brought now forcibly to his mind by the words of the other, made him start in haste after him. Then came another who bespoke him in passing. "I haven't found a thing today, and I've been all the way to the Pretensis region. I didn't dare go any further without having some others with me. They're hungry too up there, though they've just made a raid. You heard the Sanguinee went to war, didn't you?" "Yes, he told me," said McEwen, indicating the retreating figure of the stranger. "Oh, Ermai. Yes, he's been over in their territory. Well, I'll be going now." McEwen hastened after Ermai at a good pace, and soon overtook him. The latter had stopped and was gathering in his mandibles a jagged crumb, almost as large as himself. "Oh!" exclaimed McEwen eagerly. "Where'd you get that?" "Here," said Ermai. "Will you give me a little?" "I will not," said the other, and a light came into his eye that was almost evil. "All right," said McEwen, made bold by hunger and yet cautious by danger. "Which way would you advise me to look?" "Wherever you please," said Ermai. "Why ask me? You are not new at seeking," and strode off. The forest was better than this, thought McEwen. There I would not die of the heat, anyhow, and I might find food. Here's nothing. And he turned and glanced about for a sight of the jungle whence he had come. Far to the left and rear of him he saw it, those great upstanding swords. As he gazed, revolving in his troubled mind whether he should return or not, he saw another like himself hurrying toward him out of the distance. He eagerly hailed the newcomer, who was yet a long way off. "What is it?" asked the other, coming up rapidly. "Do you know where I can get something to eat?" "Is that why you called me?" he answered, eyeing him angrily. "Do you ask in time of famine? Certainly not. If I had anything for myself, I would not be out here. Go and hunt for it like the rest of us. Why should you be asking?" "I have been hunting," cried McEwen, his anger rising. "I have searched here until I am almost starved." "No worse off than any of us, are you?" said the other. "Look at me. Do you suppose I'm feasting?" He went off in high dudgeon, and McEwen gazed after him in astonishment. The indifference and sufficiency were at once surprising and yet familiar. Later he found himself falling rapidly into helpless lassitude from both hunger and heat, when a voice, as of one in pain, hailed him. "Ho!" it cried. "Hello," he answered. "Come, come," was the feeble reply. McEwen started forward at once. When he was still many times his own length away, he recognized the voice as that of his testy friend of a little while before, but now sadly changed. He was stretched upon the earth, working his mandibles feebly. "What is it?" asked McEwen solicitously. "What ails you? How did this happen?" "I don't know," said the other. "I was passing along here when that struck me," indicating a huge boulder. "I'm done for, though. You may as well have this food now, since you're one of us. The tribe can use what you do not eat," he sighed. "Oh, nothing of the sort," said McEwen solicitously, the while he viewed the crushed limbs and side of the sufferer. "You'll be all right. Why do you speak of death? Just tell me where to take you, or whom to go for." "No," said the other. "It would be no use. You see how it is. They could do nothing for me. I do not want your aid. I merely wanted you to have this food here. I shall not want it now." "Don't say that," returned McEwen. "You mustn't talk about dying. There must be something I can do. Tell me. I don't want your food." "No, there isn't anything you could do. There isn't any cure, you know that. Report, when you return, how I was killed. Just leave me now and take that with you. They need it, if you do not." McEwen viewed him silently. This reference to a colony or tribe or home seemed to clarify many things for him. He remembered now, apparently, the long road he had come, the immense galleries of the colony to which he belonged under the earth, the passages by which he made his way in and out, the powerful and revered ant-mother, various larvae to be fed and eggs to be tended. To be sure, that was it. He was a part of this immense colony or group. The heat must have affected his sensory powers. He must gather food and return there, kill spiders, beetles, grubs, and bring them back to help provision the colony. That was it. Only there were so few to be found here for some reason. The sufferer closed his eyes in evident pain and trembled convulsively. Then he fell back and died. McEwen gazed upon the now fast stiffening body with all but indifference and wondered. The spectacle seemed so familiar as to be all but commonplace. Apparently he had seen so many die that way. Had he not in times past reported the deaths of hundreds? "Is he dead?" asked a voice at his side. "Yes," said McEwen, scarcely bringing himself out of his meditation sufficiently to observe the newcomer. "Well, then, he will not need this, I guess," said the other, and he seized upon the huge lump with his mandibles. But McEwen was on the alert, and savage into the bargain, on the instant. He, too, gripped his mandibles upon it. "I was called by him to have this, before he died," he shouted, "and I propose to have it. Let go." "That I will not," said the other with great vigor and energy. "I'll have some of it at least," and giving a mighty wrench which sent both himself and McEwen sprawling, he tore off a goodly portion of it and ran, gaining his feet so quickly that he was a good length off before McEwen arose. The latter was too hungry, however, to linger in useless rage, and now fell to and ate before any other should disturb him. Then, feeling partially satisfied, he stretched himself languorously and continued more at his leisure. After a time he shook himself out of his torpor, which had seized on him with his eating, and made off for the distant jungle, in which direction, as he now felt, lay the colony home. He was in one of the darkest and thickest portions of the route thither, when there was borne to him from afar the sound of feet in marching time, and a murmuring as of distant voices. He stopped and listened. Presently the sounds grew louder and more individual. He could now tell that a great company was nearing him. The narrow path which he followed was clear for some distance, and open to observation. Not knowing what creatures he was about to meet, he stepped out of it into a thicket at one side and took up a position behind a great boulder. The tramp of many feet was now so close as to bode contact and discovery, and he saw, through the interstices of green stalks, a strange column filing along the path he had left. They were no other than a company of red warriors. slave-makers like himself, only of a different species, the fierce sanguinee that Ermai had spoken of as having gone to war. To war they certainly had been, and no doubt were going again. Nearly every warrior carried with him some mark of plunder or of death. Many bore in their mandibles dead bodies of the enemy, or their larvae captured from a Fuscan colony. Others bore upon their legs the severed heads of the poor blacks, who had been slain in the defense of their home, and whose jaws still clung to their foes, fixed in the rigor of death. Still others dragged the bodies of their victims and shouted as they went, making the long, lonely path to ring with uncanny sounds as they disappeared into the distance. McEwen came furtively out after a time and looked after them. He had gotten far to the left of the warriors and somewhat to the front of them, and was just about to leave the shadow of one clump of bushes to hurry to a neighboring stone, when there filed out from the very shelter upon which he had his eye fixed the figure of one whom he immediately recognized as Ermai. The latter seemed to await a favorable opportunity when he should not be observed, and then started running. McEwen followed. In the distance could be seen a group of the sanguinee, who had evidently paused for something, moving about in great excitement, in groups of 2 or 3, gesticulating and talking. Some of those not otherwise engaged displayed a sensibility of danger, or a lust of war, by working their jaws and sawing at heavy stones with their mandibles. Presently one gazed in the direction of Ermai and shouted to the others. Immediately 4 warriors set out in pursuit. McEwen hastened after Ermai to see what would become of him. Discreetly hidden himself, he could do this with considerable equanimity. As he approached, he saw Ermai moving backward and forward, endeavoring to close the entrance to a cave in which he had now taken refuge. Apparently, that warrior had become aware that no time was to be lost, since he could also see the pursuing sanguinee. With a swiftness born of daring and a keen realization of danger, he arranged a large boulder at the very edge of the portal as a key, and then others in such position that when the first should topple in, the others would follow. Then he crawled deftly inside the portal, and pulling the keystone, toppled the whole mass in after him. This was hardly done when the sanguinee were upon him. They were 4 cruel, murderous fighters, deeply scarred. One, called by the others Og, had a black's head at his thigh. One of his temples bore a scar, and the tip of his left antenna was broken. He was a keen old warrior, however, and scented the prey at once. "Hi, you!" he shouted to the others. "Here's the place." Just then another drew near to the portal which Ermai had barricaded. He looked at it closely, walked about several times, sounded with his antennae, and then listened. There was no answer. "Hist!" he exclaimed at the others. Now they came up. They also looked, but so well had Ermai done his work that they were puzzled. "I'm not sure," said Og. "It looks to me more like an abandoned cave than an entrance." "Tear it open anyway," advocated Ponan, the second of the quartet, speaking for the first time. "There may be no other exit." "Aha!" cried Og. "Good. We'll see anyhow." "Come on," yelled Maru, a third, seizing the largest boulder. "Mandibles, too." "Out with him," cried Ohm, jumping eagerly to work. "We'll have him out in a jiffy." It was not an easy task, as the boulders were heavy and deep, but they tore them out. Later they dragged forth Ermai, who, finding himself captured, seized the head of Maru with his mandibles. Og, on the other hand, seized one of Ermai's legs in his powerful jaws. The others also had taken hold. The antennae of all were thrown back, and the entire mass went pushing and shoving, turning and tumbling in a whirl. McEwen gazed, excited and sympathetic. At first he thought to avoid it all, having a horror of death, but a moment later decided to come to his friend's rescue, a feeling of tribal relationship which was overwhelming coming over him. Springing forward, he clambered upon the back of Og, at whose neck he began to saw with his powerful teeth. Og, realizing a new adversary, released his hold upon Ermai's limb and endeavored to shake off his new enemy. McEwen held tight, however. The others, however, too excited to observe the newcomer, still struggled to destroy Ermai. The latter had stuck steadily to his labor of killing Maru, and now, when Og's hold was loosened, he gave a powerful crush, and Maru breathed his last. This advantaged him little, however, for both Ponan and Ohm were attacking his sides. "Take that!" shouted Ohm, throwing himself violently upon Ermai and turning him over. "Saw off his head, Ponan!" Ponan released his hold and sprang for Ermai's head. There was a kicking and crushing of jaws, and Ponan secured his grip. "Kill him!" yelled Ohm. "Come, Og, come!" At this very moment, Og's severed head fell to the ground, and McEwen, leaping from his back, sprang to the aid of Ermai. "Come," he shouted at Ponan, who was sawing at Ermai's head. "It's 2-2 now," and McEwen gave such a wrench to Ponan's side that he writhed in pain and released his hold on Ermai. But recovering himself, he leaped upon McEwen and bore him down, sprawling. The fight was now more desperate than ever. The combatants rolled and tossed. McEwen's right antenna was broken by his fall, and one of his legs was injured. He could seem to get no hold upon his adversary, whom he now felt to be working toward his neck. "Let go!" he yelled, gnashing at him with his mandibles, but Ponan only tightened his murderous jaws. Better fortune was now with Ermai, however, who was a more experienced fighter. Getting a grip upon Ohm's body, he hurled him to the ground and left him stunned and senseless. Seeing McEwen's predicament, he now sprang to his aid. The latter was being sadly worsted, and but for the generous aid of Ermai, would have been killed. The latter struck Ponan a terrific blow with his head, and having stunned him, dragged him off. The two, though much injured, now seized upon the unfortunate Sanguinee and tore him in two, and would have done as much for Ohm, had they not discovered that that bedraggled warrior had recovered sufficiently to crawl away and hide. McEwen and Ermai now drew near to each other in warm admiration. "Come with me," said Ermai. "They are all about here now, and that coward who escaped will have them upon us. There is a corridor into our home from here, only I was not able to reach it before they caught me. Help me barricade this entrance." Together they built up the stones more effectually than before, and then entered, toppling the mass in behind them. With considerable labor they built up another barricade below. "You watch a moment now," said Ermai to McEwen, and then hurried down a long passage through which he soon returned, bringing with him a sentinel who took up guard duty at the point where the fight had occurred. "He will stay here and give the alarm in case another attack is made," he commented. "Come now," he added, touching McEwen affectionately with his antennae. Leading the way, Ermai took him along a long, winding corridor with which somehow he seemed to be familiar, and through various secret passages into the colony house. "You see," he said to McEwen familiarly as they went, "they could not have gotten in here even if they had killed me without knowing the way. Our passageways are too intricate. But it is well to keep a picket there, now that they are about. Where have you been? You do not belong to our colony, do you?" McEwen related his experiences since their meeting in the desert, without explaining where he came from. He knew that he was a member of some other colony of this same tribe, without being sure of which one. A strange feeling of wandering confusion possessed him, as though he had been injured in some way, somewhere, and was lost for the moment. "Well, you might as well stay with us now," said Ermai. "Are you hungry?" "Very," said McEwen. "Then we will eat at once." McEwen now gazed upon a domed chamber of vast proportions, with which also he seemed familiar, an old inhabitant of one such, no less. It had several doors that opened out into galleries, and corridors leading to other chambers and storerooms. A home for thousands. Many members of this allied family now hurried to meet them, all genially enough. "You have had an encounter with them?" asked several at once. "Nothing to speak of," said Ermai, who, fighter that he was, had also a touch of vanity. "Look after my friend here, who has saved my life." "Not I," cried McEwen warmly. They could not, however, before they were seized by their admirers and carried into a chamber where none of the din of preparation penetrated, and where there was a carpet of soft grass threads upon which they might lie. Injured though they were, neither could endure lying still for long, and were soon poking about, although unable to do anything. McEwen was privileged to idle and listlessly watch an attack on one portal of the cave, which lasted an entire day, resulting in failure for the invaders. It was a rather broken affair, the principal excitement occurring about the barricaded portals and secret exits at the end of the long corridors, where McEwen often found himself in the way. The story of his prowess had been well told by Ermai, and he was a friend and hero whom many served. A sort of ambulance service was established, which not only looked to the bringing in of the injured, but also to the removal of the dead. A graveyard was prepared just outside one of the secret entrances, far from the scene of the siege, and here the dead were laid in orderly rows. The siege having ended temporarily the same day it began, the household resumed its old order. Those who had remained within went forth for forage. The care of the communal young, which had been somewhat interrupted, was now resumed. Larvae and chrysalises, which had been left almost unattended in the vast nurseries, were moved to and fro between the rooms where the broken sunlight warmed, and the shadow gave them rest. "There's war ahead," said Ermai to McEwen one day not long after this. "These sanguinii will never let us alone until we give them battle. We shall have to stir up the whole race of shining slave-makers and fight all the sanguinii before we have peace again." "Good," said McEwen. "I am ready." "So am I," answered Ermai, "but it is no light matter. They are our ancient enemy, and as powerful as we. If we meet again, you will see war that is war." Not long after this, McEwen and Ermai, foraging together, encountered a sanguinee who fought with them and was slain. Numerous Lucidii, of which tribe he found himself to be a member, left the community of a morning to labor and were never heard of again. Encounters between parties of both camps were frequent, and orderly living ceased. At last the entire community was in a ferment, and a council was called. It was held in the main saloon of the formicary, a vast chamber whose hollowed dome rose like the open sky above them. The queen of the community was present, and all the chief warriors, including Ermai and McEwen. Loud talking and fierce comment were indulged to no point until Umai, long a light in the councils of the Lucidii, spoke. He was short and sharp of speech. "We must go to war," he said. "Our old enemies will give us no peace. Send couriers to all the colonies of the shining slave-makers. We will meet the red slave-makers as we did before." "Ah," said an old Lucidii, who stood at McEwen's side, "that was a great battle. You don't remember, you were too young. There were thousands and thousands in that. I could not walk for the dead." "Are we to have another such?" asked McEwen. "If the rest of us come. We are a great people. The shining slave-makers are numberless." Just then another spoke, and Ermai listened. "Let us send for them to come here. When the sanguinii again lay siege, let us pour out and destroy them. Let none escape." "Let us first send couriers and hear what our people say," broke in Ermai loudly. "The sanguinii are a vast people also. We must have numbers. It must be a decisive battle." "Aye, aye," answered many. "Send the couriers." Forthwith, messengers were dispatched to all parts, calling the hordes of the shining slave-makers to war. In due course they returned, bringing information that they were coming. Their colonies had also been attacked. Later, the warriors of the allied tribes began to put in an appearance. It was a gathering of legions. The paths in the forests about resounded with their halloos. With the arrival of the first cohorts of these friendly colonies, there was a minor encounter with an irritant host of the sanguinary foraging hereabout, who were driven back and destroyed. Later there were many minor encounters and deaths before the hosts were fully assembled, but the end was not yet. All knew that. The sanguinary had fled, but not in cowardice. They would return. The one problem with this vast host, now that it was assembled, was food. Eventually they expected to discover this in the sacked homes of the sanguinary, but temporarily other provisions must be made. The entire region had to be scoured. Colonies of Fuski and Shafusai, living in nearby territory, were attacked and destroyed. Their storehouses were ransacked and the contents distributed. Every form of life was attacked, and still there was not enough. Both McEwen and Ermai, now inseparable, joined in one of these raids. It was upon a colony of Fuski, who had their home in a neighboring forest. The company went singing on their way until within a short distance of the colony, when they became silent. "Let us not lose track of one another," said McEwen. "No," said Ermai, "but they are nothing. We will take all they possess without a struggle. See them running." As he said this, he motioned in the direction of several Fuski that were fleeing toward their portals in terror. The Lucidai set up a shout and darted after, plunging into the open gates, striking and slaying as they went. In a few minutes, those first in came out again carrying their booty. Others were singly engaged in fiercest battle with large groups of the weaker Fuski. Only a few of the latter were inclined to fight. They seemed, for the most part, dazed by their misfortunes. Numbers hung from the topmost blades of the towering sword trees, and the broad, floor-like leaves of the massive weeds about their caves where they had taken refuge, holding in their jaws baby larvae and cocoons rescued from the invaders, with which they had hurriedly fled to these nearest elevated objects. Singly, McEwen pursued a dozen and reveled in the sport of killing them. He tumbled them with rushes of his body, crushed them with his mandibles, and poisoned them with his formic sting. "Do you need help?" called Ermai once, who was always near and shouting. "Yes," called McEwen scornfully. "Bring me more of them." Soon the deadly work was over, and the two comrades, gathering a mass of food, joined the returning band, singing as they went. "Tomorrow," said Ermai as they went along, "we will meet the sanguinary. It is agreed. The leaders are conferring now." McEwen did not learn where these latter were, but somehow he was pleased. An insane lust of combat was now upon him. "They will not be 4-2 this time," he laughed exultingly. "No, and we will not be barricading against them either," laughed Ermai, the lust of war simmering in his veins. As they came near their camp, however, they found a large number of the assembled companies already in motion. Thousands upon thousands of those who had arrived were already assembled in one group or another and were prepared for action. There were cries and sounds of fighting, and long lines of Lucidai hurrying hither and thither. "What's the matter?" asked Ermai excitedly. "The sanguinary," was the answer. "They are returning." Instantly McEwen became sober. Ermai turned to him affectionately. "Now," he said solemnly, "courage. We're in for it." A tremendous hubbub followed. Already vast legions of the Lucidai were bearing away to the east. McEwen and Ermai, not being able to find their own, fell in with a strange company. "Order!" shouted a voice in their ears. "Fall in line. We are called." The twain mechanically obeyed and dropped behind a regular line. Soon they were winding along with other long lines of warriors through the tall sword trees, and in a little while reached a huge, smooth, open plain, where already the actual fighting had begun. Thousands were here, apparently hundreds of thousands. There was little order, and scarcely any was needed, apparently, since all contacts were individual or between small groups. It all depended now on numbers, and the results of the contests between individuals, or at the most, these small groups. Ermai, McEwen, and several other Lucidai were about to seize upon one sanguinary who was approaching them, when an amazing rush of the ladder broke down, and McEwen found himself separated from Ermai with a red demon snapping at his throat. Dazed by the shock and clamor, he almost fell prey to this first charge. A moment later, however, his courage and daring returned. With a furious bound, he recovered himself and forced himself upon his adversary, snapping his neck in his jaws. "Take that," he said to the tumbling carcass. He had no sooner ended one foe, however, than another clutched him. They were on every hand, hard, merciless fighters like himself and Ermai, who rushed and tore and sawed with amazing force. McEwen faced his newest adversary swiftly. While the latter was seeking for McEwen's head and antennae with his mandibles, the former, with a quick snap, seized his foe by the neck. Turning up his abdomen, he injected formic acid into the throat of the other. That finished him. Meanwhile, the battle continued on every hand with the same mad vehemence. Already the dead clogged the ground. Here, single combatants struggled. There, whole lines moved and swayed in deadly combat. Ever and anon, new lines were formed, and strange hosts of friends or enemies came up, falling upon the combatants of both sides with murderous enthusiasm. McEwen, in a strange daze and lust of death, seemed to think nothing of it. He was alone now, lost in a tossing sea of war, and terror seemed to have forsaken him. It was wonderful, he thought, mysterious. As enemy after enemy assailed him, he fought them as he best knew, an old method to him, apparently. And as they died, he wished them to die, broken, poisoned, sawed in two. He began to count and exult in the numbers he had slain. It was at last as though he were dreaming, and all around was a vain, dark, surging mass of enemies. Finally, 4 of the sanguinary seized upon him in a group, and he went down before them, almost helpless. Swiftly they tore at his head and body, endeavoring to dispose of him quickly. One seized a leg, another an antenna. A third jumped and sawed at his neck. Still he did not care. It was all war, and he would struggle to the last of his strength, eagerly, enthusiastically. At last he seemed to lose consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Ermai was beside him. "Well?" said Ermai. "Well," answered McEwen. "You were about done for, then." "Was I?" he answered. "How are things going?" "I cannot tell yet," said Ermai. "All I know is that you were faring badly when I came up. 2 of them were dead, but the other 2 were killing you." "You should have left them to me," said McEwen, noticing now for the first time Ermai's wounds. "It does not matter so much. 1 lucidi more or less, what of it?" "But you have been injured." "Oh, nothing." "You are the one to complain. I fear you are badly injured." "Oh, aye," returned McEwen heavily, feeling at last the weight of death upon him. "I am done for. I cannot live. I felt myself dying some time ago." He closed his eyes and trembled. In another moment, McEwen opened his eyes. Strangely enough, he was looking out upon jingling carriages and loitering passers-by in the great city park. It was all so strange by comparison with that which he had so recently seen, the tall buildings in the distance instead of the sword trees, the flowers. He jumped to his feet in astonishment, then sank back again in equal amaze, a passer-by eyeing him curiously the while. "I have been asleep," he said in a troubled way. "I have been dreaming. And what a dream!" He shut his eyes again, wishing, for some strange reason, charm, sympathy, strangeness, to regain the lost scene. An odd longing filled his heart, a sense of comradeship lost, of some friend he knew missing. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to realize something more of what had been happening, but it was fading. At his feet lay the plain, and the ants with whom he had recently been, or so he thought. Yes, there, only a few feet away in the parched grass, was an arid spot, overrun with insects. He gazed upon it in amazement, searching for the details of a lost world. Now, as he saw coming closer, a giant battle was in progress, such a one, for instance, as that in which he had been engaged in his dream. The ground was strewn with dead ants. Thousands upon thousands were sawing and striking at each other quite in the manner in which he had dreamed. What was this? A revelation of the spirit and significance of a lesser life, or of his own, or what? And what was life if the strange passions, moods, and necessities which conditioned him here could condition those there on so minute a plane? Why, I was there, he said dazedly and a little dreamfully, a little while ago. I died there, or as well as died there, in my dream. At least I woke out of it into this, or sank from that into this. Stooping closer, he could see where the lines were drawn, how in places the forces raged in confusion, and the field was cluttered with the dead. At one moment, an odd, mad enthusiasm, such as he had experienced in his dream world, lay hold of him, and he looked for the advantage of the shining slave-makers, the blacks, as he thought of the two warring hosts as against the reds. But finding it not, the mood passed, and he stood gazing, lost in wonder. What a strange world, he thought. What worlds within worlds, all apparently full of necessity, contention, binding emotions and unities, and all with sorrow, their sorrow. A vague, sad something out of far-off things which had been there, and was here in this strong, bright city day, had been there, and would be here until this odd, strange thing called life had ended. End of section 3. Section 4 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. Nigger Jeff I. The city editor was waiting for one of his best reporters, Elmer Davies by name, a vain and rather self-sufficient youth who was inclined to be of that turn of mind which sees in life only a fixed and ordered process of rewards and punishments. If one did not do exactly right, one did not get along well. On the contrary, if one did, one did. Only the so-called evil were really punished, only the good truly rewarded. Or Mr. Davies had heard this so long in his youth that he had come nearly to believe it. Presently he appeared. He was dressed in a new spring suit, a new hat, and new shoes. In the lapel of his coat was a small bunch of violets. It was 1 o'clock of a sunny spring afternoon, and he was feeling exceedingly well and good-natured, quite fit, indeed. The world was going unusually well with him. It seemed worth singing about. "Read that, Davies," said the city editor, handing him the clipping. "I'll tell you afterwards what I want you to do." The reporter stood by the editorial chair and read, "Pleasant Valley, K.O., April 16. A most dastardly crime has just been reported here. Jeff Ingalls, a Negro, this morning assaulted Ada Whitaker, the 19-year-old daughter of Morgan Whitaker, a well-to-do sheriff, whose home is 4 miles south of this place. A posse, headed by Sheriff Matthews, has started in pursuit. If he is caught, it is thought he will be lynched." The reporter raised his eyes as he finished. What a terrible crime! What evil people there were in the world! No doubt such a creature ought to be lynched, and that quickly. "You'd better go out there, Davies," said the city editor. "It looks as if something might come of that. A lynching up here would be a big thing. There's never been one in this state." Davies smiled. He was always pleased to be sent out of town. It was a mark of appreciation. The city editor rarely sent any of the other men on these big stories. What a nice ride he would have. As he went along, however, a few minutes later, he began to meditate on this. Perhaps, as the city editor had suggested, he might be compelled to witness an actual lynching. That was by no means so pleasant in itself. In his fixed code of rewards and punishments, he had no particular place for lynchings, even for crimes of the nature described, especially if he had to witness the lynching. It was too horrible a kind of reward or punishment. Once, in line of duty, he had been compelled to witness a hanging, and that had made him sick, deathly so, even though he carried out as a part of the due process of law of his day and place. Now, as he looked at this fine day in his excellent clothes, he was not so sure that this was a worthwhile assignment. Why should he always be selected for such things? Just because he could write? There were others, lots of men on the staff. He began to hope as he went along that nothing really serious would come of it, that they would catch the man before he got there and put him in jail, or, if the worst had to be, painful thought, that it would all be over by the time he got there. Let's see. The telegram had been filed at 9 a.m. It was now 1:30 and would be 3 by the time he got out there, all of that. That would give them time enough. And then, if all were well, or ill, as it were, he could just gather the details of the crime and the aftermath and return. The mere thought of an approaching lynching troubled him greatly, and the farther he went, the less he liked it. He found the village of Pleasant Valley a very small affair indeed, just a few dozen houses nestling between green slopes of low hills, with one small business corner and a rambling array of lanes. One or two merchants of K, the city from which he had just arrived, lived out here, but otherwise it was very rural. He took notes of the whiteness of the little houses, the shimmering beauty of the small stream one had to cross in going from the depot. At the main corner a few men were gathered about a typical village bar room. Davies headed for this as being the most likely source of information. In mingling with this company at first, he said nothing about his being a newspaperman, being very doubtful as to its effect upon them, their freedom of speech and manner. The whole company was apparently tense with interest in the crime, which still remained unpunished, seemingly craving excitement and desirous of seeing something done about it. No such opportunity to work up wrath and vent their stored-up animal propensities had probably occurred here in years. He took this occasion to inquire into the exact details of the attack, where it occurred, where the Whitakers lived. Then, seeing that mere talk prevailed here, he went away thinking that he had best find out for himself how the victim was. As yet she had not been described, and it was necessary to know a little something about her. Accordingly, he sought an old man who kept a stable in the village, and procured a horse. No carriage was to be had. Davies was not an excellent rider, but he made a shift of it. The Whitaker home was not so very far away, about 4 miles out, and before long he was knocking at its front door, set back 100 feet from the rough country road. "I'm from the Times," he said to the tall, raw-boned woman who opened the door, with an attempt at being impressive. His position as reporter in this matter was a little dubious. He might be welcome, and he might not. Then he asked if this were Mrs. Whitaker, and how Miss Whitaker was by now. "She's doing very well," answered the woman, who seemed decidedly stern, if repressed and nervous, a Spartan type. "Won't you come in? She's rather feverish, but the doctor says she'll probably be all right later on." She said no more. Davies acknowledged the invitation by entering. He was very anxious to see the girl, but she was sleeping under the influence of an opiate, and he did not care to press the matter at once. "When did this happen?" he asked. "About 8 o'clock this morning," said the woman. "She started to go over to our next-door neighbor here, Mr. Edmonds, and this Negro met her. We didn't know anything about it until she came crying through the gate and dropped down in here." "Were you the first one to meet her?" asked Davies. Yes, I was the only one, said Mrs. Whitaker. The men had all gone to the fields. Davies listened to more of the details, the type and history of the man, and then rose to go. Before doing so, he was allowed to have a look at the girl, who was still sleeping. She was young and rather pretty. In the yard, he met a countryman who was just coming to get home news. The latter imparted more information. They're looking all around south of here, he said, speaking of a crowd which was supposed to be searching. I expect they'll make short work of him if they get him. He can't get away very well, for he's on foot, wherever he is. The sheriff's after him, too, with a deputy or two, I believe. He'll be trying to save him and take him over to Clayton, but I don't believe he'll be able to do it. Not if the crowd catches him first. So, Davies thought, he would probably have to witness a lynching after all. The prospect was most unhappy. Does anyone know where this Negro lived? He asked heavily, a growing sense of his duty weighing upon him. Oh, right down here a little way, replied the farmer. Jeff Engels was his name. We all know him around here. He worked for one and another of the farmers hereabouts, and don't appear to have had a bad record either, except for drinking a little now and then. Miss Ada recognized him all right. You follow this road to the next crossing and turn to the right. It's a little log house that's set back off the road. Something like the one you see down the lane here, only it's got lots of chips scattered about. Davies decided to go there first, but changed his mind. It was growing late, and he thought he had better return to the village. Perhaps by now developments in connection with the sheriff or the posse were to be learned. Accordingly, he rode back and put the horse in the hands of its owner, hoping that all had been concluded and that he might learn of it here. At the principal corner, much the same company was still present, arguing, fomenting, gesticulating. They seemed parts of different companies that earlier in the day had been out searching. He wondered what they had been doing since, and then decided to ingratiate himself by telling them that he had just come from the Whitakers and what he had learned there of the present condition of the girl and the movements of the sheriff. Just then a young farmer came galloping up. He was coatless, hatless, breathless. "They've got him!" he shouted excitedly. "They've got him!" A chorus of whos, wheres, and whens greeted this information as the crowd gathered about the rider. "Why, Matthews caught him up here at his own house!" exclaimed the latter, pulling a handkerchief and wiping his face. "He must have gone back there for something. Matthews taking him over to Clayton, so they think, but they don't project he'll ever get there. They're after him now, but Matthews says he'll shoot the first man that tries to take him away." "Which way did he go?" exclaimed the men in the chorus, stirring as if to make an attack. "Cross Sellers Lane," said the rider. "The boys think he's going by way of Baldwin." "Whoopee!" yelled one of the listeners. "We'll get him away from him all right. Are you going, Sam?" "You bet," said the latter. "Wait till I get my horse." Lord, thought Davies, to think of being perforce one of a lynching party, a hired spectator. He delayed no longer, however, but hastened to secure his horse again. He saw that the crowd would be off in a minute to catch up with the sheriff. There would be information in that quarter. Drama, very likely. "What's doing?" inquired the liveryman, as he noted Davies' excited appearance. "Well, they're after him," replied the latter nervously. "The sheriff's caught him. They're going now to try to take him away from him, or that's what they say. The sheriff is taking him over to Clayton by way of Baldwin. I want to get over there if I can. Give me the horse again, and I'll give you a couple dollars more." The liveryman led the horse out, but not without many provisionary cautions as to the care which was to be taken of him, the damage which would ensue if it were not. He was not to be ridden beyond midnight. If one were wanted for longer than that, Davies must get him elsewhere or come and get another, to all of which Davies promptly agreed. He then mounted and rode away. When he reached the corner again, several of the men who had gone for their horses were already there, ready to start. The young man who had brought the news had long since dashed off to other parts. Davies waited to see which road this new company would take. Then, through as pleasant a country as one would wish to see, up hill and down dale, with charming vistas breaking upon the gaze at every turn, he did the riding of his life. So disturbed was the reporter by the grim turn things had taken, that he scarcely noted the beauty that was stretched before him, save to note that it was so. Death. Death. The proximity of involuntary and enforced death was what weighed upon him now. In about an hour, the company had come in sight of the sheriff, who, with 2 other men, was driving a wagon he had borrowed along a lone country road. The latter was sitting at the back, a revolver in each hand, his face toward the group, which, at sight of him, trailed after at a respectful distance. Excited as everyone was, there was no disposition, for the time being at least, to halt the progress of the law. "He's in that wagon," Davies heard one man say. "Don't you see they've got him in there tied and laid down?" Davies looked. "That's right," said another. "I see him now." "What we ought to do," said a third, who was riding near the front, "is to take him away and hang him. That's just what he deserves. And that's what he'll get before we're through today." "Yes," called the sheriff, who seemed to have heard this. "You're not going to do any hanging this day, so you might as well just go on back." He did not appear to be much troubled by the appearance of the crowd. "Where's old man Whitaker?" asked one of the men, who seemed to feel that they needed a leader. "He'd get him quick enough." "He's with the other crowd down below Olney," was the reply. "Somebody ought to go and get him." "Clark's gone," assured another, who hoped for the worst. Davies rode among the company a prey to mingled and singular feelings. He was very much excited and yet depressed by the character of the crowd, which, insofar as he could see, was largely impelled to its jaunt by curiosity, and yet also able, under sufficient motivation on the part of someone, anyone really, to kill too. There was not so much daring as a desire to gain daring from others, an unconscious wish or impulse to organize the total strength or will of those present into one strength or one will, sufficient to overcome the sheriff and inflict death upon his charge. It was strange, almost intellectually incomprehensible, and yet so it was. The men were plainly afraid of the determined sheriff. They thought something ought to be done, but they did not feel like getting into trouble. Matthews, a large, solemn, sage brown man, in worn clothes and a faded brown hat, contemplated the recent addition to his trailers with apparent indifference. Seemingly, he was determined to protect his men and avoid mob justice, come what may. A mob should not have him if he had to shoot, and if he shot, it would be to kill. Finally, since the company thus added to did not dash upon him, he seemingly decided to scare them off. Apparently he thought he could do this, since they trailed like calves. "Stop a minute," he called to his driver. The latter pulled up, and so did the crowd behind. Then the sheriff stood over the prostrate body of the Negro, who lay in the jolting wagon beneath him, and called back, "Go away from here, you people. Go on now. I won't have you following after me." "Give us the nigger," yelled one in a half-bantering, half-derisive tone of voice. "I'll give ye just 2 minutes to get back out on this road," returned the sheriff grimly, pulling out his watch and looking at it. They were about 100 feet apart. "If you don't, I'll clear you out." "Give us the nigger." "I know you, Scott," answered Matthews, recognizing the voice. "I'll arrest every last one of ye tomorrow. Mark my word." The company listened in silence, the horses champing and twisting. "We've got a right to follow her," answered one of the men. "I give ye fair warning," said the sheriff, jumping from his wagon and leveling his pistols as he approached. "When I count 5, I'll begin to shoot." He was a serious and stalwart figure as he approached, and the crowd fell back a little. "Get out of this now," he yelled. 1, 2. The company turned completely and retreated, Davies among them. "We'll follow him when he gets further on," said one of the men in explanation. "He's got to do it," said another. "Let him get a little ways ahead." The sheriff returned to his wagon and drove on. He seemed, however, to realize that he would not be obeyed, and that safety lay in haste alone. His wagon was traveling fast. If only he could lose them or get a good start, he might possibly get to Clayton and the strong county jail by morning. His followers, however, trailed him swiftly as might be, determined not to be left behind. "He's going to Baldwin," said one of the company, of which Davies was a member. "Where's that?" asked Davies. "Over west over here, about 4 miles. "Why is he going there?" "That's where he lives. I guess he thinks he can get him over there. He can protect him till he can get more help from Clayton. I calculate he'll try and take him over yet tonight, or early in the morning, sure." Davies smiled at the man's English. This countryside lingo always fascinated him. Yet the men lagged, hesitating as to what to do. They did not want to lose sight of Matthews, and yet cowardice controlled them. They did not want to get into direct altercation with the law. It wasn't their place to hang the man, although plainly they felt that he ought to be hanged, and that it would be a stirring and exciting thing if he were. Consequently, they desired to watch and be on hand, to get old Whitaker and his son Jake, if they could, who were out looking elsewhere. They wanted to see what the father and brother would do. The quandary was solved by one of the men, who suggested that they could get to Baldwin by going back to Pleasant Valley and taking the Sand River Pike, and that in the meantime they might come upon Whitaker and his son en route or leave word at his house. It was a shorter cut than this sheriff was taking, although he would get there first now. Possibly they could beat him at least to Clayton if he attempted to go on. The Clayton road was back via Pleasant Valley, or near it, and easily intercepted. Therefore, while one or two remained to trail the sheriff and give the alarm in case he did attempt to go on to Clayton, the rest, followed by Davies, set off at a gallop to Pleasant Valley. It was nearly dusk now when they arrived and stopped at the corner store. Supper time. The fires of evening meals were marked by upcurling smoke from chimneys. Here, somehow, the zest to follow seemed to depart. Evidently, the sheriff had worsted them for the night. Morg Whitaker, the father, had not been found, neither had Jake. Perhaps they had better eat. 2 or 3 had already secretly fallen away. They were telling the news of what had occurred so far to one of the 2 storekeepers who kept the place, when suddenly Jake Whitaker, the girl's brother, and several companions came riding up. They had been scouring the territory to the north of town, and were hot and tired. Plainly they were unaware of the developments of which the crowd had been a part. "The sheriff's got him!" exclaimed one of the company, with that blatance which always accompanies the telling of great news in small rural companies. "He'd taken him over to Baldwin in a wagon a couple of hours ago." "Well, which way did he go?" asked the son, whose hardy figure, worn, hand-me-down clothes, and rakish hat showed up picturesquely as he turned here and there on his horse. "Cross Sellers Lane. You won't get him that way, though, Jake. He's already over there by now. Better take the shortcut." A babble of voices now made the scene more interesting. One told how the Negro had been caught, another that the sheriff was defiant, a third that men were still tracking him or over there watching, until all the chief points of the drama had been spoken, if not heard. Instantly suppers were forgotten. The whole customary order of the evening was overturned once more. The company started off on another excited jaunt, up hill and dale, through the lovely country that lay between Baldwin and Pleasant Valley. By now Davies was very weary of this procedure and of his saddle. He wondered when, if ever, the story was to culminate, let alone he write it. Tragic as it might prove, he could not nevertheless spend an indefinite period trailing a possibility. And yet, so great was the potentiality of the present situation, he dared not leave. By contrast with the horror impending, as he now noted, the night was so beautiful that it was all but poignant. Stars were already beginning to shine. Distant lamps twinkled like yellow eyes from the cottages in the valleys and on the hillsides. The air was fresh and tender. Some peafowls were crying afar off, and the east promised a golden moon. Silently the assembled company trotted on, no more than a score in all. In the dusk, and with Jake ahead, it seemed too grim a pilgrimage for joking. Young Jake, riding silently toward the front, looked as if tragedy were all he craved. His friends seemed considerately to withdraw from him, seeing that he was the aggrieved. After an hour's riding, Baldwin came into view, lying in a sheltering cup of low hills. Already its lights were twinkling softly, and there was still an air of honest firesides and cheery suppers about it, which appealed to Davies in his hungry state. Still, he had no thought now of anything save this pursuit. Once in the village, the company was greeted by calls of recognition. Everybody seemed to know what they had come for. The sheriff and his charge were still there, so a dozen citizens volunteered. The local storekeepers and loungers followed the cavalcade up the street to the sheriff's house, for the riders had now fallen into a solemn walk. "You won't get him, though, boys," said one whom Davies later learned was Seavey, the village postmaster and telegraph operator, a rather youthful person of between 25 and 30, as they passed his door. "He's got 2 deputies in there with him, or did have, and they say he's going to take him over to Clayton." At the first street corner they were joined by the several men who had followed the sheriff. "He tried to give us the slip," they volunteered excitedly. "But he's got the nigger in the house there, down the cellar. The deputies ain't with him. They've gone somewhere for help. Clayton, maybe." "How do you know?" "We saw him go out that back way. We think we did, anyhow." 100 feet from the sheriff's little white cottage, which backed up against a sloping field, the men parleyed. Then Jake announced that he proposed to go boldly up to the sheriff's door and demand the Negro. "If you don't turn him out, I'll break in the door and take him," he said. "That's right. We'll stand by you, Whittaker," commented several. By now, the throng of unmounted natives had gathered. The whole village was up and about, its one street alive and running with people. Heads appeared at doors and windows. Riders pranced up and down, hallooing. A few revolver shots were heard. Presently, the mob gathered even closer to the sheriff's gate, and Jake stepped forward as leader. Instead, however, of going boldly up to the door, as at first it appeared he would, he stopped at the gate, calling to the sheriff. "Hello, Matthews." "A," bellowed the crowd. The call was repeated. Still no answer. Apparently to the sheriff, delay appeared to be his one best weapon. Their coming, however, was not as unexpected as some might have thought. The figure of the sheriff was plainly to be seen close to one of the front windows. He appeared to be holding a double-barreled shotgun. The Negro, as it developed later, was cowering and chattering in the darkest corner of the cellar, hearkening no doubt to the voices and the firing of revolvers outside. Suddenly, and just as Jake was about to go forward, the front house of the door flew open, and in the glow of a single lamp inside appeared first the double-barreled end of the gun, followed immediately by the form of Matthews, who held the weapon poised ready for a quick throw to the shoulder. All except Jake fell back. "Mr. Matthews," he called deliberately, "we want that nigger." "Well, you can't get him," replied the sheriff. "He's not here." "Then what do you got that gun for?" yelled a voice. Matthews made no answer. "Better give him up, Matthews," called another, who was safe in the crowd. "We'll come in and get him." "No, you won't," said the sheriff defiantly. "I said the man wasn't here. I say it again. You couldn't have him if he was, and you can't come in my house. Now, if you people don't want trouble, you better go on away." "He's down in the cellar," yelled another. "Why don't you let us see him?" asked another. Matthews waved his gun slightly. "You'd better go away from here now," cautioned the sheriff. "I'm telling ye, I'll have warrants out for the lot of ye if you don't mind." The crowd continued to simmer and stew, while Jake stood as before. He was very pale and tense, but lacked initiative. "He won't shoot," called someone at the back of the crowd. "Why don't you go in, Jake, and get him?" "Sure, rush in, that's it," observed a second. "He won't, eh?" replied the sheriff softly. Then he added in a lower tone, "The first man that comes inside that gate takes the consequences." No one ventured inside the gate. Many even fell back. It seemed as if the planned assault had come to nothing. "Why not go round the back way?" called someone else. "Try it," replied the sheriff. "See what you find on that side. I told you couldn't come inside. You better go away from here now before you get into trouble," he repeated. "You can't come in, and it'll only mean bloodshed." There was more chattering and jesting while the sheriff stood on guard. He, however, said no more, nor did he allow the banter, turmoil, and lust for tragedy to disturb him. Only he kept his eye on Jake, on whose movements the crowd seemed to hang. Time passed, and still nothing was done. The truth was that young Jake, put to the test, was not sufficiently courageous himself for all his daring, and felt the weakness of the crowd behind him. To all intents and purposes, he was alone, for he did not inspire confidence. He finally fell back a little, observing, "I'll get him before morning, all right." And now the crowd itself began to disperse, returning to its stores and homes, or standing about the post office and the one village drugstore. Finally, Davy smiled and came away. He was sure he had the story of a defeated mob. The sheriff was to be his great hero. He proposed to interview him later. For the present, he meant to seek out Phoebe, the telegraph operator, and arrange to file a message, then see if something to eat was not to be had somewhere. After a time, he found the operator and told him what he wanted, to write and file a story as he wrote it. The latter indicated a table in the little post office and telegraph station which he could use. He became very interested in the reporter when he learned he was from the Times, and when Davies asked where he could get something to eat, said he would run across the street and tell the proprietor of the only boarding house to fix him something which he could consume as he wrote. He appeared to be interested in how a newspaperman would go about telling a story of this kind over a wire. "You start your story," he said, "and I'll come back and see if I can get the Times on the wire." Davies sat down and began his account. He was intent on describing things to date, the uncertainty and turmoil, the apparent victory of the sheriff. Plainly the courage of the latter had won, and it was also picturesque. "A foiled lynching," he began, as he wrote. The obliging postmaster, who had by now returned, picked up the pages and carefully deciphered them for himself. "That's all right. I'll see if I can get the Times now," he commented. Very obliging postmaster, thought Davies as he wrote. But he had so often encountered pleasant and obliging people on his rounds that he soon dropped that thought. The food was brought, and still Davies wrote on, munching as he did so. In a little while the Times answered an oft-repeated call. "Davies at Baldwin," ticked the postmaster. "Get ready for quite a story." "Let her go," answered the operator at the Times, who had been expecting this dispatch. As the events of the day formulated themselves in his mind, Davies wrote and turned over page after page. Between whiles he looked out through the small window before him, where afar off he could see a lonely light twinkling against a hillside. Not infrequently he stopped his work to see if anything new was happening, whether the situation was in any danger of changing, but apparently it was not. He then proposed to remain until all possibility of a tragedy, this night anyhow, was eliminated. The operator also wandered about, waiting for an accumulation of pages upon which he could work, but making sure to keep up with the writer. The two became quite friendly. Finally, his dispatch nearly finished, he asked the postmaster to caution the night editor at K to the effect that, if anything more happened before 1 in the morning, he would file it, but not to expect anything more, as nothing might happen. The reply came that he was to remain and await developments. Then he and the postmaster sat down to talk. About 11 o'clock, when both had about convinced themselves that all was over for this night anyhow, and the lights in the village had all but vanished, a stillness of the purest, summariest, countryest quality having settled down, a faint beating of hoofs, which seemed to suggest the approach of a large cavalcade, could be heard out on the Sand River Pike, as Davies by now had come to learn it was, back or northwest of the post office. At the sound, the postmaster got up, as did Davies, both stepping outside and listening. On it came, and as the volume increased, the former said, "Might be help for the sheriff, but I doubt it. I telegraphed Clayton 6 times today. They wouldn't come that way, though. It's the wrong road." Now, Davies thought nervously. After all, there might be something to add to his story, and he had so wished that it was all over. Lynchings, as he now felt, were horrible things. He wished people wouldn't do such things, take the law, which now more than ever he respected, into their own hands. It was too brutal, cruel. That Negro cowering there in the dark probably, and the sheriff all taut and tense, worrying over his charge and his duty, were not happy things to contemplate in the face of such a thing as this. It was true that the crime which had been committed was dreadful, but still, why couldn't people allow the law to take its course? It was so much better. The law was powerful enough to deal with cases of this kind. "They're coming back, all right," said the postmaster solemnly, as he and Davy stared in the direction of the sound, which grew louder from moment to moment. End of section 4. Section 5 of Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by James Hutchisson. Nigger Jeff I. "It's not any help from Clayton, I'm afraid." "By George, I think you're right," answered the reporter. "Something telling him that more trouble was at hand. Here they come." As he spoke, there was a clattering of hoofs and crunching of saddle girths as a large company of men dashed up the road and turned into the narrow street of the village, the figure of Jake Whitaker and an older, bearded man in a wide black hat riding side by side in front. "There's Jake," said the postmaster, "and that's his father riding beside him there. The old man's a terror when he gets his dander up. Something's sure to happen now." Davies realized that in his absence riding, a new turn had been given to things. Evidently, the son had returned to Pleasant Valley and organized a new posse, or gone out to meet his father. Instantly, the place was astir again. Lights appeared in doorways and windows, and both were thrown open. People were leaning or gazing out to see what new movement was afoot. Davies noted at once that there was none of the brash enthusiasm about this company, such as had characterized the previous descent. There was grimness everywhere, and he now began to feel that this was the beginning of the end. After the cavalcade had passed down the street toward the sheriff's house, which was quite dark now, he ran after it, arriving a few moments after the former, which was already in part dismounted. The townspeople followed. The sheriff, as it now developed, had not relaxed any of his vigilance, however. He was not sleeping, and as the crowd reappeared, the light inside reappeared. By the light of the moon, which was almost overhead, Davies was able to make out several of his companions of the afternoon, and Jake, the son. There were many more, though, now, whom he did not know, and foremost among them this old man. The latter was strong, iron-gray, and wore a full beard. He looked very much like a blacksmith. "Keep your eye on the old man," advised the postmaster, who had by now come up and was standing by. While they were knocking, the old man went boldly forward to the little front porch of the house and knocked at the door. Someone lifted a curtain at the window and peeped out. "Hello, in there," cried the old man, knocking again. "What do you want?" asked a voice. "I want that nigger." "Well, you can't have him. I've told you people that once." "Bring him out, or I'll break down this door," said the old man. "If you do, it's at your own risk. I know you, Whitaker, and you know me. I'll give ye 2 minutes to get off that porch." "I want that nigger, I tell ye." "If you don't get off that porch, I'll fire through the door," said the voice solemnly. 1, 2. The old man backed cautiously away. "Come out, Matthews," yelled the crowd. "You've got to give him up this time. We ain't going back without him." Slowly the door opened, as if the individual within were very well satisfied as to his power to handle the mob. He had done it once before this night. Why not again? It revealed his tall form, armed with his shotgun. He looked around very stolidly and then addressed the old man as one would a friend. "You can't have him, Morgan," he said. "It's again the law. You know that as well as I do." "Law or no law," said the old man, "I want that nigger. I tell you I can't let you have him, Morgan. It's again the law. You know you oughtn't be coming round here this time of night acting so." "Well, I'll take him then," said the old man, making a move. "Stand back!" shouted the sheriff, leveling his gun on the instant. "I'll blow ye into kingdom come, sure as hell." A noticeable movement on the part of the crowd ceased. The sheriff lowered his weapon, as if he thought the danger were once more over. "You all ought to be ashamed of yourselves," he went on, his voice sinking to a gentle, neighborly reproof, "trying to upset the law this way." "The nigger didn't upset no law, did he?" asked one derisively. "Well, the law's going to take care of the nigger now," Matthews made answer. "Give us that scoundrel, Matthews. You better do it," said the old man. "It'll save a heap of trouble." "I'll not argue with you, Morgan. I said you couldn't have him, and you can't. If you want bloodshed, all right, but don't blame me. I'll kill the first man that tries to make a move this way." He shifted his gun handily and waited. The crowd stood outside his little fence, murmuring. Presently the old man retired and spoke to several others. There was more murmuring, and then he came back to the deadline. "We don't want to cause trouble, Matthews," he began explanatively, moving his hand oratorically, "but we think you ought to see that it won't do any good to stand out. We think that—" Davies and the postmaster were watching young Jake, whose peculiar attitude attracted their attention. The latter was standing poised at the edge of the crowd, evidently seeking to remain unobserved. His eyes were on the sheriff, who was hearkening to the old man. Suddenly, as the father talked, and when the sheriff seemed for a moment mollified and unsuspecting, he made a quick run for the porch. There was an intense movement all along the line as the life and death of the deed became apparent. Quickly, the sheriff drew his gun to his shoulder. Both triggers were pressed at the same time, and the gun spoke, but not before Jake was in and under him. The latter had been in sufficient time to knock the gun barrel upward and fall upon his man. Both shots blazed harmlessly over the heads of the crowd in red puffs, and then followed a general onslaught. Men leaped the fence by tens and crowded upon the little cottage. They swarmed about every side of the house and crowded upon the porch, where 4 men were scuffling with the sheriff. The latter soon gave up, vowing vengeance on the law. Torches were brought and a rope. A wagon drove up and was backed into the yard. Then began the calls for the Negro. As Davies contemplated all this, he could not help thinking of the Negro who, during all this turmoil, must have been crouching in his corner in the cellar, trembling for his fate. Now, indeed, he must realize that his end was near. He could not have dozed or lost consciousness during the intervening hours, but must have been cowering there, wondering and praying. All the while he must have been terrified lest the sheriff might not get him away in time. Now, at the sound of horses' feet and the new murmurs of contention, how must his body quake and his teeth chatter? "I'd hate to be that nigger," commented the postmaster grimly. "But you can't do anything with him. The county ought to send help." "It's horrible, horrible," was all Davies could say. He moved closer to the house with the crowd, eager to observe every detail of the procedure. Now it was that a number of men, as eager in their search as bloodhounds, appeared at a low cellar entryway at the side of the house carrying a rope. Others followed with torches. Headed by father and son, they began to descend into the dark hole. With impressive daring, Davies, who was by no means sure that he would be allowed, but who was also determined, if possible, to see, followed. Suddenly, in the farthest corner, he espied Ingalls. The latter, in his fear and agony, had worked himself into a crouching position, as if he were about to spring. His nails were apparently forced into the earth. His eyes were rolling, his mouth foaming. "Oh, my Lord, boss," he moaned, gazing almost as one blind, and the lights. "Oh, my Lord, boss, don't kill me. I won't do it no more. I didn't go do it. I didn't mean to this time. I was just drunk, boss. Oh, my Lord, my Lord. His teeth chattered the while. His mouth seemed to gape open. He was no longer sane, really, but kept repeating monotonously, "Oh, my Lord." "Here he is, boys. Pull him out," cried the father. The Negro now gave one yell of terror and collapsed, falling prone. He quite bounded as he did so, coming down with a dead chug on the earthen floor. Reason had forsaken him. He was by now a groveling, foaming brute. The last gleam of intelligence was that which notified him of the set eyes of his pursuers. Davies, who by now had retreated to the grass outside before this sight, was standing but 10 feet back when they began to reappear after seizing and binding him. Although shaken to the roots of his being, he still had all the cool observing powers of the trained and relentless reporter. Even now he noted the color values of the scene, the red smoky heads of the torches, the disheveled appearance of the men, the scuffling and pulling. Then all at once he clapped his hands over his mouth, almost unconscious of what he was doing. "Oh, my God," he whispered, his voice losing power. The sickening sight was that of the Negro, foaming at the mouth, bloodshot as to his eyes. His hands working convulsively, being dragged up the cellar steps feet foremost. They had tied a rope about his waist and feet, and so had hauled him out, leaving his head to hang and drag. The black face was distorted, beyond all human semblance. "Oh, my God," said Davies again, biting his fingers unconsciously. The crowd gathered about now more closely than ever, more horror-stricken than gleeful at their own work. None apparently had either the courage or the charity to gainsay what was being done. With a kind of mechanical deftness now, the Negro was rudely lifted and like a sack of wheat thrown into the wagon. Father and son now mounted in front to drive, and the crowd took to their horses, content to clatter, a silent cavalcade, behind. As Davies afterwards concluded, they were not so much hardened lynchers, perhaps, as curious spectators, the majority of them, eager for any variation, any excuse for one, to the dreary commonplaces of their existences. The task to most, all indeed, was entirely new. Wide-eyed and nerve-racked, Davies ran for his own horse, and mounting followed. He was so excited he scarcely knew what he was doing. Slowly the silent company now took its way up the Sand River pike whence it had come. The moon was still high, pouring down a wash of silvery light. As Davies rode, he wondered how he was to complete his telegram, but decided that he could not. When this was over, there would be no time. How long would it be before they would really hang him? And would they? The whole procedure seemed so unreal, so barbaric, that he could scarcely believe it, that he was part of it. Still, they rode on. "Are they really going to hang him?" he asked of one who rode beside him, a total stranger, who seemed, however, not to resent his presence. "That's what they got him for," answered the stranger. And to think, he thought to himself, tomorrow night he would be resting in his own good bed back in K. Davies dropped behind again and into silence and tried to recover his nerves. He could scarcely realize that he, ordinarily accustomed to the routine of the city, its humdrum and at least outward social regularity, was a part of this. The night was so soft, the air so refreshing. The shadowy trees were stirring with a cool night wind. Why should anyone have to die this way? Why couldn't the people of Baldwin or elsewhere have bestirred themselves on the side of the law before this, just let it take its course? Both father and son now seemed brutal. The injury to the daughter and sister not so vital as all this. Still, also, custom seemed to require death in this way for this. It was like some axiomatic mathematic law, hard, but custom. The silent company, an articulated, mechanical, and therefore terrible thing, moved on. It also was axiomatic, mathematic. After a time he drew near to the wagon and looked at the Negro again. The latter, as Davies was glad to note, still seemed out of his sense. He was breathing heavily and groaning, but probably not with any conscious pain. His eyes were fixed and staring, his hands and face bleeding, as if they had been scratched or trampled upon. He was crumpled limply. But Davies could stand it no longer. He fell back, sick at heart, content to see no more. It seemed a ghastly, murderous thing to do. Still the company moved on, and he followed, past fields lit white by the moon, under dark, silent groups of trees through which the moonlight fell in patches, up low hills and down into valleys, until at last a little stream came into view, the same little stream, as it proved, which he had seen earlier today, and for a bridge over which they were heading. Here it ran now, sparkling like electricity in the night. After a time the road drew closer to the water, and then crossed directly over the bridge, which could be seen a little way ahead. Up to this the company now rode and then halted. The wagon was driven up on the bridge, and father and son got out. All the riders, including Davies, dismounted, and a full score of them gathered about the wagon, from which the Negro was lifted, quite as one might a bag. Fortunately, as Davies now told himself, he was still unconscious, an accidental mercy. Nevertheless, he decided now that he could not witness the end, and went down by the waterside slightly above the bridge. He was not, after all, the utterly relentless reporter. From where he stood, however, he could see long beams of iron projecting out over the water, where the bridge was braced, and some of the men fastening a rope to the beam. And then he could see that they were fixing the other end around the Negro's neck. Finally, the curious company stood back, and he turned his face away. "Have you anything to say?" a voice demanded. There was no answer. The Negro was probably lolling and groaning, quite as unconscious as he was before. Then came the concerted action of a dozen men, the lifting of the black mass into the air, and then Davies saw the limp form plunge down and pull up with a creaking sound of rope. In the weak moonlight it seemed as if the body were struggling, but he could not tell. He watched, wide-mouthed and silent, and then the body ceased moving. Then after a time he heard the company making ready to depart, and finally it did so, leaving him quite indifferently to himself and his thoughts. Only the black mass swaying in the pale light over the glimmering water seemed human and alive, his sole companion. He sat down upon the bank and gazed in silence. Now the horror was gone. The suffering was ended. He was no longer afraid. Everything was summery and beautiful. The whole cavalcade had disappeared. The moon finally sank. His horse, tethered to a sapling beyond the bridge, waited patiently. Still he sat. He might now have hurried back to the small post office in Baldwin and attempted to file additional details of the story, providing he could find Phoebe, but it would have done no good. It was quite too late, and anyhow, what did it matter? No other reporter had been present, and he could write a fuller, sadder, more colorful story on the morrow. He wondered idly what had become of Phoebe. Why had he not followed? Life seemed so sad, so strange, so mysterious, so inexplicable. As he sat there, the light of morning broke, a tender lavender and gray in the east. Then came the roseate hues of dawn, all the wondrous coloring of celestial halls, to which the waters of the stream responded. The white pebbles shone pinkily at the bottom. The grass and sedges, first black, now gleamed a translucent green. Still the body hung there, black and limp against the sky, and now a light breeze sprang up and stirred it visibly. At last he arose, mounted his horse, and made his way back to Pleasant Valley, too full of the late tragedy to be much interested in anything else. Rousing his liveryman, he adjusted his difficulties with him by telling him the whole story, assuring him of his horse's care, and handing him a $5 bill. Then he left, to walk and think again. Since there was no train before noon, and his duty plainly called him to a portion of another day's work here, he decided to make a day of it, idling about and getting additional details as to what further might be done. Who would cut the body down? What about arresting the lynchers, the father and son, for instance? What about the sheriff now? Would he act as he threatened? If he telegraphed the main fact of the lynching, his city editor would not mind, he knew, his coming late, and the day here was so beautiful. He proceeded to talk with citizens and officials, rode out to the injured girl's home, rode to Baldwin to see the sheriff. There was a singular silence and placidity in that corner. The latter assured him that he knew nearly all of those who had taken part, and proposed to swear out warrants for them. But just the same, Davies noted that he took his defeat as he did his danger, philosophically. There was no real activity in that corner later. He wished to remain a popular sheriff, no doubt. It was sundown again before he remembered that he had not discovered whether the body had been removed. Nor had he heard why the Negro came back, nor exactly how he was caught. A 9 o'clock evening train to the city giving him a little more time for investigation, he decided to avail himself of it. The Negro's cabin was 2 miles out along a pine-shaded road, but so pleasant was the evening that he decided to walk. En route, the last rays of the sinking sun stretched long shadows of budding trees across his path. It was not long before he came upon the cabin, a one-story affair set well back from the road and surrounded with a few scattered trees. By now it was quite dark. The ground between the cabin and the road was open and strewn with the chips of a woodpile. The roof was sagged, and the windows patched in places, but for all that it had the glow of a home. Through the front door, which stood open, the blaze of a wood fire might be seen, its yellow light filling the interior with a golden glow. Hesitating before the door, Davies finally knocked. Receiving no answer, he looked in on the battered cane chairs and aged furniture with considerable interest. It was a typical Negro cabin, poor beyond the need of description. After a time, a door in the rear of the room opened and a little Negro girl entered carrying a battered tin lamp without any chimney. She had not heard his knock and stared perceptibly at the sight of his figure in the doorway. Then she raised her smoking lamp above her head in order to see better and approached. There was something ridiculous about her unformed figure and loose gingham dress, as he noted. Her feet and hands were so large. Her black head was strongly emphasized by little pigtails of hair done up in white twine, which stood out all over her head. Her dark skin was made apparently more so by contrast with her white teeth and the whites of her eyes. Davies looked at her for a moment, but little moved now by the oddity which ordinarily would have amused him, and asked, "Is this where Ingalls lived?" The girl nodded her head. She was exceedingly subdued and looked as if she might have been crying. "Has the body been brought here?" "Yes, sir," she answered with a slight Negro accent. "When did they bring it?" "This morning." "Are you his sister?" "Yes, sir." "Well, can you tell me how they caught him? When did he come back, and what for?" He was feeling slightly ashamed to intrude thus. "In the afternoon, about 2. "And what for?" repeated Davies. "To see us," answered the girl. "To see my mother." "Well, did he want anything? He didn't come just to see her, did he?" "Yes, sir," said the girl. "He come to say goodbye. We don't know when they caught him." Her voice quavered. "Well, didn't he know he might get caught?" asked Davies sympathetically, seeing that the girl was so moved. "Yes, sir, I think he did." She stood very quietly, holding the poor battered lamp up and looking down. "Well, what did he have to say?" asked Davies. "He didn't have nothing much to say, sir. He said he wanted to see mother. He was a-going away." The girl seemed to regard Davies as an official of some sort, and he knew it. "Can I have a look at the body?" he asked. The girl did not answer, but started as if to lead the way. "When is the funeral?" he asked. "Tomorrow." The girl then led him through several bare sheds of rooms strung in a row to the furthermost one of the line. This last seemed a storage shed for odds and ends. It had several windows, but they were quite bare of glass and open to the moonlight, save for a few wooden boards nailed across from outside. Davies had been wondering all the while where the body was, and at the lonely and forsaken air of the place. No one but this little pigtailed girl seemed about. If they had any colored neighbors, they were probably afraid to be seen here. Now, as he stepped into this cool, dark, exposed outer room, the desolation seemed quite complete. It was very bare, a mere shed or washroom. There was the body in the middle of the room, stretched upon an ironing board which rested on a box and a chair, and covered with a white sheet. All the corners of the room were quite dark. Only its middle was brightened by splotches of silvery light. Davies came forward, the while the girl left him, still carrying her lamp. Evidently she thought the moon lighted up the room sufficiently, and she did not feel equal to remaining. He lifted the sheet quite boldly, for he could see well enough, and looked at the still black form. The face was extremely distorted, even in death, and he could see where the rope had tightened. A bar of cool moonlight lay just across the face and breast. He was still looking, thinking soon to restore the covering, when a sound, half sigh, half groan, reached his ears. At it he started as if a ghost had made it. It was so eerie and unexpected in this dark place. His muscles tightened. Instantly his heart went hammering like mad. His first impression was that it must have come from the dead. "Oh!" came the sound again, this time whimpering, as if someone were crying. Instantly he turned, for now it seemed to come from a corner of the room, the extreme corner to his right, back of him. Greatly disturbed, he approached, and then as his eyes strained, he seemed to catch the shadow of something. The figure of a woman, perhaps, crouching against the walls, huddled up, dark, almost indistinguishable. "Oh, oh, oh!" The sound now repeated itself, even more plaintively than before. Davies began to understand. He approached slowly, then more swiftly desired to withdraw, for he was in the presence of an old black mammy, doubled up and weeping. She was in the very niche of the two walls, her head sunk on her knees, her body quite still. "Oh, oh, oh," she repeated, as he stood there near her. Davies drew silently back. Before such grief his intrusion seemed cold and unwarranted. The guiltlessness of the mother, her love, how could one balance that against the other? The sensation of tears came to his eyes. He instantly covered the dead and withdrew. Out in the moonlight he struck a brisk pace, but soon stopped and looked back. The whole dreary cabin, with its one golden eye, the door, seemed such a pitiful thing. The weeping mammy, alone in her corner, and he had come back to say goodbye. Davies swelled with feeling. The night, the tragedy, the grief, he saw it all. But also with the cruel instinct of the budding artist that he already was, he was beginning to meditate on the character of story it would make, the color, the pathos. The knowledge now that it was not always exact justice that was meted out to all, and that it was not so much the business of the writer to indict as to interpret, was borne in on him with distinctness by the cruel sorrow of the mother, whose blame, if any, was infinitesimal. "I'll get it all in," he exclaimed feelingly, if triumphantly at last. "I'll get it all in." End of section 5. Section 6 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. The Lost Phoebe. They lived alone together in a part of the country which was not so prosperous as it once had been, about 3 miles from one of those small towns that, instead of increasing in population, is steadily decreasing. The territory was not very thickly settled, perhaps a house every mile or so, with large areas of corn and wheatland, and fallow fields that at odd seasons had been sown to timothy and clover. Their particular house was part log and part frame, the log portion being the original old home of Henry's grandfather. The new portion, of now rain-beaten, time-worn slabs, through which the wind squeaked in the chinks at times, and which several overshadowing elms and a butternut tree made picturesque and reminiscently pathetic, but a little damp, was erected by Henry when he was 21 and just married. That was 48 years before. The furniture inside, like the house outside, was old and mildewy and reminiscent of an earlier day. You have seen the whatnot of cherry wood, perhaps, with spiral legs and fluted top. It was there. The old-fashioned 4-poster bed, with its ball-like protuberances and deep curving incisions, was there also, a sadly alienated descendant of an early Jacobean ancestor. The bureau of cherry was also high and wide and solidly built, but faded-looking, and with a musty odor. The rag carpet that underlay all these sturdy examples of enduring furniture was a weak, faded, leaden-pink-colored affair, woven by Phoebe Ann's own hands, when she was 15 years younger than she was when she died. The creaky wooden loom on which it had been done now stood like a dusty, bony skeleton, along with a broken rocking chair, a worm-eaten clothes-press, heaven knows how old, a lime-stained bench that had once been used to keep flowers on outside the door, and other decrepit factors of household utility, in an east room that was a lean-to against this so-called main portion. All sorts of other broken-down furniture were about this place, an antiquated clothes-horse, cracked in 2 of its ribs, a broken mirror in an old cherry frame, which had fallen from a nail and cracked itself 3 days before their youngest son, Jerry, died, an extension hat-rack, which once had had porcelain knobs on the ends of its pegs, and a sewing machine, long since outdone in its clumsy mechanism by rivals of a newer generation. The orchard to the east of the house was full of gnarled old apple trees, worm-eaten as to trunks and branches, and fully ornamented with green and white lichens, so that it had a sad, greenish-white, silvery effect in moonlight. The low outhouses, which had once housed chickens, a horse or 2, a cow, and several pigs, were covered with patches of moss as to their roof, and the sides had been free of paint for so long that they were blackish-gray as to color, and a little spongy. The picket fence in front, with its gate squeaky and askew, and the side fences of the stake-and-rider type, were in an equally run-down condition. As a matter of fact, they had aged synchronously with the persons who lived here, old Henry Reifschneider and his wife Phoebe Ann. They had lived here, these two, ever since their marriage, 48 years before, and Henry had lived here before that from his childhood up. His father and mother, well along in years when he was a boy, had invited him to bring his wife here when he had first fallen in love and decided to marry, and he had done so. His father and mother were the companions of himself and his wife for 10 years after they were married, when both died. And then Henry and Phoebe were left with their 5 children, growing lustily apace. But all sorts of things had happened since then. Of the 7 children, all told, that had been born to them, 3 had died. Another boy had gone to Washington, and the last girl lived 5 counties away, in the same state, but was so burdened with cares of her own that she rarely gave them a thought. Time and a commonplace home life that had never been attractive had weaned them thoroughly, so that, wherever they were, they gave little thought as to how it might be with their father and mother. Old Henry Reifschneider and his wife Phoebe were a loving couple. You perhaps know how it is with simple natures that fasten themselves like lichens on the stones of circumstance, and weather their days to a crumbling conclusion. The great world sounds widely, but it has no call for them. They have no soaring intellect. The orchard, the meadow, the cornfield, the pig pen, and the chicken lot measure the range of their human activities. When the wheat is headed, it is reaped and threshed. When the corn is browned and frosted, it is cut and shocked. When the timothy is in full head, it is cut and the haycock erected. After that comes winter, with the hauling of grain to market, the sawing and splitting of wood, the simple chores of fire-building, meal-getting, occasional repairing and visiting. Beyond these and the changes of weather, the snows, the rains, and the fair days, there are no immediate significant things. All the rest of life is a far-off, clamorous phantasmagoria, flickering like northern lights in the night and sounding as faintly as cowbells tinkling in the distance. Old Henry and his wife Phoebe were as fond of each other as it is possible for two old people to be, who have nothing else in this life to be fond of. He was a thin old man, 70 when she died, a queer, crotchety person with coarse gray-black hair and beard, quite straggly and unkempt. He looked at you out of dull, fishy, watery eyes that had deep brown crow's feet at the sides. His clothes, like the clothes of many farmers, were aged and angular and baggy, standing out at the pockets, not fitting about the neck, protuberant and worn at elbow and knee. Phoebe Ann was thin and shapeless, a very umbrella of a woman, clad in shabby black, and with a black bonnet for her best wear. As time had passed, and they had had only themselves to look after, their movements had become slower and slower, their activities fewer and fewer. The annual keep of pigs had been reduced from 5 to 1 grunting porker, and the single horse which Henry now retained was a sleepy animal, not overnourished and not very clean. The chickens, of which formerly there was a large flock, had almost disappeared, owing to ferrets, foxes, and the lack of proper care, which produces disease. The former healthy garden was now a straggling memory of itself in the vines and flower beds that formerly ornamented the windows and dooryard, had now become choking thickets. A will had been made which divided the small tax-eaten property equally among the remaining 4, so that it was really of no interest to any of them. Yet these two lived together in peace and sympathy, only that now and then old Henry would become unduly cranky, complaining almost invariably that something had been neglected or mislaid which was of no importance at all. "Phoebe, where's my corn knife? You ain't never minded to let my things alone no more." "Now you hush, Henry," his wife would caution him in a cracked and squeaky voice. "If you don't, I'll leave you. I'll get up and walk out of here some day, and then where would you be? You ain't got anybody but me to look after you, so you just behave yourself. The corn knife's on the mantel where it's always been, unless you've gone and put it somewheres else." Old Henry, who knew his wife would never leave him in any circumstances, used to speculate at times as to what he would do if she were to die. That was the one leaving that he really feared. As he climbed on the chair at night to wind the old long pendulumed double-weighted clock, or went finally to the front and back door to see that they were safely shut in, it was a comfort to know that Phoebe was there, properly ensconced on her side of the bed, and that if he stirred restlessly in the night, she would be there to ask what he wanted. "Now, Henry, do lie still. You're as restless as a chicken." "Well, I can't sleep, Phoebe." "Well, you needn't roll so, anyhow. You can let me sleep." This usually reduced him to a state of somnolent ease. If she wanted a pail of water, it was a grumbling pleasure for him to get it, and if she did rise first to build the fires, he saw that the wood was cut and placed within easy reach. They divided this simple world nicely between them. As the years had gone on, however, fewer and fewer people had called. They were well known for a distance of as much as 10 square miles as old Mr. and Mrs. Reifschneider, honest, moderately Christian, but too old to be really interesting any longer. The writing of letters had become an almost impossible burden, too difficult to continue or even negotiate via others, although an occasional letter still did arrive from the daughter in Pemberton County. Now and then some old friend stopped by with a pie or a cake or a roasted chicken or duck, or merely to see that they were well. But even these kindly minded visits were no longer frequent. One day in the early spring of her 64th year, Mrs. Reifschneider took sick, and from a low fever passed into some indefinable ailment, which because of her age was no longer curable. Old Henry drove to Swinnerton, the neighboring town, and procured a doctor. Some friends called, and the immediate care of her was taken off his hands. Then, one chill spring night, she died, and old Henry, in a fog of sorrow and uncertainty, followed her body to the nearest graveyard, an unattractive space with a few pines growing in it. Although he might have gone to the daughter in Pemberton or sent for her, it was really too much trouble, and he was too weary and fixed. It was suggested to him at once by one friend and another that he come to stay with them a while, but he did not see fit. He was so old and so fixed in his notions and so accustomed to the exact surroundings he had known all his days that he could not think of leaving. He wanted to remain near where they had put his Phoebe, and the fact that he would have to live alone did not trouble him in the least. The living children were notified, and the care of him offered if he would leave, but he would not. "I can make a shift for myself," he continually announced to old Dr. Morrow, who had attended his wife in this case. "I can cook a little, and besides, it don't take much more'n coffee and bread in the mornings to satisfy me. I'll get along now well enough. Just let me be." And after many pleadings and proffers of advice, with supplies of coffee and bacon and baked bread duly offered and accepted, he was left to himself. For a while he sat idly outside his door, brooding in the spring sun. He tried to revive his interest in farming, and to keep himself busy and free from thought by looking after the fields, which of late had been much neglected. It was a gloomy thing to come in of an evening, however, or in the afternoon, and find no shadow of Phoebe, where everything suggested her. By degrees he put a few of her things away. At night he sat beside his lamp and read in the papers that were left him occasionally, or in a Bible that he had neglected for years. But he could get little solace from these things. Mostly he held his hand over his mouth and looked at the floor as he sat, and thought of what had become of her, and how soon he himself would die. He made a great business of making his coffee in the morning and frying himself a little bacon at night, but his appetite was gone. The shell in which he had been housed so long seemed vacant, and its shadows were suggestive of immedicable griefs. So he lived quite dolefully for 5 long months, and then a change began. It was one night, after he had looked after the front and the back door, wound the clock, blown out the light, and gone through all the self-same motions that he had indulged in for years, that he went to bed not so much to sleep as to think. It was a moonlight night. The green lichen-covered orchard just outside, and to be seen from his bed where he now lay, was a silvery affair, sweetly spectral. The moon shone through the east windows, throwing the pattern of the panes on the wooden floor, and making the old furniture, to which he was accustomed, stand out dimly in the room. As usual, he had been thinking of Phoebe, and the years when they had been young together, and of the children who had gone, and the poor shift he was making of his present days. The house was coming to be in a very bad state indeed. The bedclothes were in disorder, and not clean, for he had made a wretched shift of washing. It was a terror to him. The roof leaked, causing things, some of them, to remain damp for weeks at a time. But he was getting into that brooding state where he would accept anything rather than exert himself. He preferred to pace slowly to and fro, or sit and think. By 12 o'clock of this particular night he was asleep, however, and by 2 had waked again. The moon by this time had shifted to a position on the western side of the house, and it now shone in through the windows of the living room and those of the kitchen beyond. A certain combination of furniture, a chair near a table with his coat on it, the half-open kitchen door casting a shadow, and the position of a lamp near a paper, gave him an exact representation of Phoebe leaning over the table, as he had often seen her do in life. It gave him a great start. Could it be she, or her ghost? He had scarcely ever believed in spirits, and still... He looked at her fixedly in the feeble half-light, his old hair tingling oddly at the roots, and then sat up. The figure did not move. He put his thin legs out of the bed and sat looking at her, wondering if this could really be Phoebe. They had talked of ghosts often in their lifetime, of apparitions and omens, but they had never agreed that such things could be. It had never been a part of his wife's creed that she could have a spirit that could return to walk the earth. Her afterworld was quite a different affair, a vague heaven no less, from which the righteous did not trouble to return. Yet here she was now, bending over the table in her black skirt and gray shawl, her pale profile outlined against the moonlight. "Phoebe," he called, thrilling from head to toe and putting out one bony hand. "Have you come back?" The figure did not stir, and he arose and walked uncertainly to the door, looking at it fixedly the while. As he drew near, however, the apparition resolved itself into its primal content: his old coat over the high-backed chair, the lamp by the paper, the half-open door. "Well," he said to himself, his mouth open, "I thought sure I saw her." And he ran his hand strangely and vaguely through his hair, the while his nervous tension relaxed. Vanished as it had, it gave him the idea that she might return. Another night, because of this first illusion, and because his mind was now constantly on her, and he was old, he looked out of the window that was nearest his bed and commanded a hen coop and pig pen and a part of the wagon shed, and there, a faint mist exuding from the damp of the ground, he thought he saw her again. It was one of those little wisps of mist, one of those faint exhalations of the earth that rise in a cool night after a warm day, and flicker like small white cypresses of fog before they disappear. In life it had been a custom of hers to cross this lot from her kitchen door to the pig pen, to throw in any scrap that was left from her cooking, and here she was again. He sat up and watched it strangely, doubtfully, because of his previous experience, but inclined, because of the nervous titillation that passed over his body, to believe that spirits really were, and that Phoebe, who would be concerned because of his lonely state, must be thinking about him, and hence returning. What other way would she have? How otherwise could she express herself? It would be within the province of her charity so to do, and like her loving interest in him. He quivered and watched it eagerly, but, a faint breath of air stirring, it wound away toward the fence and disappeared. A third night, as he was actually dreaming, some 10 days later, she came to his bedside and put her hand on his head. "Poor Henry," she said. "It's too bad." He roused out of his sleep, actually to see her, he thought, moving from his bedroom into the one living room, her figure a shadowy mass of black. The weak straining of his eyes caused little points of light to flicker about the outlines of her form. He arose, greatly astonished, walked the floor in the cool room, convinced that Phoebe was coming back to him. If he only thought sufficiently, if he made it perfectly clear by his feeling that he needed her greatly, she would come back, this kindly wife, and tell him what to do. She would perhaps be with him much of the time, in the night anyhow, and that would make him less lonely, this state more endurable. In age, and with the feeble, it is not such a far cry from the subtleties of illusion to actual hallucination, and in due time this transition was made for Henry. Night after night he waited, expecting her return. Once in his weird mood he thought he saw a pale light moving about the room, and another time he thought he saw her walking in the orchard after dark. It was one morning when the details of his lonely state were virtually unendurable that he woke with the thought that she was not dead. How he had arrived at this conclusion it is hard to say. His mind had gone. In its place was a fixed illusion. He and Phoebe had had a senseless quarrel. He had reproached her for not leaving his pipe where he was accustomed to find it, and she had left. It was an aberrated fulfillment of her old jesting threat that if he did not behave himself, she would leave him. "I guess I could find you again," he had always said. But her cackling threat had always been, "You'll not find me if I ever leave you. I guess I can get some place where you can't find me." This morning when he arose, he did not think to build the fire in the customary way or to grind his coffee and cut his bread, as was his wont, but solely to meditate as to where he should search for her and how he should induce her to come back. Recently, the one horse had been dispensed with because he found it cumbersome and beyond his needs. He took down his soft crush hat after he had dressed himself, a new glint of interest and determination in his eye, and taking his black crook cane from behind the door, where he had always placed it, started out briskly to look for her among the nearest neighbors. His old shoes clumped soundly in the dust as he walked, and his gray-black locks, now grown rather long, straggled out in a dramatic fringe or halo from under his hat. His short coat stirred busily as he walked, and his hands and face were peaked and pale. "Why, hello, Henry. Where are you going this morning?" inquired Farmer Dodge, who, hauling a load of wheat to market, encountered him on the public road. He had not seen the aged farmer in months, not since his wife's death, and he wondered now, seeing him looking so spry. "You ain't seen Phoebe, have you?" inquired the old man, looking up quizzically. "Phoebe who?" inquired Farmer Dodge, not for the moment connecting the name with Henry's dead wife. "Why, my Phoebe, of course. Who do you suppose I mean?" He stared up with a pathetic sharpness of glance from under his shaggy gray eyebrows. "Well, I swan, Henry, you ain't joking, are you?" said the solid Dodge, a pursy man with a smooth, hard, red face. "It can't be your wife you're talking about. She's dead." "Dead? Shucks!" retorted the demented Reifschneider. "She left me early this morning while I was sleeping. She always got up to build the fire, but she's gone now. We had a little spat last night, and I guess that's the reason. But I guess I can find her. She's gone over to Matilda Race's. That's where she's gone." He started briskly up the road, leaving the amazed Dodge to stare in wonder after him. "Well, I'll be switched," he said aloud to himself. "He's clean out in his head. That poor old fellow's been living down there till he's gone out in his mind. I'll have to notify the authorities." And he flicked his whip with great enthusiasm. "Giddy up," he said, and was off. Reifschneider met no one else in this poorly populated region until he reached the whitewashed fence of Matilda Race and her husband 3 miles away. He had passed several other houses en route, but these not being within the range of his illusion were not considered. His wife, who had known Matilda well, must be here. He opened the picket gate which guarded the walk and stamped briskly up to the door. "Why, Mr. Reifschneider!" exclaimed old Matilda herself, a stout woman, looking out of the door in answer to his knock. "What brings you here this morning? Is Phoebe here?" he demanded eagerly. "Phoebe who? What Phoebe?" replied Mrs. Race, curious as to the sudden development of energy on his part. "Why, my Phoebe, of course. My wife, Phoebe. Who do you suppose? Ain't she here now?" "Lawsy me!" exclaimed Mrs. Race, opening her mouth. "You poor man. So you're clean out in your mind now. You come right in and sit down. I'll get you a cup of coffee. Of course your wife ain't here, but you come in and sit down. I'll find her for you after a while. I know where she is." The old farmer's eyes softened, and he entered. He was so thin and pale a specimen, pantalooned and patriarchal, that he aroused Mrs. Race's extremest sympathy as he took off his hat and laid it on his knees quite softly and mildly. "We had a quarrel last night, and she left me," he volunteered. "Laws, laws," sighed Mrs. Race, there being no one present with whom to share her astonishment as she went to the kitchen. Poor man. Now, somebody's just got to look after him. He can't be allowed to run around the country this way looking for his dead wife. It's terrible." She boiled him a pot of coffee and brought in some of her new baked bread and fresh butter. She set out some of her best jam and put a couple of eggs to boil, lying wholeheartedly the while. "Now, you stay right here, Uncle Henry, till Jake comes in, and I'll send him to look for Phoebe. I think it's more than likely she's over to Swinnerton with some of her friends. Anyhow, we'll find out. Now, you just drink this coffee and eat this bread. You must be tired. You've had a long walk this morning." Her idea was to take counsel with Jake, her man, and perhaps have him notify the authorities. She bustled about, meditating on the uncertainties of life, while old Reifschneider thrummed on the brim of his hat with his pale fingers, and later ate abstractedly of what she offered. His mind was on his wife, however, and since she was not here, or did not appear, it wandered vaguely away to a family by the name of Murray, miles away in another direction. He decided after a time that he would not wait for Jack Race to hunt his wife, but would seek her for himself. He must be on, and urge her to come back. "Well, I'll be going," he said, getting up and looking strangely about him. "I guess she didn't come here after all. She went over to the Murrays, I guess. I'll not wait any longer, Miss Race. There's a lot to do over to the house today." And out he marched in the face of her protests, taking to the dusty road again in the warm spring sun, his cane striking the earth as he went. It was 2 hours later that this pale figure of a man appeared in the Murrays' doorway, dusty, perspiring, eager. He had tramped all of 5 miles, and it was noon. An amazed husband and wife of 60 heard his strange query and realized also that he was mad. They begged him to stay to dinner, intending to notify the authorities later and see what could be done, but though he stayed to partake of a little something, he did not stay long, and was off again to another distant farmhouse, his idea of many things to do and his need of Phoebe impelling him. So it went for that day and the next and the next, the circle of his inquiry ever widening. The process by which a character assumes the significance of being peculiar, his antics weird, yet harmless, in such a community, is often involute and pathetic. This day, as has been said, saw Reifschneider at other doors, eagerly asking his unnatural question, and leaving a trail of amazement, sympathy, and pity in his wake. Although the authorities were informed, the county sheriff no less, it was not deemed advisable to take him into custody, for when those who knew old Henry, and had for so long, reflected on the condition of the county insane asylum, a place which, because of the poverty of the district, was of staggering aberration and sickening environment, it was decided to let him remain at large, for, strange to relate, it was found on investigation that at night he returned peaceably enough to his lonesome domicile, there to discover whether his wife had returned, and to brood in loneliness until the morning. Who would lock up a thin, eager, seeking old man with iron-gray hair and an attitude of kindly, innocent inquiry, particularly when he was well known for a past of only kindly servitude and reliability? Those who had known him best rather agreed that he should be allowed to roam at large. He could do no harm. There were many who were willing to help him as to food, old clothes, the odds and ends of his daily life, at least at first. His figure after a time became not so much a commonplace as an accepted curiosity, and the replies, "Why, no, Henry, I ain't seen her," or "No, Henry, she ain't been here today," were customary. For several years thereafter, then, he was an odd figure in the sun and rain, on dusty roads and muddy ones, encountered occasionally in strange and unexpected places, pursuing his endless search. Undernourishment after a time, although the neighbors and those who knew his history gladly contributed from their store, affected his body. For he walked much and ate little. The longer he roamed the public highway in this manner, the deeper became his strange hallucination, and finding it harder and harder to return from his more and more distant pilgrimages, He finally began taking a few utensils with him from his home, making a small package of them, in order that he might not be compelled to return. In an old tin coffee pot of large size, he placed a small tin cup, a knife, fork, and spoon, some salt and pepper, and to the outside of it, by a string forced through a pierced hole, he fastened a plate, which could be released, and which was his woodland table. It was no trouble for him to secure the little food that he needed, and with a strange, almost religious dignity, he had no hesitation in asking for that much. By degrees his hair became longer and longer, his once black hat became an earthen brown, and his clothes threadbare and dusty. For all of 3 years he walked, and none knew how wide were his perambulations, nor how he survived the storms of cold. They could not see him, with homely rural understanding and forethought, sheltering himself in haycocks or by the sides of cattle, whose warm bodies protected him from the cold, and whose dull understandings were not opposed to his harmless presence. Overhanging rocks and trees kept him at times from the rain, and a friendly hayloft or corn-crib was not above his humble consideration. The involute progression of hallucination is strange. From asking at doors and being constantly rebuffed or denied, he finally came to the conclusion that, although his Phoebe might not be in any of the houses at the doors of which he inquired, she might nevertheless be within the sound of his voice. And so, from patient inquiry, he began to call sad, occasional cries, that ever and anon waked the quiet landscapes and ragged hill regions, and set to echoing his thin, "Oh, Phoebe! Oh, Phoebe!" It had a pathetic, albeit insane, ring, and many a farmer or ploughboy came to know it, even from afar, and say, "There goes old Reifschneider." Another thing that puzzled him greatly after a time, and after many hundreds of inquiries, was, when he no longer had any particular dooryard in view and no special inquiry to make, which way to go. These crossroads, which occasionally led in 4 or even 6 directions, came after a while to puzzle him. But to solve this knotty problem, which became more and more of a puzzle, there came to his aid another hallucination. Phoebe's spirit, or some power of the air or wind or nature, would tell him. If he stood at the center of the parting of the ways, closed his eyes, turned thrice about, and called, "Oh, Phoebe," twice, and then threw his cane straight before him, that would surely indicate which way to go for Phoebe, or one of these mystic powers would surely govern its direction and fall. In whichever direction it went, even though, as was not infrequently the case, it took him back along the path he had already come, or across fields, he was not so far gone in his mind but that he gave himself ample time to search before he called again. Also, the hallucination seemed to persist that at some time he would surely find her. There were hours when his feet were sore and his limbs weary, when he would stop in the heat to wipe his seamed brow, or in the cold to beat his arms. Sometimes, after throwing away his cane and finding it indicating the direction from which he had just come, he would shake his head wearily and philosophically, as if contemplating the unbelievable or an untoward fate, and then start briskly off. His strange figure came finally to be known in the farthest reaches of 3 or 4 counties. Old Reifschneider was a pathetic character. His fame was wide. Near a little town called Watersville in Greene County, perhaps 4 miles from that minor center of human activity, there was a place or precipice locally known as the Red Cliff, a sheer wall of red sandstone, perhaps 100 feet high, which raised its sharp face for half a mile or more above the fruitful cornfields and orchards that lay beneath, and which was surmounted by a thick grove of trees. The slope that slowly led up to it from the opposite side was covered by a rank growth of beech, hickory, and ash, through which threaded a number of wagon tracks crossing at various angles. In fair weather it had become old Reifschneider's habit, so inured was he by now to the open, to make his bed in some patch of trees as this, to fry his bacon or boil his eggs at the foot of some tree before laying himself down for the night. Occasionally, so light and inconsequential was his sleep, he would walk at night. More often, the moonlight or some sudden wind stirring in the trees or a reconnoitering animal arousing him, he would sit up and think, or pursue his quest in the moonlight or the dark. A strange, unnatural, half-wild, half-savage-looking, but utterly harmless creature, calling at lonely road crossings, staring at dark and shuttered houses, and wondering where Phoebe could really be. That particular lull that comes in the systole-diastole of this earthly ball at 2 o'clock in the morning invariably aroused him. And though he might not go any farther, he would sit up and contemplate the darkness or the stars, wondering. Sometimes, in the strange processes of his mind, he would fancy that he saw moving among the trees the figure of his lost wife, and then he would get up to follow, taking his utensils, always on a string, and his cane. If she seemed to evade him too easily, he would run, or plead, or suddenly losing track of the fancied figure, stand awed or disappointed, grieving for the moment over the almost insurmountable difficulties of his search. It was in the 7th year of these hopeless peregrinations, in the dawn of a similar springtime to that in which his wife had died, that he came at last one night to the vicinity of the selfsame patch that crowned the rise to the red cliff. His far-flung cane, used as a divining rod at the last crossroads, had brought him hither. He had walked many, many miles. It was after 10 o'clock at night, and he was very weary. Long wandering and little eating had left him but a shadow of his former self. It was a question now not so much of physical strength, but of spiritual endurance, which kept him up. He had scarcely eaten this day, and now, exhausted, he set himself down in the dark to rest and possibly to sleep. Curiously, on this occasion, a strange suggestion of the presence of his wife surrounded him. It would not be long now, he counseled with himself, although the long months had brought him nothing, until he should see her, talk to her. He fell asleep after a time, his head on his knees. At midnight the moon began to rise, and at 2 in the morning, his wakeful hour, was a large silver disk shining through the trees to the east. He opened his eyes when the radiance became strong, making a silver pattern at his feet and lighting the woods with strange lusters and silvery, shadowy forms. As usual, his old notion that his wife must be near occurred to him on this occasion, and he looked about him with a speculative, anticipatory eye. What was it that moved in the distant shadows along the path by which he had entered? A pale, flickering will-o'-the-wisp that bobbed gracefully among the trees and riveted his expectant gaze? Moonlight and shadows combined to give it a strange form and a stranger reality, this fluttering of bog-fire or dancing of wandering fireflies. Was it truly his lost Phoebe? By a circuitous route it passed about him, and in his fevered state he fancied that he could see the very eyes of her, not as she was when he last saw her, in the black dress and shawl, but now a strangely younger Phoebe, gayer, sweeter, the one whom he had known years before as a girl. Old Reifschneider got up. He had been expecting and dreaming of this hour all these years. And now, as he saw the feeble light dancing lightly before him, he peered at it questioningly, one thin hand in his gray hair. Of a sudden there came to him now for the first time in many years the full charm of her girlish figure as he had known it in boyhood. The pleasing, sympathetic smile, the brown hair, the blue sash she had once worn about her waist at a picnic, her gay, graceful movements. He walked around the base of the tree, straining with his eyes, forgetting for once his cane and utensils, and following eagerly after. On she moved before him, a will-o'-the-wisp of the spring, a little flame above her head, and it seemed as though among the small saplings of ash and beech and the thick trunks of hickory and elm, that she signaled with a young, lightsome hand. "Oh, Phoebe, Phoebe," he called. "Have you really come? Have you really answered me?" and hurrying faster, he fell once, scrambling lamely to his feet, only to see the light in the distance, dancing elusively on. On and on he hurried until he was fairly running, brushing his ragged arms against the trees, striking his hands and face against impeding twigs. His hat was gone, his lungs were breathless, his reason quite astray, when coming to the edge of the cliff he saw her below, among a silvery bed of apple trees, now blooming in the spring. "Oh, Phoebe!" he called. "Oh, Phoebe! Oh, no, don't leave me!" And feeling the lure of a world where love was young, and Phoebe as this vision presented her, a delightful epitome of their quondam youth, he gave a gray cry of, "Oh, wait, Phoebe!" and leaped. Some farmer boys, reconnoitering this region of bounty and prospect some few days afterward, found first the 10 utensils tied together under the tree where he had left them, and then later, at the foot of the cliff, pale, broken, but elate, a molded smile of peace and delight upon his lips, his body. His old hat was discovered lying under some low-growing saplings, the twigs of which had held it back. No one, of all the simple population, knew how eagerly and joyously he had found his lost mate. End of section 6. Section 7 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. The Second Choice. Shirley, dear, you don't want the letters. There are only 6 of them anyhow, and think, they're all I have of you to cheer me on my travels. What good would they be to you, little bits of notes telling me you're sure to meet me? But me, think of me. If I can send them to you, you'll tear them up, whereas if you leave them with me, I can dab them with musk and ambergris and keep them in a little silver box, always beside me. Ah, Shirley, dear, you really don't know how sweet I think you are, how dear. There isn't a thing we have ever done together that isn't as clear in my mind as this great big skyscraper over the way here in Pittsburgh, and far more pleasing. In fact, my thoughts of you are the most precious and delicious things I have, Shirley. But I'm too young to marry now. You know that, Shirley, don't you? I haven't placed myself in any way yet, and I'm so restless that I don't know whether I ever will, really. Only yesterday, old Roxbaum, that's my new employer here, came to me and wanted to know if I would like an assistant overseership on one of his coffee plantations in Java. Said there would not be much money in it for a year or two, a bare living, but later there would be more, and I jumped at it. Just the thought of Java and going there did that, although I knew I could make more staying right here. Can't you see how it is with me, Cheryl? I'm too restless and too young. I couldn't take care of you right, and you wouldn't like me after a while if I didn't. But Shirley, sweet, I think the dearest things of you. There isn't an hour, it seems, but some little bit of you comes back. A dear, sweet bit. The night we sat on the grass in Tregore Park and counted the stars through the trees. That first evening at Sparrow's Point when we missed the last train and had to walk to Langley. Remember the tree toads, Cheryl? And then that warm April Sunday in Offalby Woods? Cheryl, you don't want the 6 notes. Let me keep them. But think of me, will you, sweet? Wherever you go and whatever you do, I'll always think of you, and wish that you had met a better, saner man than me, and that I really could have married you and been all you wanted me to be. Bye-bye, sweet. I may start for Java within the month. If so, and you would want them, I'll send you some cards from there, if they have any. Your worthless Arthur. She sat and turned the letter in her hand, dumb with despair. It was the very last letter she would ever get from him. Of that she was certain. He was gone now, once and for all. She had written him only once, not making an open plea, but asking him to return her letters, and then there had come this tender but evasive reply, saying nothing of a possible return, but desiring to keep her letters for old time's sake. The happy hours they had spent together. The happy hours. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The happy hours. In her memory now, as she sat here in her home after the day's work, meditating on all that had been in the few short months since he had come and gone, was a world of color and light, a color and a light so transfiguring as to seem celestial, but now, alas, wholly dissipated. It had contained so much of all she had desired: love, romance, amusement, laughter. He had been so gay and thoughtless, or headstrong, so youthfully romantic, and with such a love of play and change, and to be saying and doing anything and everything. Arthur could dance in a gay way, whistle, sing after a fashion, play. He could play cards and do tricks, and he had such a superior air, so genial and brisk, with a kind of innate courtesy in it, and yet an intolerance for slowness and stodginess or anything dull or stingy, such as characterized. But here her thoughts fled from him. She refused to think of anyone but Arthur. Sitting in her little bedroom now off the parlor on the ground floor in her home in Bethune Street, and looking out over the Kessel's yard, and beyond that, there being no fences in Bethune Street, over the yards or lawns of the Pollards, Bakers, Criders, and others, she thought of how dull it must all have seemed to him, with his fine, imaginative mind and experiences, his love of change and gaiety, his atmosphere of something better than she had ever known. How little she had been fitted, perhaps, by beauty or temperament to overcome this, the something, dullness in her work or her home, which possibly had driven him away. For although many had admired her to date, and she was young and pretty in her simple way, and constantly receiving suggestions that her beauty was disturbing to some, still, he had not cared for her. He had gone. And now, as she meditated, it seemed that this scene and all that it stood for, her parents, her work, her daily shuttling to and fro between the drug company for which she worked and the street and house, was typical of her life and what she was destined to endure always. Some girls were so much more fortunate. They had fine clothes, fine homes, a world of pleasure and opportunity in which to move. They did not have to scrimp and save and work to pay their own way, and yet she had always been compelled to do it, but had never complained until now, or until he came, and after. Bethune Street, with its commonplace front yards and houses nearly all alike, and this house so like the others, room for room and porch for porch, and her parents, too, really like all the others, had seemed good enough, quite satisfactory indeed, until then. But now. Here in their kitchen was her mother, a thin, pale, but kindly woman, peeling potatoes and washing lettuce, and putting a bit of steak or a chop or a piece of liver in a frying pan, day after day, morning and evening, month after month, year after year. And next door was Mrs. Kessel doing the same thing, and next door Mrs. Crider, and next door Mrs. Pollard. But until now she had not thought it so bad. But now, oh! And on all the porches or lawns all along the street were the husbands and fathers, mostly middle-aged or old men like her father, reading their papers or cutting the grass before dinner or smoking and meditating afterward. Her father was out in front now, a stooped, forbearing, meditative soul, who had rarely anything to say, leaving it all to his wife, her mother, but who was fond of her in his dull, quiet way. He was a pattern maker by trade, and had come into possession of this small, ordinary home via years of toil and saving, her mother helping him. They had no particular religion, as he often said, thinking reasonably human conduct a sufficient passport to heaven. But they had gone occasionally to the Methodist church over in Nicholas Street, and she had once joined it. But of late she had not gone, weaned away by other commonplace pleasures of her world. And then in the midst of it, the dull drift of things, as she now saw them to be, he had come, Arthur Bristow. Young, energetic, good-looking, ambitious, dreamful, and instanter. And with her never knowing quite how, the whole thing had been changed. He had appeared so swiftly, out of nothing, as it were. Previous to him had been Barton Williams, stout, phlegmatic, good-natured, well-meaning, who was, or had been before Arthur came, asking her to marry him, and whom she allowed to half assume that she would. She had liked him in a feeble, albeit, as she thought, tender way, thinking him the kind, according to the logic of her neighborhood, who would make him a good husband, and until Arthur appeared on the scene, had really intended to marry him. It was not really a love match, as she saw now, but she thought it was, which was much the same thing, perhaps. But, as she now recalled, when Arthur came, how the scales fell from her eyes. In a trice, as it were, nearly, there was a new heaven and a new earth. Arthur had arrived, and with him a sense of something different. Mabel Gove had asked her to come over to her house in Westley, the adjoining suburb, for Thanksgiving Eve and Day, and without a thought of anything, and because Barton was busy handling a part of the work in the dispatcher's office of the Great Eastern and could not see her, she had gone. And then, to her surprise and strange, almost ineffable delight, the moment she had seen him, he was there. Arthur, with his slim, straight figure and dark hair and eyes and clean-cut features, as clean and attractive as those of a coin. And as he had looked at her and smiled and narrated humorous bits of things that had happened to him, something had come over her, a spell. And after dinner they had all gone round to Edith Barringer's to dance. And there, as she had danced with him somehow, without any seeming boldness on his part, he had taken possession of her, as it were, drawn her close and told her she had beautiful eyes and hair and such a delicately rounded chin, and that he thought she danced gracefully and was sweet. She had nearly fainted with delight. "Do you like me?" he had asked in one place in the dance, and in spite of herself she had looked up into his eyes, and from that moment she was almost mad over him, could think of nothing else but his hair and eyes and his smile and his graceful figure. Mabel Gove had seen it all, in spite of her determination that no one should, and on their going to bed later back at Mabel's home, she had whispered, "Ah, Shirley, I saw. You like Arthur, don't you?" "I think he's very nice," Shirley recalled replying, for Mabel knew of her affair with Barton and liked him. "But I'm not crazy over him." And for this bit of treason she had sighed in her dreams nearly all night. And the next day, true to a request and a promise made by him, Arthur had called again at Mabel's to take her and Mabel to a movie, which was not so far away, and from there they had gone to an ice cream parlor, and during it all, when Mabel was not looking, he had squeezed her arm and hand and kissed her neck, and she had held her breath, and her heart seemed to stop. "And now you're going to let me come out to your place to see you, aren't you?" he had whispered. And she had replied, "Wednesday evening," and then written the address on a little piece of paper and given it to him. But now it was all gone. This house, which now looked so dreary. How romantic it had seemed the first night he called. The front room with its commonplace furniture, and later in the spring, the veranda with its vines just sprouting, and the moon in May. Oh, the moon in May, and June and July, when he was here. How she had lied to Barton to make evenings for Arthur, and occasionally to Arthur to keep him from contact with Barton. She had even mentioned Barton to Arthur because Arthur was so much better, and somehow, she admitted it to herself now, she had not been sure that Arthur would care for her long, if at all. And then, to be quite frank, Barton might be good enough. She did not exactly hate him because she had found Arthur, not at all. She still liked him in a way. He was so kind and faithful, so very dull and straightforward and thoughtful of her, which Arthur was certainly not. Before Arthur had appeared, as she well remembered, Barton had seemed to be plenty good enough. In fact, all that she desired, in a pleasant, companionable way, calling for her, taking her places, bringing her flowers and candy, which Arthur rarely did. And for that, if nothing more, she could not help continuing to like him and to feel sorry for him. And besides, as she admitted to herself before, if Arthur left her, weren't his parents better off than hers? And hadn't he a good position for such a man as he? $150 a month and the certainty of more later on? A little while before meeting Arthur, she had thought this very good, enough for two to live on at least, and she had thought some of trying it at some time or other, but now. And that first night he had called, how well she remembered it, how it had transfigured the parlor next this in which she was now, filling it with something it had never had before. And the porch outside, too, for that matter, with its gaunt, leafless vine, and the street, too, even, dull, commonplace Bethune Street. There had been a flurry of snow during the afternoon while she was working at the store, and the ground was white with it. All the neighboring homes seemed to look sweeter and happier and more inviting than ever they had as she came past them, with their lights peeping from under curtains and drawn shades. She had hurried into hers and lighted the big red-headed parlor lamp, her one artistic treasure, as she thought, and put it near the piano, between it and the window, and arranged the chairs, and then bustled to the task of making herself as pleasing as she might. For him she had gotten out her one best filmy house dress, and done up her hair in the fashion she thought most becoming, and that he had not seen before, and powdered her cheeks and nose and darkened her eyelashes as some of the girls at the store did, and put on her new gray satin slippers. And then, being so arrayed, waited nervously, unable to eat anything or to think of anything but him. At last, just when she had begun to think he might not be coming, he had appeared with that arch smile and a, "Hello, it's here you live, is it? I was wondering. George, but you're twice as sweet as I thought you were, aren't you?" And then, in the little entryway behind the closed door, he had held her and kissed her on the mouth 12 times, while she pretended to push against his coat and struggle and say that her parents might hear. And oh, the room afterward, with him in it, in the red glow of the lamp, and with his pale, handsome face made handsomer thereby, as she thought. He had made her sit near him and had held her hands and told her about his work and his dreams, all that he expected to do in the future. And then she had found herself wishing intensely to share just such a life, his life, anything that he might wish to do, only she kept wondering, with a slight pain, whether he would want her to. He was so young, dreamful, ambitious, much younger and more dreamful than herself, although in reality he was several years older. And then followed that glorious period from December to this late September, in which everything which was worth happening in love had happened. Oh, those wondrous days the following spring, when, with the first burst of buds and leaves, he had taken her one Sunday to Atholby, where all the great woods were, and they had hunted spring beauties in the grass, and sat on a slope and looked at the river below, and watched some boys fixing up a sailboat and setting forth in it quite as she wished she and Arthur might be doing, going somewhere together, far, far away from all the commonplace things in life. And then he had slipped his arm about her and kissed her cheek and neck, and tweaked her ear and smoothed her hair, and oh, there on the grass, with the spring flowers about her and a canopy of small green leaves above, the perfection of love had come. Love so wonderful that the mere thought of it made her eyes brim now. And then had been days, Saturday afternoons and Sundays, at Atholby and Sparrow's Point, where the great beach was, and in lovely Tregore Park, a mile or two from her home, where they could go of an evening and sit in or near the pavilion, and have ice cream and dance or watch the dancers. Oh, the stars, the winds, the summer breath of those days. Ah, me. Ah, me. Naturally, her parents had wondered from the first about her and Arthur, and her and Barton, since Barton had already assumed a proprietary interest in her, and she seemed to like him. But then she was an only child and a pet, and used to presuming on that, and they could not think of saying anything to her. After all, she was young and pretty and was entitled to change her mind. Only, she had had to indulge in a career of lying and subterfuge in connection with Barton, since Arthur was headstrong and wanted every evening that he chose to call for her at the store and keep her downtown to dinner and a show. Arthur had never been like Barton, sly, phlegmatic, obedient, waiting long and patiently for each little favor, but instead masterful and eager, rifling her of kisses and caresses and every delight of love, and teasing and playing with her as a cat would a mouse. She could never resist him. He demanded of her her time and her affection without let or hindrance. He was not exactly selfish or cruel, as some might have been, but gay and unthinking at times, unconsciously so, and yet loving and tender at others, nearly always so. But always he would talk of things in the future as if they really did not include her, and this troubled her greatly, of places he might go, things he might do, which somehow he seemed to think or assume that she could not or would not do with him. He was always going to Australia sometime, he thought, in a business way, or to South Africa, or possibly to India. He never seemed to have any fixed, clear future for himself in mind. A dreadful sense of helplessness and of impending disaster came over her at these times, of being involved in some predicament over which she had no control, and which would lead her on to some sad end. Arthur, although plainly in love, as she thought, and apparently delighted with her, might not always love her. She began, timidly at first, and always for that matter, to ask him pretty, seeking questions about himself and her, whether their future was certain to be together, whether he really wanted her, loved her, whether he might not want to marry someone else or just her, and whether she wouldn't look nice in a pearl satin wedding dress, with a long creamy veil and satin slippers and a bouquet of bridal wreath. She had been so slowly but surely saving to that end, even before he came in connection with Barton. Only after he came, all thought of the import of it had been transferred to him. But now also she was beginning to ask herself sadly, would it ever be? He was so airy, so inconsequential, so ready to say, yes, yes, and sure, that's right. Yes, indeedy, you bet. Say, Kitty, but you'll look sweet. But somehow it had always seemed as if this whole thing were a glorious interlude and that it could not last. Arthur was too gay and ethereal and too little settled in his own mind. His ideas of travel and living in different cities, finally winding up in New York or San Francisco, but never with her exactly until she asked him, was too ominous, although he always reassured her gaily, Of course. But somehow she could never believe it really, and it made her intensely sad at times, horribly gloomy. So often she wanted to cry, and she could scarcely tell why. And then, because of her intense affection for him, she had finally quarreled with Barton, or nearly that, if one could say that one ever really quarreled with him. It had been because of a certain Thursday evening a few weeks before, about which she had disappointed him. In a fit of generosity, knowing that Arthur was coming Wednesday, and because Barton had stopped in at the store to see her, she had told him that he might come, having regretted it afterward, so enamored was she of Arthur. And then, when Wednesday came, Arthur had changed his mind, telling her he would come Friday instead. But on Thursday evening he had stopped in at the store and asked her to go to Sparrow's Point, with the result that she had no time to notify Barton. He had gone to the house and sat with her parents until 10:30, and then, a few days later, although she had written him offering an excuse, had called at the store to complain slightly. "Do you think you did just right, Shirley? You might have sent word, mightn't you? Who was it, the new fellow you won't tell me about?" Shirley flared on the instant. "Supposing it was, what's it to you? I don't belong to you yet, do I? I told you there wasn't anyone, and I wish you'd let me alone about that. I couldn't help it last Thursday, that's all. And I don't want you to be fussing with me, that's all. If you don't want to, you needn't come any more, anyhow." "Well, don't say that, Shirley," pleaded Barton. "You don't mean that. I won't bother you, though, if you don't want me any more." And because Shirley sulked, not knowing what else to do, he had gone and she had not seen him since. And then some time later, when she had thus broken with Barton, avoiding the railway station where he worked, Arthur had failed to come at his appointed time, sending no word until the next day, when a note came to the store saying that he had been out of town for his firm over Sunday and had not been able to notify her, but that he would call Tuesday. It was an awful blow. At the time, Shirley had a vision of what was to follow. It seemed for the moment as if the whole world had suddenly been reduced to ashes, that there was nothing but black charred cinders anywhere. She felt that about all life. Yet it all came to her clearly then that this was but the beginning of just such days and just such excuses, and that soon, he would come no more. He was beginning to be tired of her, and soon he would not even make excuses. She felt it, and it froze and terrified her. And then, soon after, the indifference which she feared did not follow, almost created by her own thoughts, as it were. First, it was a meeting he had to attend somewhere one Wednesday night when he was to have come for her. Then he was going out of town again, over Sunday. Then he was going away for a whole week. It was absolutely unavoidable, he said. His commercial duties were increasing. And once he had casually remarked that nothing could stand in the way where she was concerned. Never. She did not think of reproaching him with this. She was too proud. If he was going, he must go. She would not be willing to say to herself that she had ever attempted to hold any man. But just the same, she was agonized by the thought. When he was with her, he seemed tender enough, only at times his eyes wandered and he seemed slightly bored. Other girls, particularly pretty ones, seemed to interest him as much as she did. And the agony of the long days when he did not come any more for a week or two at a time. The waiting, the brooding, the wondering, at the store and here in her home. In the former place making mistakes at times because she could not get her mind off him, and being reminded of them, and here at her home at nights, being so absent-minded that her parents remarked on it. She felt sure that her parents must be noticing that Arthur was not coming any more, or as much as he had, for she pretended to be going out with him, going to Mabel Gove's instead, and that Barton had deserted her too, he having been driven off by her indifference, never to come any more perhaps, unless she sought him out. And then it was that the thought of saving her own face by taking up with Barton once more occurred to her, of using him and his affections and faithfulness and dullness, if you will, to cover up her own dilemma. Only this ruse was not to be tried until she had written Arthur this one letter, a pretext merely to see if there was a single ray of hope, a letter to be written in a gentle enough way, and asking for the return of the few notes she had written him. She had not seen him now in nearly a month, and the last time she had, he had said he might soon be compelled to leave her for a while, to go to Pittsburgh to work, and it was his reply to her that she now held in her hand, from Pittsburgh. It was frightful, the future without him. But Barton would never know really what had transpired if she went back to him. In spite of all her delicious hours with Arthur, she could call him back, she felt sure. She had never really entirely dropped him, and he knew it. He had bored her dreadfully on occasion, arriving on off days when Arthur was not about, with flowers or candy or both, and sitting on the porch steps and talking of the railroad business and of the whereabouts and doings of some of their old friends. It was shameful, she had thought at times, to see a man so patient, so hopeful, so good-natured as Barton, deceived in this way, and by her, who was so miserable over another. Her parents must see and know, she had thought at these times, but still, what was she to do? I'm a bad girl, she kept telling herself. I'm all wrong. What right have I to offer Barton what is left? But still, somehow, she realized that Barton, if she chose to favor him, would only be too grateful for even the leavings of others where she was concerned, and that even yet, if she but deigned to crook a finger, she could have him. He was so simple, so good-natured, so stolid and matter-of-fact, so different to Arthur, whom She could not help smiling at the thought of it. She was loving now about as Barton had loved her, slavishly, hopelessly. And then as the days passed and Arthur did not write any more, just this one brief note, she at first grieved horribly, and then in a fit of numb despair attempted, bravely enough from one point of view, to adjust herself to the new situation. Why should she despair? Why die of agony where there were plenty who would still sigh for her, Barton among others? She was young, pretty, very. Many had told her so. She could, if she chose, achieve a vivacity which she did not feel. Why should she brook this unkindness without a thought of retaliation? Why shouldn't she enter upon a gay and heartless career, indulging in a dozen flirtations at once, dancing and killing all thoughts of Arthur in a round of frivolities? There were many who beckoned to her. She stood at her counter in the drugstore on many a day and brooded over this, but at the thought of which one to begin with, she faltered. After her late love, all were so tame, for the present anyhow. And then, always there was Barton, the humble or faithful, to whom she had been so unkind and whom she had used and whom she still really liked. So often self-reproaching thoughts in connection with him crept over her. He must have known, must have seen how badly she was using him all this while, and yet he had not failed to come, until she had actually quarreled with him, and anyone would have seen that it was literally hopeless. She could not help remembering, especially now in her pain, that he adored her. He was not calling on her now at all. By her indifference she had finally driven him away. But a word. She waited for days, weeks, hoping against hope, and then... The office of Barton's superior in the Great Eastern Terminal had always made him an easy object for her blandishments, coming and going, as she frequently did, via this very station. He was in the office of the assistant train dispatcher on the ground floor, where, passing to and from the local, which at times was quicker than a streetcar, she could easily see him by peering in. Only she had carefully avoided him for nearly a year. If she chose now, and would call for a message blank at the adjacent telegraph window, which was part of his room, and raised her voice as she often had in the past, he could scarcely fail to hear, if he did not see her. And if he did, he would rise and come over. Of that she was sure, for he never could resist her. It had been a wile of hers in the old days to do this, or to make her presence felt by idling outside. After a month of brooding, she felt that she must act. Her position as a deserted girl was too much. She could not stand it any longer, really. The eyes of her mother, for one. It was 6:15 one evening when, coming out of the store in which she worked, she turned her step disconsolately homeward. Her heart was heavy, her face rather pale and drawn. She had stopped in the store's retiring room before coming out, to add to her charms as much as possible by a little powder and rouge and to smooth her hair. It would not take much to re-allure her former sweetheart, she felt sure, and yet it might not be so easy after all. Suppose he had found another? But she could not believe that. It had scarcely been long enough since he had last attempted to see her, and he was really so very, very fond of her, and so faithful. He was too slow and certain in his choosing. He had been so with her. Still, who knows? With this thought she went forward in the evening, feeling for the first time the shame and pain that comes of deception, the agony of having to relinquish an ideal, and the feeling of despair that comes to those who find themselves in the position of suppliants, stooping to something which in better days and better fortune they would not know. Arthur was the cause of this. When she reached the station, the crowd that usually filled it at this hour was swarming. There were so many pairs like Arthur and herself laughing and hurrying away, or so she felt. First glancing in the small mirror of a weighing scale to see if she were still of her former charm, she stopped thoughtfully at a little flower stand which stood outside, and for a few pennies purchased a tiny bunch of violets. She then went inside and stood near the window, peering first furtively to see if he were present. He was. Bent over his work, a green shade over his eyes, she could see his stolid, genial figure at a table. Stepping back a moment to ponder, she finally went forward and in a clear voice asked, "May I have a blank, please?" The infatuation of the discarded Barton was such that it brought him instantly to his feet. In his stodgy, stocky way he rose, his eyes glowing with a friendly hope, his mouth wreathed in smiles, and came over. At the sight of her, pale but pretty, pale and prettier, really, than he had ever seen her, he thrilled dumbly. "How are you, Shirley?" he asked sweetly, as he drew near, his eyes searching her face hopefully. He had not seen her for so long that he was intensely hungry, and her paler beauty appealed to him more than ever. Why wouldn't she have him? He was asking himself. Why wouldn't his persistent love yet win her? Perhaps it might. "I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays, it seems. How are the folks?" "They're all right, Bart," she smiled archly. "And so am I. How have you been? It has been a long time since I've seen you. I've been wondering how you were. Have you been all right? I was just going to send a message." As he had approached, Shirley had pretended at first not to see him, a moment later to affect surprise, although she was really suppressing a heavy sigh. The sight of him after Arthur was not reassuring. Could she really interest herself in him any more? Could she? Sure, he replied genially. "I'm always all right. Couldn't kill me, you know. Not going away, are you, Shirl?" he queried interestedly. "No, I'm just telegraphing to Mabel. She promised to meet me tomorrow, and I want to be sure she will." "You don't come past here as often as you did, Shirley," he complained tenderly. "At least I don't seem to see you so often," he added with a smile. "It isn't anything I've done, is it?" he queried. And then, when she protested quickly, added, "What's the trouble, Shirl? Haven't been sick, have you?" She affected all her old gaiety and ease, feeling as though she would like to cry. "Oh, no," she returned. "I've been all right. I've been going through the other door, I suppose, or coming in and out on the Langdon Avenue car." This was true because she had been wanting to avoid him. "I've been in such a hurry most nights that I haven't had time to stop, Bart. You know how late the store keeps us at times." He remembered, too, that in the old days she had made time to stop or meet him occasionally. "Yes, I know," he said tactfully. "But you haven't been to any of our old card parties either of late, have you? At least I haven't seen you. I've gone to 2 or 3 thinking you might be there." That was another thing Arthur had done, broken up her interest in these old store and neighborhood parties and a banjo and mandolin club to which she had once belonged. They had all seemed so pleasing and amusing in the old days, but now, in those days, Bart had been her usual companion, when his work permitted. "No," she replied evasively, but with a forced air of pleasant remembrance. "I have often thought of how much fun we had at those, though. It was a shame to drop them. You haven't seen Harry Stahl or Trina Task recently, have you?" she inquired, more to be saying something than for any interest she felt. He shook his head negatively, then added, "Yes, I did, too, here in the waiting room a few nights ago. They were coming downtown to a theater, I suppose." His face fell slightly as he recalled how it had been their custom to do this and what their one quarrel had been about. Shirley noticed it. She felt the least bit sorry for him, but much more for herself, coming back so disconsolately to all this. "Well, you're looking as pretty as ever, Shirley," he continued, noting that she had not written the telegram and that there was something wistful in her glance. "Prettier, I think," and she smiled sadly. Every word that she tolerated from him was so much gold to him, so much of dead ashes to her. "You wouldn't like to come down some evening this week and see The Mousetrap, would you? We haven't been to a theater together in I don't know when." His eyes sought hers in a hopeful, dog-like way. So she could have him again. That was the pity of it. To have what she really did not want, did not care for. At the least nod, now he would come, And this very devotion made it all but worthless, and so sad. She ought to marry him now for certain, if she began in this way, and could in a month's time if she chose, but could she? For the moment she decided that she could not, would not. If he had only repulsed her, told her to go, ignored her. But no, it was her fate to be loved by him in this moving, pleading way, and hers not to love him as she wished to love, to be loved. Plainly, he needed someone like her, whereas she turned a little sick, a sense of the sacrilege of gaiety at this time creeping into her voice, and exclaimed, "No, no!" Then, seeing his face change, a heavy sadness come over it. "Not this week, anyhow, I mean." "Not so soon," she had almost said. "I have several engagements this week, and I'm not feeling well. But," seeing his face change, and the thought of her own state returning, "you might come out to the house some evening instead, and then we can go some other time." His face brightened intensely. It was wonderful how he longed to be with her, how the least favor from her comforted and lifted him up. She could see also now, however, how little it meant to her, how little it could ever mean, even if to him it was heaven. The old relationship would have to be resumed in toto, once and for all. But did she want it that way now, that she was feeling so miserable about this other affair? As she meditated, these various moods racing to and fro in her mind, Barton seemed to notice, and now it occurred to him that perhaps he had not pursued her enough, was too easily put off. She probably did like him yet. This evening, her present visit seemed to prove it. Sure, he agreed. I'd like that. I'll come out Sunday if you say. We can go any time to the play. I'm sorry, Shirley, if you're not feeling well. I've thought of you a lot these days. I'll come out Wednesday if you don't mind." She smiled a wan smile. It was all so much easier than she had expected, her triumph, and so ashen-like in consequence. A flavor of Dead Sea fruit and defeat about it all, that it was pathetic. How could she, after Arthur? How could he, really? "Make it Sunday," she pleaded, naming the farthest day off, and hurried out. Her faithful lover gazed after her, while she suffered an intense nausea. To think, it should all be coming to this. She had not used her telegraph blank, and now had forgotten all about it. It was not the simple trickery that discouraged her, but her own future, which could find no better outlet than this, could not rise above it apparently, or that she had no heart to make it rise above it. Why couldn't she interest herself in someone different to Barton? Why did she have to return to him? Why not wait and meet some other, ignore him as before? But no, nothing mattered now. No one. It might as well be Barton really as anyone, and she would at least make him happy, and at the same time solve her own problem. She went out into the train shed and climbed into her train. Slowly, after the usual pushing and jostling of a crowd, it drew out toward Latonia, that suburban region in which her home lay. As she rode, she thought, "What have I just done? What am I doing?" she kept asking herself, as the clacking wheels on the rails fell into a rhythmic dance, and the houses of the brown, dry, endless city fled past in a maze. Severing myself decisively from the past, the happy past, for supposing, once I am married, Arthur should return and want me again. Suppose. Below, at one place, under a shed, were some market gardeners disposing of the last remnants of their day's wares. A sickly, dull life, she thought. Here was Rutgers Avenue, with its line of red streetcars, many wagons and tracks, and counter-streams of automobiles. How often had she passed it, morning and evening, in a shuttle-like way? And how often would, unless she got married? And here now was the river flowing smoothly between its banks, lined with coal pockets and wharves. Away to the huge deep sea, which she and Arthur had enjoyed so much. Oh, to be in a small boat and drift out into the endless, restless, pathless deep. Somehow the sight of this water, tonight and every night, brought back those evenings in the open, with Arthur at Sparrow's Point, the long line of dancers in Eckert's pavilion, the woods at Ethelby, the park with the dancers in the pavilion. She choked back a sob. Once Arthur had come this way with her on just such an evening as this, pressing her hand and saying how wonderful she was. Oh, Arthur, Arthur. And now Barton was to take his old place again. Forever, no doubt. She could not trifle with her life longer in this foolish way, or his. What was the use? But think of it. Yes, it must be. Forever now, she told herself. She must marry. Time would be slipping by and she would become too old. It was her only future, marriage. It was the only future she had ever contemplated, really. A home, children, the love of some man whom she could love as she loved Arthur. Ah, what a happy home that would have been for her. But now. But there must be no turning back now either. There was no other way. If Arthur ever came back, but fear not, he wouldn't. She had risked so much and lost him. Her little venture into true love had been such a failure. Before Arthur had come, all had been well enough. Barton, stout and simple and frank and direct, had in some way, how she could scarcely realize now, offered sufficient of a future. But now. He had enough money, she knew, to build a cottage for the two of them. He had told her so. He would do his best always to make her happy. She was sure of that. They could live in about the state her parents were living in, or a little better, not much, and would never want. No doubt there would be children, because he craved them, several of them, and that would take up her time, long years of it, the sad, gray years. But then Arthur, whose children she would have thrilled to bear, would be no more. A mere memory, think of that. And Barton, the dull, the commonplace, would have achieved his finest dream. And why? Because love was a failure for her, that was why. And in her life there could be no more true love. She would never love anyone again as she had Arthur. It could not be, she was sure of it. He was too fascinating, too wonderful. Always, wherever she might be, whoever she might marry, he would be coming back, intruding between her and any possible love, receiving any possible kiss. It would be Arthur she would be loving or kissing. She dabbed at her eyes with a tiny handkerchief, turned her face close to the window and stared out, and then, as the environs of Latonia came into view, wondered, so deep is romance, what if Arthur should come back at some time, or now? Supposing he should be here at the station now, accidentally or on purpose, to welcome her, to soothe her weary heart. He had met her here before. How she would fly to him, lay her head on his shoulder, forget forever that Barton ever was, that they had ever separated, for an hour. Oh, Arthur. But no. Here was Latonia, here the viaduct over her train, the long business street and the cars marked Center and Langdon Avenue running back into the great city. A few blocks away in tree-shaded Bethune Street, duller and plainer than ever, was her parents' cottage, and the routine of that old life which was now, she felt, more fully fastened upon her than ever before. The lawn-mowers, the lawns, the front porches, all alike. Now would come the going to and fro of Barton to business, as her father and she now went to business, her keeping house, cooking, washing, ironing, sewing for Barton, as her mother now did these things for her father and herself. And she would not be in love, really, as she wanted to be. Oh, dreadful. She could never escape it, really, now that she could endure it less, scarcely for another hour, and yet she must, for the sake of She closed her eyes and dreamed. She walked up the street under the trees, past the houses and lawns all alike to her own, and found her father on the veranda reading the evening paper. She sighed at the sight. "Back, daughter?" he called pleasantly. "Yes. Your mother is wondering if you would like steak or liver for dinner. Better tell her." "Oh, it doesn't matter." She hurried into her bedroom, threw down her hat and gloves and herself on the bed to rest silently, and groaned in her soul. To think that it had all come to this, never to see him any more, to see only Barton and marry him and live in such a street, have 4 or 5 children, forget all her youthful companionships, and all to save her face before her parents and her future. Why must it be? Should it be, really? She choked and stifled. After a little time, her mother, hearing her come in, came to the door, thin, practical, affectionate, conventional. "What's wrong, honey? Aren't you feeling well tonight? Have you a headache? Let me feel." Her thin, cool fingers crept over her temples and hair. She suggested something to eat or a headache powder right away. "I'm all right, Mother. I'm just not feeling well now. Don't bother. I'll get up soon. Please don't." "Would you rather have liver or steak tonight, dear?" "Oh, anything. Nothing. Please don't bother. Steak will do. Anything." If only she could get rid of her and be at rest. Her mother looked at her and shook her head sympathetically, then retreated quietly, saying no more. Lying so, she thought and thought, grinding, destroying thoughts about the beauty of the past, the darkness of the future, until able to endure them no longer, she got up, and looking distractedly out of the window into the yard and the house next door, stared at her future fixedly. What should she do? What should she really do? There was Mrs. Kessel in her kitchen getting her dinner as usual, just as her own mother was now, and Mr. Kessel out on the front porch in his shirt sleeves, reading the evening paper. Beyond was Mr. Pollard in his yard, cutting the grass. All along Bethune Street were such houses and such people. Simple, commonplace souls all. Clerks, managers, fairly successful craftsmen like her father and Barton. Excellent in their way, but not like Arthur the beloved, the lost. And here was she, perforce, or by decision of necessity, soon to be one of them. In some such street as this, no doubt, forever, and for the moment it choked and stifled her. She decided that she would not. No, no, no. There must be some other way, many ways. She did not have to do this unless she really wished to, would not, only. Then going to the mirror, she looked at her face and smoothed her hair. "But what's the use?" she asked of herself wearily and resignedly after a time. "Why should I cry? Why shouldn't I marry Barton? I don't amount to anything anyhow. Arthur wouldn't have me. I wanted him, and I am compelled to take someone else, or no one. What difference does it really make who? My dreams are too high, that's all. I wanted Arthur, and he wouldn't have me. I don't want Barton, and he crawls at my feet. I'm a failure. That's what's the matter with me." And then, turning up her sleeves and removing a fichu which stood out too prominently from her breast, she went into the kitchen, and looking about for an apron, observed, "Can't I help? Where's the tablecloth?" And finding it among napkins and silverware in a drawer in the adjoining room, proceeded to set the table. End of section 7. Section 8 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. A Story of Stories. Take a smoky western city. Call it Omaha or Kansas City or Denver, only let the Mississippi flow past it. Put in it two rival morning papers, two and only two, the Star and the News, the staffs of which are rather keen to outwit each other. On the staff of the News, slightly the better of the two newspapers, put Mr. David Kolinsky, alias David, or Red Collins, a little shift of nomenclature due to the facts that, first, he was a South Russian Jew who looked exactly like a red-headed Irishman. That is a peculiarity of South Russian Jews, I believe. And secondly, that it was more distingué, as it were, to be Irish in Omaha or Denver or Kansas City than it was to be a South Russian Jew. Give him a slithery, self-confident racetrack or tout manner, put on him loud or showy clothes, a diamond ring, a ruby pin in his tie, a yellowish-green fedora hat, yellow shoes, freckles, a sneering, contemptuous, tough smile, and you have Mr. Red Collins as Mr. But wait. On the Star, slightly the lesser of these two great dailies, that matutinally thrashed the city to a foam of interest, place Mr. Augustus Binns, no less, young, not over 22, tall, collegey, rather graceful as young college men go, literary, of course, highly ambitious, with gold eyeglasses, a wristwatch, a cane, in short, one of those ambitious young gentlemen of this rather unhappy, unlucky, scribbling world who has distinct ideals, to say nothing of dreams, as to what the newspaper and literary professions combined should bring him, and who, in addition, inherently despised all creatures of the Red Collins, or racetrack, gambler, amateur detective, police, and political type. Well may you ask, what was Mr. Collins, with his peculiar characteristics, doing on a paper of the importance and distinction of the News? A long story, my dears. Newspapers are peculiar institutions. For this same paper not long since had harbored the truly elegant presence of Mr. Binns himself, and so excellent a writer and newsgatherer was he that on more than one occasion he had been set to revise or rewrite the tales which Mr. Red Collins, who was then but tentatively connected with the paper as a tipster, brought in. This in itself was a crime against art and literature, as Mr. Binns saw it, for when you come right down to it, and in the strict meaning of the word, Mr. Collins was not a writer at all, could not write, in fact, could only bring in his stories. And most interesting ones they were, nearly all of them, whereas about the paper at all times were men who could, Mr. Binns, for instance. It insulted, if not outraged, Mr. Binns's sense of the fitness of things, for the News to hire such a person and let him flaunt the title of reporter or representative, for he admired the News very much and was glad to be of it. But Collins, Red Collins? The latter was one of those hard life, but by no means hard luck, Jews, who by reason of indomitable ambition and will had raised himself out of practically frightful conditions. He had never even seen a bathtub until he was 15 or 16. By turns he had been a bootblack, newsboy, racetrack tout, stable boy, helper around a saloon, and what not. Of late years, and now, because he was reaching a true wisdom, he was between 25 and 6, he had developed a sort of taste for gambling, as well as politics of a low order, and was, in addition, a police hanger-on. He was really a sort of pariah in his way. Only the sporting and political editors found him useful. They tolerated him, and paid him well for his tips, because, forsooth, his tips were always good. Batsford, the capable city editor of the News, a round, forceful, gross person who was more allied to Collins than to Binns in spirit, although he was neither, was Binns's first superior in the newspaper world. He did not like Binns because, for one thing, of his wristwatch. Secondly, his large gold glasses, much larger than they need have been. And thirdly, because of his cane, which he carried with considerable of an air. The truth is, Binns was Eastern, and the city editor was Western. And besides, Binns had been more or less thrust upon him by his managing editor as a favor to someone else. But Binns could write, never doubt it, and proved it. He was a vigorous reporter with a fine feeling for words, and above all a power to visualize and emotionalize whatever he saw, a thing which was of the utmost importance in this rather loose Western emotional atmosphere. He could handle any story which came to him with ease and distinction, and seemed usually to get all or nearly all the facts. On the other hand, Collins, for all his garishness, and one might almost say brutality of spirit, was what Batsford would have called a practical man. He knew life. He was by no means as artistic as Binns, but still, Batsford liked to know what was going on politically and criminally, and Collins could always tell him, whereas Binns never could. Also, by making Binns rewrite Collins's stories, he knew he could offend him horribly. The two were like oil and water, Mussulman and Christian. When Batsford first told Collins to relate the facts of a certain tale to Binns and let him work it out, the former strolled over to the collegian, his lip curled up at one corner, his eye cynically fixed on him, and said, "The chief says to give yous this dope and let yous work it out." Yous. Oh, for a large, bright, broad axe. Binns, however, always your stickler for duty and order, bent on him an equally cynical and yet enigmatic eye, hitched up his trousers slightly, adjusted his wristwatch and glasses, and began to take down the details of the story, worming them out of his rival with a delicacy and savoir-faire worthy of a better cause. Not long after, however, it was brought to the horrified ears of Mr. Binns that Mr. Collins had said he was a stiff and a cheap ink-slinger, a la-dee-da no less, that writers, one and all, college and otherwise, didn't count for much anyhow, that they were all starving to death, and that they grew on trees, a phrase which particularly enraged Mr. Binns, for he interpreted it to mean that they were as numerous as the sands of the sea, as plentiful as mud. By Allah, that such dogs should be allowed to take the beards of great writers into their hands thus. Nevertheless, and in spite of all this, the fortunes of Mr. Collins went forward apace, and that chiefly, as Mr. Binns frequently groaned, at his expense. Collins would come in, and after a long series of I says to hims and he says to me's, which Mr. Binns, per the orders of Mr. Batsford, translated into the King's Best Britannica, he having in the meanwhile to neglect some excellent tale of his own, would go forth again, free to point the next day to a column or a column and a half, or a half-column story, and declare proudly, "My story." Think of it. That's swine. There is an end to all things, however, even life and crime. In due time, as per a series of accidents and the groundless ill will of Mr. Batsford, Mr. Binns was perforce, in self-respect, compelled to transfer his energies to the Star, a paper he had previously condemned as being not so good, but where he was now made very welcome because of his ability. Then, to his astonishment and disgust, one day while covering a police station known as the South Ninth, from which emanated many amazing police tales, whom should he encounter but Red Collins, no less, now a full-fledged reporter on the news, if you please, and doing police. He had a grand and even contemptuous manner, barely deigning to notice Binns. Binns raged. But he noticed at once that Collins was far more en rapport with the various sergeants and the captain, as well as all that was going on in the station, than ever he had dreamed of being. It was "Hello, Red" here and "High sport" there, while Collins replied with various Caps and Charlies. He gave himself all the airs of a newspaper man proper, swaggering about and talking of this, that, and the other story which he had written, some of them having been done by Binns himself. And, what was more, Collins was soon closeted intimately with the captain in his room, strolling in and out of that sanctum as if it were his private domain, and somehow giving Binns the impression of being in touch with realms and deeds of which he had never heard, and never would. It made Binns doubly apprehensive lest in these secret intimacies tales and mysteries should be unfolded, which should have their first light in the pages of the news, and so leave him to be laughed at as one who could not get the news. In consequence, he watched the news more closely than ever for any evidence of such treachery on the part of the police, while at the same time he redoubled his interest in any such items as came to his attention. By reason of this, as well as by his greater skill in writing and his undeniable imagination, on more than one occasion he gave Mr. Collins a good drubbing, chancing to make good stories out of things which Mr. Collins had evidently dismissed as worthless. Au contraire, now and then a case appeared in the columns of the news with details which he had not been able to obtain, and concerning which the police had insisted that they knew nothing. It was thus that Mr. Collins secured his revenge, and very good revenge, too. It was at times. But Mr. Binns managed to hold his own, as for instance late one August afternoon, when a Negro girl in one of those crowded alleys which made up an interesting and even amazing portion of O, was cut almost to shreds by an ex-lover, who, following her from River City to River City and town to town, had finally come up with her here and had taken his revenge. It was a glistering tale, this. It appeared, but only after the greatest industry on the part of Mr. Binns, that some 7 or 8 months before the O, papers curiously were always interested in a tale of this kind. This same girl and the Negro who had cut her had been living together as man and wife in Cairo, Illinois, and that later the lover, a coal passer or stevedore, working now on one boat and now on another, plying the Mississippi between New Orleans and O, who was plainly wildly fond of her, became suspicious, and finally, satisfying himself that his mistress, who was a real beauty after her kind, was faithless to him, set a trap to catch her. Returning suddenly one day when she imagined him to be away for a week or two of labor, and bursting in upon her, he found her with another man. Death would have been her portion as well as that of her lover had it not been for the interference of friends, which had permitted the pair to escape. Lacerated by the double offenses of betrayal and desertion, he now set out to follow her, as the cutting on this occasion proved. Returning to his task as stevedore, and working his way thus from one river city to another, he arrived by turns in Memphis, Vicksburg, Natchez, and New Orleans, in each case making it a point to disguise himself as a peddler selling trinkets and charms, and in this capacity walking the crowded Negro sections of all these cities calling his wares. Ambling up upon one of these stuffy, stifling alleys, finally, in O, which bordered on this same police station, and where so many Negroes lived, he encountered this late August afternoon his quondam but now faithless love. In answer to his cry of rings, pins, buckles, trinkets, his false love, apparently not recognizing his voice, put her head out of a doorway. On the instant, the damage was done. Dropping his tray, he was upon her in a flash with his razor, crisscrossing and slashing her until she was marred beyond recognition. With fiendish cruelty, he cut her cheeks, lips, arms, legs, back, and sides, so much so that when Binns arrived at the city hospital where she had been taken, he found her unconscious and her life despaired of. On the other hand, the lover had made good his escape, as had her paramour. Curiously, this story captured the fancy of Mr. Binns as it did that of his city editor later, completely. It was such a thing as he could do, and do well. With almost deft literary art, he turned it into a rather striking black tragedy. Into it, after convincing his rather fussy city editor that it was worth the telling, he had crowded a bit of the flavor of the hot waterfronts of Cairo, Memphis, Natchez, and New Orleans, the sing-song sleepiness of the stevedores at their lazy labors, the idle, dreamy character of the slow-moving boats, this rickety alley, with its semi-barbaric curtain-hung shacks, and its swarming, idle, crooning, shuffling Negro life. Even an old Negro refrain appropriate to a trinket peddler, and the low, bold Negro life two such truants might enjoy, were pictured. An old Negro mammy with a yellow-dotted kerchief over her head, who kept talking of dish-wa gauge, and dish-a-sam, and dish-a-ma-quata, the girl, had moved him to a poetic frenzy. Naturally, it made a colorful tale, and his city editor felt called upon to compliment him on it. But in the news, owing possibly to Collins's inability to grasp the full significance, the romance, of such a story as this, it received but a scant stick, a low dive cutting a fray. His was not the type of mind that could see the color here, but once seen he could realize wherein he had been beaten, and it infuriated him. "You think you're a hell of a feller, don't you?" he snarled the next day, on sight, his lip a-curl with scorn and rage. "You think you've pulled off something swell. Say, I've been up against you wordy boys before, and I can work all around you. All you guys can do is get a few facts and then pat 'em up. You never get the real stuff, never." And he even snapped his fingers under the nose of the surprised Mr. Binns. "Wait till we get a real case sometime, you and me, and then I'll show you something. Wait and see." "My good fellow," Mr. Binns was about to begin, but the cold, hard, revengeful glare in the eyes of Mr. Collins quite took his breath away. Then and there Mr. Collins put a strange, haunting fear of himself into Mr. Binns's mind. There was something so savage about him, so like that of an angry hornet or snake, that it left him all but speechless. "Is that so?" he managed to say after a time. "You think you will, do you? That's easy enough to say, now that you're beaten, but I guess I'll be right there when the time comes." "Oh, go to hell," growled Collins savagely, and he walked off, leaving Mr. Binns smiling pleasantly, albeit vacantly, and at the same time wondering just what it was Mr. Collins was going to do to him, and when. The sequel to this was somewhat more interesting. As Mr. Binns came in one morning fresh from his bath and breakfast, his new city editor called him into his office. Mr. Waxby, in contrast with Mr. Batsford, was a small, waspish, and yet affable and capable man, whom Binns could not say he admired as a man or a gentleman, but who, he was sure, was a much better city editor than Batsford, and who appreciated him, Binns, as Batsford never had, i.e., at his true worth. Batsford had annoyed him with such a dog as Collins, whereas Waxby had almost coddled him. And what a nose for news! Mr. Waxby eyed him rather solemnly and enigmatically on this occasion, and then observed, Do you remember, Benz, that big MP train robbery that took place out here near Dolesville about 6 months ago? Yes, sir. And do you remember that the governor of the state and his military staff, all in uniform, as well as a half dozen other bigwigs, were on board? And that they all reported that there had been 7 lusty bandits, all heavily armed, some of whom went through the train and robbed the passengers, while others compelled the engineer and fireman to get down, uncouple the engine, and then blow open the express car door and safe for them and carry out the money? About $20,000 or $30,000 all told. Benz remembered it well. He had been on the news at the time, and the full-page spread had attracted his keenest attention. It was illustrative, as he thought, of the character of this region, raw and still daring. It smacked so much of the lawlessness of the 40s, when pack train and stagecoach robberies were the rule and not the exception. It had caused his hair to tingle at the roots at times, so real was it. Never had he been so close, as it were, to anything so dramatic. Yes, sir, I remember it very well, he replied. And do you remember how the newspapers laughed over the fact that the governor and his military staff had crawled into their berths and didn't come out again until the train had started? Yes, sir. Well now, Benz, just read this. And here Mr. Waxby handed him a telegram, the while his eyes gleamed with a keen, humorous light, and Mr. Benz read, Medicine Flats, M.K. Lem Rollins, arrested here today, confesses to single-handed robbery of M.P. Express west of Dolesville, February 2nd last. Money recovered, Rollins being brought to O via CT&A this p.m. Should arrive 6:30. Apparently, cackled Mr. Waxby, there was nothing to that 7-bandit story at all, Benz. There weren't any 7 robbers, but just one, and they've caught him, and he's confessed. And here he burst into more laughter. No, Benz, if this were really true, it is a wonderful story. You don't often find one man holding up a whole train anywhere and getting away with $20,000 or $30,000. It's amazing. I've decided that we won't wait for him to arrive, but that you're to go out and meet him. According to this timetable, you can take a local that leaves here at 2:15 and get to Pacific 15 minutes ahead of the express on which he's coming in, and you've just about time to make it. That will give you all of an hour and a half in which to interview him. It's just possible that the news and the other papers won't get wind of this in time to send a man. Think of the opportunity it gives you to study him. No 7 robbers, remember, but just one. And the governor and his whole staff on board. Make him tell what he thinks of the governor and his staff. Make him talk. You'll have him all to yourself. Think of that. And they crawl into their berths. Gee whiz, you've got the chance of a lifetime. Mr. Benz stared at the telegram. He recalled the detailed descriptions of the actions of the 7 robbers, how some of them had prowled up and down outside the train, while others went through, rifling the passengers, and still others forward, overawed the engineer and fireman, broke open and robbed the express car safe in the face of an armed messenger, as well as mailman and trainman, and how they had then decamped into the dark. How could one man have done it? It couldn't be true. Nevertheless, he arose, duly impressed. It would be no easy task to get just the right touch, but he felt he might, if only the train weren't overrun with other reporters. He stuffed some notepaper into his pocket and bustled down to the Union Station, if Mr. Benz were said to bustle. Here he encountered his first hitch. On inquiring for a ticket to Pacific, the slightly disturbing response of "Which road?" was made. "Are there 2?" asked Mr. Benz. "Yes, MP and CT&A. They both go to Pacific, do they?" "Yes." "Which train leaves first?" "CT&A. It's waiting now." Mr. Benz hesitated, but there was no time to lose. It didn't make any difference so long as he connected with the incoming express, as the timetable showed that this did. He paid for his ticket and got aboard. But now an irritating thought came to him. Supposing other reporters from either the news or one of the 3 afternoon papers were aboard, especially the news. If there were not, he would have this fine task all to himself. And what a beat! But if there were others? He walked forward to the smoker, which was the next car in front, and there, to his intense disgust and nervous dissatisfaction, he spied, of all people, the one man he would least have expected to find on an assignment of this kind, the one man he least wanted to see, Mr. Collins, no less, red-headed, serene, determined, a cigar between his teeth, crouched low in his seat smoking and reading a paper, as calmly as though he were not bent upon the most important task of the year. "Pshaw!" exclaimed Mr. Binns, irritably and even bitterly. He returned to his seat nervous and ill-composed, all the more because he now recalled Collins's venomous threat, "Wait till we get a real case sometime, you and me." The low creature! Why, he couldn't even write a decent sentence. Why should he fear him so? But just the same he did fear him. Why, he could scarcely say. Collins was so raw, savage, brutal in his mood and plans. But why in heaven's name, he now asked himself as he meditated in his seat as to ways and means, should a man like Batsford send a man like Collins, who couldn't even write, to interpret a story in a character of this kind? How could he hope to dig out the odd psychology of this very queer case? Plainly, he was too crude, too unintellectual to get it straight. Nevertheless, here he was, and now, plainly, he would have this awful creature to contend with. And Collins was so bitter toward him, he would leave no trick unturned to beat him. These county detectives and sheriff and railroad men, whoever they were or wherever they came from, would be sure, on the instant, to make friends with Collins, as they always did, and do their best to serve him. They seemed to like that sort of man, worse luck. They might even, at Collins's instigation, refuse to let him interview the bandit at all. If so, then what? But Collins would get something somehow, he might be sure. Secret details which they might not relate to him. It made him nervous. Even if he got a chance, he would have to interview this wonderful bandit in front of this awful creature, this one man whom he most despised, and who would deprive him of most of the benefit of all his questions by writing as though he had thought of and asked all of them himself. Think of it. The dreary local sped on, and as it drew nearer and nearer to Pacific, Binns became more and more nervous. For him, the whole charm of this beautiful September landscape through which he was speeding now was all spoiled. When the train finally drew up at Pacific, he jumped down, all alive with the determination not to be outdone in any way, and yet nervous and worried to a degree. Let Collins do his worst, he thought. He would show him. Still, just then he saw the latter jumping down. At the same time, Collins spied him, and on the instant his face clouded over. He seemed fairly to bristle with an angry animal rage, and he glared as though he would like to kill Binns, at the same time looking around to see who else might get off. "My enemy" was written all over him. Seeing no one, he ran up to the station agent and apparently asked when the train from the west was due. Binns decided at once not to trail, but instead sought information from his own conductor, who assured him that the eastbound express would probably be on time 5 minutes later, and would certainly stop here. "We take the siding here," he said. "You'll hear the whistle in a few minutes." "It always stops here, does it?" asked Binns anxiously. "Always." As they talked, Collins came back to the platform's edge and stood looking up the track. At the same time this train pulled out, and a few minutes later, the whistle of the express was heard. Now for a real contest, thought Binns. Somewhere in one of those cars would be this astounding bandit surrounded by detectives, and his duty, in spite of the indignity of it, would be to clamber aboard and get there first, explain who he was, ingratiate himself into the good graces of the captors and the prisoner, and begin his questioning, vanquishing Collins as best he might, perhaps by the ease with which he should take charge. In a few moments the express was rolling into the station, and then Ben saw his enemy leap aboard, and, with that iron effrontery and savageness which always irritated Ben so much, race through the forward cars to find the prisoner. Binns was about to essay the rear cars, but just then the conductor, a portly, genial-looking soul, stepped down beside him. "Is Lem Rollins, the train robber they are bringing in from Bald Knob, on here?" he inquired. "I'm from the Star, and I've been sent out to interview him." "You're on the wrong road, brother," smiled the conductor. "He's not on this train. Those detective fellows have fooled you newspaper men, I'm afraid. They're bringing him in over the MP, as I understand it. They took him across from Bald Knob to Wahaba and caught the train there. But I'll tell you," and here he took out a large, open-faced silver watch and consulted it, "you might be able to catch him yet if you run for it. It's only across the field there. You see that little yellow station over there? Well, that's the depot. It's due now, but sometimes it's a little late. You'll have to run for it, though. You haven't a minute to spare." Binns was all a-quiver on the instant. Suppose, in spite of Collins's zeal and savagery, he should outwit him yet by catching this other train while he was searching this one. All the gameness of his youth and profession rose up in him. Without stopping to thank his informer, he leaped like a hare along the little path which cut diagonally across this lone field, and which was evidently well worn by human feet. As he ran, he wondered whether the genial conductor could possibly have lied to him to throw him off the track, and also if his enemy, seeing him running, had discovered his error by now and was following, granting that the conductor had told him the truth. He looked back occasionally, taking off his coat and glasses as he ran, and even throwing away his cane. Apparently, Collins was still searching the other train, and now Binns, at the same time, looking eagerly forward toward the other station, saw a semaphore arm, which stood at right angles to the station, lower itself for a clear track for some train. At the same time, he also spied a mail bag hanging out on a take-post arm, indicating that whatever this train was, and whichever way it might be going, it was not going to stop here. He turned, still uncertain as to whether he had made a mistake in not searching the other train. Supposing the conductor had deliberately fooled him? Suppose Collins had made some preliminary arrangements of which he knew nothing? Suppose he had? Supposing the burglar were really on there, and even now Collins was busy with the opening questions of his interview, while he was here, behind? Oh, Lord, what a beat! And he would have no reasonable explanation to offer except that he had been outwitted. What would happen to him? He slowed up in his running, chill beads of sweat bursting out on his face as he did so, but then, looking backward, he saw the train begin to move, and from it, as if shot out of a gun, the significant form of Collins leaped down and began to run along the same path. Then, by George, the robber was not on it after all. The conductor had told him the truth. Ha! Collins would now attempt to make this other train. He had been told that the bandit was coming in on this. Binns could see him speeding along the path at top speed, his hat off, his hands waving nervously about. But by now, Binns had reached the station a good 3 minutes ahead of his rival. Desperately, he ran into it, a tiny thing, sticking his eager, perspiring face in at the open office window, and calling to the stout, truculent little occupant of it. "When is the eastbound MP Express due here?" "Now," replied the agent surlily. "Does it stop?" "No, it don't stop." "Can it be stopped?" "No, it cannot." "You mean to say you have no right to stop it?" "I mean I won't stop it." As they spoke, there came the ominous shriek of the express's whistle, tearing on toward them. For the moment, he was almost willing that Collins should join him if only he could make the train and gain this interview. He must have it. Waxby expected him to get it. Think of what a beat he would have if he won. What Waxby would think if he failed. Would $5 stop it? He asked desperately, diving into his pocket. No. Will 10? It might, the agent replied crustily and rose to his feet. Stop it, urged Binns feverishly, handing over the bill. The agent took it, and grabbing a tablet of yellow order blanks which lay before him, scribbled something on the face of one and ran outside, holding it up at arm's length as he did so. At the same time, he called to Binns. "Run on down the track. Run after it. She won't stop here. She can't. She'll go 1,000 feet before she can slow up. Get on down there, and after you're on, I'll let her go." He waved the yellow paper desperately, while Binns, all tense with excitement and desire, began running as fast as he could in the direction indicated. Now, if he were lucky, he would make it, and Collins would be left behind. Think of it! He could get them to go ahead, maybe, before Collins could get aboard. Oh, my! As he ran and thought, he heard the grinding wheels of the express rushing up behind him. In a thought, as it were, it was alongside and past, its wheels shrieking and emitting sparks. True enough, it was stopping. He would be able to get on. Oh, glory! And maybe Collins wouldn't be able to. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It was far ahead of him now, but almost stock still, and he was running like mad. As he ran, he could hear the final gritty screech of the wheels against the brakes as the train came to a full stop farther on, and then coming up and climbing aboard. Breathless and gasping painfully, he looked back, only to see that his rival had taken a diagonal course across the common and was now not more than 100 feet behind. He would make the train if he kept this up. It could scarcely be started quickly enough to leave him behind, even if Binns paid for it. Instead of setting himself to the stern task of keeping Mr. Collins off the train, however, as assuredly Mr. Collins would have done, with his fists or his feet, if necessary, or his money, Mr. Binns now hesitated, uncertain what to do. On the rear platform with him was a brakeman, newly stepped forth, and, coming out of the door, the conductor. "Let her go," he cried to the conductor. "Let her go. It's all right. Go on." "Don't that other feller want to get on?" asked the latter curiously. "No, no, no," Binns exclaimed irritably and yet pleading. "Don't let him on. He hasn't any right on here. I arranged to stop this train. I'm from the Star. I'll pay you if you don't let him on. It's the train robber I want. Go ahead." But even as he spoke, Mr. Collins came up, panting and wet, with a leer of triumph and joy over his rival's discomfiture written all over his face, as he pulled himself up the steps. "You thought you'd leave me behind, didn't you?" he sneered, as he pushed his way upward. "Well, I fooled you this time, didn't I?" Now was the crucial moment of Mr. Binns's career, had his courage been equal to it. But it was not. He had the opportunity to do the one thing which might have wrested victory from defeat. That is, push Mr. Collins off and keep him off. The train was beginning to move. But instead of employing this raw force, which Mr. Collins would assuredly have employed, he hesitated and debated, unable in his super-refinement to make up his mind, while Mr. Collins, not to be daunted or parleyed with, dashed into the car in search of the robber. In the sudden immensity of his discomfiture, Binns now followed him with scarcely a thought for the moment, only to see Collins bustling up to the bandit in the third car ahead, who, handcuffed to a county sheriff and surrounded by several detectives, was staring idly at the passengers. "Gee, sport," the latter was saying as Mr. Binns sat down, patting the burglar familiarly on the knee and fixing him with that basilisk gaze of his, which was intended to soothe and flatter the victim. "That was a great trick you pulled. The paper will be crazy to find out how you did it. My paper, the News, wants a whole page of it. It wants your picture, too. Say, you didn't really do it all alone, did you? Well, that's what I call swell work, eh, Cap?" And now he turned his ingratiating leer on the county sheriff and the detectives. In a moment or two more, he was telling them all what an intimate friend he was of Billy Desmond, the chief of detectives of O, and Mr. So-and-so, the chief of police, as well as various other dignitaries of that world. Plainly, admitted Binns to himself, he was beaten now. As much so this burglar, he thought. His great opportunity was gone. What a victory this might have been, and now look at it. Disgruntled, he sat down beside his enemy, beginning to think what to ask, the while the latter, preening himself in his raw way on his success, began congratulating the prisoner on his great feat. "The dull stuff," thought Mr. Binns. "To think I should have to contend with a creature like this. And these are the people he considers something, and he wants a whole page for the News, my word. He'd do well if he wrote a half column alone." Still, to his intense chagrin, he could not fail to see that Mr. Collins was making excellent headway, not only with the county sheriff, who was a big, bland creature, but the detectives and even the burglar himself. The latter was a most unpromising specimen for so unique a deed, short, broad-shouldered, heavy-limbed, with a squarish, inexpressive, even dull-looking face, blue-gray eyes, dark brown hair, big, lumpy, rough hands, and a tanned and seamed skin. He wore the cheap, nondescript clothes of a laborer, a blue hickory shirt, blackish-gray trousers, brownish-maroon coat, and a red bandana handkerchief in lieu of a collar. On his head was a small, round, brown hat pulled down over his eyes, after the manner of a cap. He had the still, indifferent expression of a captive bird, and when Binns finally faced him and sat down, he seemed scarcely to notice either him or Collins, or if so, with eyes that told nothing. Binns often wondered afterward what he really did think. At the same time, he was so incensed at the mere presence of Collins that he could scarcely speak. The latter had the average detective, politician, gambler's habit of simulating an intense interest and an enthusiasm which he did not feel, his faith breathing itself in a cheery smile, the while his eyes followed one like those of a hawk, attempting all the while to discover whether his assumed enthusiasm or friendship was being accepted at its face value or not. The only time Binns seemed to obtain the least grip on this situation, or to impress himself on the minds of the detectives and prisoner, was when it came to those finer shades of questioning which concerned just why, for what ulterior reasons, the burglar had attempted this deed alone. But even here Binns noticed that his confrere was all ears and making copious notes. But always, to Binns' astonishment and chagrin, the prisoner as well as his captors paid more attention to Collins than they did to himself. They turned to him as to a lamp, and seemed to be really immensely more impressed with him than with himself, although the principal lines of questioning fell to him. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by James Hutchisson. A Story of Stories, 9. After a time he became so dour and enraged that he could think of but one thing that would really have satisfied him, and that was to attack Collins physically and give him a good beating. However, by degrees and between them, the story was finally extracted, and a fine tale it made. It appeared that up to 7 or 8 months preceding the robbery, possibly a year, Rollins had never thought of being a train robber, but had been only a freight brakeman or yard hand on this same road at one of its division points. Laterally, he had even been promoted to be a sort of superior switchman and assistant freight handler at some station where there was considerable work of this kind. Previous to his railroad work, he had been a livery stable helper in the town where he was eventually apprehended, and before that, a farmhand somewhere near the same place. About a year before the crime, owing to hard times, this road had laid off a large number of men, including Rollins, and reduced the wages of all others by as much as 10%. Naturally, a great deal of labor discontent ensued, and strikes, riots, and the like were the order of the day. Again, a certain number of train robberies which were charged and traced to discharged and dissatisfied employees now followed. The methods of successful train robbing were then and there so cleverly set forth by the average newspaper that nearly any burglar so inclined could follow them. Among other things, while working as a freight handler, Rollins had heard of the many money shipments made by express companies in their express cars, their large amounts, the manner in which they were guarded, and so on. The road for which he worked at this time, the MP, was, as he now learned, a very popular route for money shipments both east and west. And although express messengers, as those in charge of the car and its safe were called, were well and invariably armed owing to the many train robberies which had been occurring in the West recently, still, these assaults had not been without success. Indeed, the deaths of various firemen, engineers, messengers, conductors, and even passengers, and the fact that much money had recently been stolen and never recovered, had not only encouraged the growth of banditry everywhere, but had put such an unreasoning fear into most employees connected with the roads that but few, even of those especially picked guards, ventured to give these marauders battle. But just the same, the psychology which eventually resulted in this amazing single-handed attempt, and its success, was not so much that Rollins was a poor and discharged railroad hand, unable to find any other form of employment, although that was part of it, or that he was an amazingly cold, cruel, and subtle soul, which he was not by any means, but that he was really largely unconscious of the tremendous risks he was taking. He was just mentally thick, insulated, as it were. This was a fact which Binns had to bring out, and which Collins noted. He had never, as it now developed, figured it out from the point of danger, being more or less lobster-like in his nervous organism, but solely from the point of view of success. In his idleness, having wandered back to his native region where he had first started out as a livery hand, he had now fallen in love with a young girl there, and then realizing for the first time perhaps that he was rather hard-pressed for cash and unable to make her such presents as he desired, he had begun to think seriously of some method of raising money. Even this had not resulted in anything until latterly another ex-railroad hand who had been laid off by this same company arrived and proposed, in connection with a third man whom he knew, to rob a train. At this time, Rollins had rejected this scheme as not feasible, not wishing to connect himself with others in any such crime. Later, however, his own condition becoming more pressing, He had begun to think of train robbing as a means of setting himself up in life only, as he reasoned. It must be alone. "Why alone?" queried Binns. That was the point all were so anxious to discover. Why alone, with all the odds against him? Well, he couldn't say exactly. He had just sorta thought, as he expressed it, that he might frighten them into letting him alone. Other bandits, so few as 3 in one case of which he had read, had held up large trains. Why not one? Revolver shots fired about a train easily frightened all passengers as well as all trainmen. So the other robbers had told him, and anyhow it was a life-to-death job either way, and it would be better for him, he thought, if he worked it out alone instead of with others. Often, he said, other men squealed, or they had girls who told on them. He knew that. Binns looked at him, intensely interested and all but moved by the sheer courage, or gall or grit, embedded somewhere in this stocky frame. But how could he hope to overcome the engineer, fireman, baggage man, express messenger, mailman, conductor, brakeman, and passengers, to say nothing of the governor and his staff? How? By the way, did he know at the time that the governor and his staff were on board? No, he hadn't known that until afterward. And as for the others, well, he just thought he could overawe them. Collins's eyes were luminous as Rollins said this, his face radiant. Far more than Binns, he seemed to understand and even approve of the raw force of all of this. The manner in which Rollins came to fix on this particular train to rob was also told. Every Thursday and Friday, or so he had been told while he was assistant freight handler, a limited, which ran west at midnight past Dolesville, carried larger shipments of money than on other nights. This was due to weekend exchanges between Eastern and Western banks, although he did not know that. Having decided on the train, although not on the day, he had proceeded by degrees to secure from one distant small town and another, and at different times so as to avoid all chance of detection. First, a small handbag from which he had scraped all the evidence of the maker's name, 6 or 7 fused sticks of giant powder, such as farmers use to blow up stumps, 2 revolvers holding 6 cartridges each, and some cartridges, and cord and cloth, out of which he proposed to make bundles of the money, if necessary. Placing all these in his bag, which he kept always beside him, he next visited Dolesville, a small town nearest the spot which he had fixed on in his mind as the place for his crime, and reconnoitering it and its possibilities, finally arranged all his plans to a nicety. Just at the outskirts of this hamlet, as he now told Binns and Collins, which had been selected because of its proximity to a lone wood and marsh, stood a large water tank, at which this express, as well as nearly all other trains, stopped for water. Beyond it, about 5 miles, was the wood with its marsh, where he planned to have the train stopped. The express, as he learned, was regularly due at about 1 in the morning. The nearest town beyond the wood was all of 5 miles away, a mere hamlet like this one. On the night in question, between 8 and 9, he carried the bag, minus its revolvers and sticks of giant powder, which were now on his person, to the exact spot opposite the wood where he wished the train to stop, and left it there beside the railroad track. He then walked back the 5 miles to the water tank, where he concealed himself and waited for the train. When it stopped, and just before it started again, he slipped in between the engine tender and the front baggage car, which was blind at both ends. The train resumed its journey, but on reaching the spot where he felt sure the bag should be, he could not make it out. The engine headlight did not seem to reveal it. Fearing to lose his chance, and realizing that he was at about the place where he had left it, he rose up, and climbing over the coal box, covered the two men in the cab and compelled them to stop the train, dismount, and uncouple the engine. Then, revolver in hand, he drove them before him to the express car door, where, presenting one with a fused stick of giant powder, he forced him to blow open the door. The messenger within, still refusing to open it, although he would not fire, for fear of killing either the engineer or fireman. Both engineer and fireman, at his command, then entered the car and blew open the money safe, throwing out the packages of bills and coin at his word, the while Rollins, realizing the danger of either trainmen or passengers coming forward, had been firing a few shots backward toward the rear coaches so as to overawe the passengers, and at the same time kept calling to purely imaginary companions to keep watch there. It was these shots and calls that had presumably sent the governor and his staff scurrying to their berths. They also put the fear of death into the minds of the engineer and fireman and messenger, who imagined that he had many confreres to the other side of the express car, but for some reason, because he was the leader, no doubt, preferred to act alone. "Don't kill anybody, boys, unless you have to," is what Rollins said he called. Or, "That's all right, Frank. Stay over there. Watch that side. I'll take care of these." Then he would fire a few more shots, and so all were diluted. Once the express car door and safe had been blown open and the money handed out, he had now compelled the engineer and fireman to come down, recouple the engine, and pull away. Only after the train had safely disappeared in the distance did he venture to gather up the various packages. Only since he had lost his bag and had no light, he had to fumble about and make a bag of his coat from them. With this over his shoulder, he eventually staggered off into the wood and marsh, concealing it under muck and stones, and then making for safety himself. But as it turned out, two slight errors, one of forgetfulness and one of eyesight, caused him to finally lose the fruit of his victory. The loss of the bag, in which he had first placed and then forgotten an initial handkerchief belonging to his love, eventually brought about his capture. It is true that he had gone back to look for the bag, without, however, remembering that the handkerchief was in it. But fearing capture if he lingered too long, had made off after a time without it. Later, a posse of detectives and citizens, arriving and finding the bag with the initialed handkerchief inside, they were eventually able to trace him. For experts meditating on the crime decided that, owing to the hard times and the laying off of employees, some of the latter might have had a hand in it. And so, in due time, the whereabouts and movements of each and every one of them was gone into, resulting in the discovery, finally, that this particular ex-helper had returned rather recently to his semi-native town, and had there been going with a certain girl, and that even now he was about to marry her. Also, it was said that he was possessed of unusual means for him. Next, it was discovered that her initials corresponded to those on the handkerchief. Presto, Mr. Rollins was arrested, a search made of his room, and nearly all of the money recovered. Then, being caught with the goods, he confessed. And here on this day was he being hurried to O, to be jailed and sentenced, while Mr. Benz and Mr. Collins, like harpies, hovered over him, anxious to make literary capital of his error. The only thing that consoled Mr. Benz, now that this story was finally told, was that although he had failed to make it impossible for Collins to get it, when it came to the writing of it, he would be able to outdo him, making a better and more connected narrative. Still, even here he was a little dubious. During this interview, Collins had been making endless notes, putting down each shade of Benz's questioning, and with the aid of one or several of the best men of the news, would probably be able to work it out. Then what would be left? But as they were nearing O, A new situation intruded itself, which soon threatened on the face of it to rob Binns of nearly, if not quite, all his advantage. And this related primarily to the matter of a picture. It was most essential that one should be made, either here or in the city, only neither Waxby nor himself, nor the city editor of the News apparently, had thought to include an artist on this expedition. Now the importance of this became more and more apparent, and Collins, with that keen sense he had for making tremendous capital of seeming byproducts, suggested, after first remarking that he guessed they would have to send to police headquarters afterward and have one made, "How would it do, old man, if we took him up to the News office after we get in and let your friends Hill and Weaver make a picture of him?" These two were intimates of Binns in the art department, as Collins happened to know. "Then both of us could get one right away. I'd say take him to the Star, only the News is so much nearer," which was true. "And we have that new flashlight machine, you know," which was also true, the Star being but poorly equipped in this respect. He added a friendly aside to the effect that of course this depended on whether the prisoner and officers in charge were willing. "No, no, no," replied Binns irritably and suspiciously. "No, I won't do that." "You mean you want to get him into the News office first? Not at all. I'll never stand for that. Hill and Weaver are my friends, but I won't do it. If you want to bring him down to the Star, that's different. I'll agree to that. Our art department can make pictures just as good as yours, and you can have one." For a moment Collins's face fell, but he soon returned to the attack. From his manner one would have judged that he was actually desirous of doing Binns a favor. "But why not the News?" he insisted pleasantly. "Those two boys are your friends. They wouldn't do anything to hurt you. Think of the difference in the distance, the time we'll save. We want to save time, don't we? Here it is, nearly 6:30, and by the time we get back to the office it'll be 7:30 or 8. It's all right for you because you can write faster, but look at me. I'd just as lief go down there as not. But what's the difference? Besides, the News has got a better plant, and you know it. Either Hill or Weaver will make a fine picture, and they'll give you one. Ain't that all right?" At once he sensed what it was that Collins wanted. What he really understood was that if Collins could get this great train robber into the office of the News first, it would take away so much of the sheer necessity he would be put to of repeating all he had heard and seen en route. For once there, other staff members would be able to take the criminal in hand, and with the aid of what Collins had to report, extract such a tale as even Binns himself could not better. In addition, it would be such a triumph of reporting to go out and bring your subject in. "No, it's not," replied Binns truculently, "and I won't do it. It's all right about Hill and Weaver. I know they'll give me a picture if the paper will let them, but I know the paper won't let them. And besides, you're not doing it for that reason. I know what you want. You want to be able to claim in the morning that you brought this man to the News first. I know you." For a moment Collins appeared to be quieted by this, and half seemed to abandon the project. He took it up again after a few moments, however, seemingly in the most conciliatory spirit in the world, only now he kept boring Binns with his eyes, a thing which he had never attempted before. "Ah, come on," he repeated genially, looking Binns squarely in the eyes. "What's the use being small about this? You know you've got the best of the story anyhow. And you're going to get a picture, too, same as us. If you don't, then we'll have to go clear to your office or send a man down to the jail. Think of the time it'll take. What's the use of that? One picture's as good as another. And you can't take any good pictures down there tonight anyhow, you know it." As he talked, he held Binns's eyes with his own, and all at once the latter began to feel a curious wave of warmth, ease, and uncertainty or confusion creep over him in connection with all this. What was so wrong with this proposition anyhow, he began to ask himself, even while inwardly something was telling him that it was all wrong and that he was making a great mistake. For the first time in his life, and especially in connection with so trying a situation, he began to feel an odd sense of ease and comfort, or as if surrounded by a cloud of something that was comfortable and soothing. This scheme of Collins's was not so bad after all, he thought. What was wrong with it? Hill and Weaver were his friends. They would make a good picture and give him one. Everything Collins was saying seemed true enough, only... For the first time since knowing him, and in spite of all his opposition of this afternoon and before, Binns found himself not hating his rival as violently as he had in the past, but feeling as though he weren't such an utterly bad sort after all. Curiously, though, he still didn't believe a word Collins had said. But "To the news, sure," he found himself saying, in a dumb, half-numb, or sensuously warm way. "That wouldn't be so bad. It's nearer. What's wrong with that? Hill or Weaver will make a good picture, 7 or 8 inches long, and then I can take it along." Only at the same time he was thinking to himself, "I shouldn't really do this. I shouldn't think it. He'll claim the credit of having brought this man to the news office. He's a big bluff and I hate him. I'll be making a big mistake. The Star or nothing, that's what I should say. Let him come down to the Star." In the meantime they were entering O, the station of which now appeared. By now, somehow, Collins had not only convinced the officers, but the prisoner himself. Binns could even see the rural love of show and parade a gleam in their eyes, their respect for the news, the larger paper, as opposed to the Star. The Star might be all right, but plainly the news was the great place in the sight of these rules, for such an exhibition as this. What a pity, he thought, that he had ever left the news. As he rose with the others to leave the train, he said dully, "No, I won't come in on this. It's all right if you want to bring him down to the Star, or you can take him to police headquarters, but I'm not going to let you do this. You hear now, don't you?" But outside, Collins, laying hold of his arm in an amazingly genial fashion, seemed to come nearer to him humanly than he had ever dreamed was possible before. "You come up with me to the news now," Collins kept saying, "and then I'll go down with you to the Star, see? We'll just let Hill or Weaver take one picture, and then we'll go down to your place, you see?" Although Mr. Binns did not see, he went. For the time, nothing seemed important. If Collins had stayed by him, he could possibly have prevented his writing any story at all. Even as Binns dreamed, Collins hailed a carriage, and the 6 of them crowded into it, and were forthwith whirled away to the door of the news, where once they had reached it, and Collins, the detectives, and the bandit began hurrying across the sidewalk to that familiar door which once had meant so much to him, Binns suddenly awoke. What was it? The door? Or the temporary distraction of Collins? At any rate, he awoke now and made a frantic effort to retrieve himself. "Wait," he called. "Say, hold on, stop. I won't do this at all. I don't agree to this." But now it was too late. In a trice, the prisoners, officers, Collins, and even himself were up the 2 or 3 low steps of the main entrance and into the hall, and then seeing the hopelessness of it, he paused as they entered the elevator and was left to meditate on the inexplicability of the thing that had been done to him. What was it? How had this low brute succeeded in doing this to him? By the Lord, he had succeeded in hypnotizing him, or something very much like it. What had become then of his superior brain, his intellectual force, in the face of this gross, savage desire on the part of Collins to win? It was unbelievable. Collins had beaten him, and that in a field and at a task at which he deemed himself unusually superior. "Great heavens," he suddenly exclaimed to himself. "That's what he's done. He's beaten me at my own game. He's taken the prisoner whom I really had in my own hands at one time into the office of our great rival. And now in the morning it'll all be in the paper. And I allowed him to do it. And I had him beaten, too. Why didn't I kick him off the train? Why didn't I bribe the conductor to help me? I could have. I was afraid of him. That's what it was. And tomorrow there'll be a long editorial in the news telling how this fellow was brought first to the news and photographed, and they'll have his picture to prove it. Oh, Lord, what shall I do? How am I to get out of this? Disconsolate and weary, he groaned and swore for blocks as he made his way toward the office of the Star. How to break it to Waxby? How to explain? The exact truth meant disgrace, possibly dismissal. He couldn't tell, really, as he had hoped he might, how he had all but prevented Collins from obtaining an interview. Waxby would have sniffed at his weakness in a crisis, put him down as a failure. Reaching the office, he told another kind of story, which was but a half-truth. What he could and did say was that the police, being temperamentally en rapport with Collins, had worked with him and against the Star, that in spite of anything he could do, these rural officers and detectives had preferred to follow Collins rather than himself, that the superior position of the news had lured them, and that against his final and fierce protest they had eventually gone in there, since the news was on the natural route to the jail, and the Star was not. Now it was Waxby's turn to rage, and he did, not at Binns, but at the low dogs of police, who were always favoring the news, at the expense of the Star. They had done it in the past, as he well knew, when he was city editor of the News. Then it had pleased him, but now... "I'll fix them," he squeaked shrilly. "I'll make 'em sweat. No favors from me by..." And rushing a photographer to the jail, he had various pictures made, excellent ones, for that matter. Only, what was the good? The fact that the News had the honor of making the first picture of this celebrity under its own roof, its own vine and fig tree, was galling. As a matter of fact, Waxby by now was blaming himself for not having sent an artist along. But to Binns, the sad part was that Collins had him beaten, and that in the face of his self-boasted superiority. In spite of the fact that he might slave over the text, as he did, giving it, because of his despair and chagrin, all his best touches. Still, the next morning, there on the front page of the News was a large picture of the bandit, seated in the sanctum sanctorum of the News, entirely surrounded by reporters and editors, and with a portion of the figure, although not the head, of the publisher himself in the background. And over it all, in extra-large type, was the caption, "Lone train robber visits office of News to pay his respects," while underneath, in italics, was a full account of how willingly he had visited the News because of its immense commercial, moral, and other forms of superiority. Was Binns beaten? Well, rather. And did he feel it? He suffered tortures, not only for days, but for weeks and months. Absolute tortures. The very thought of Collins made him want to rise and slay him. To think, he said over and over to himself, that a low dog like Collins, on whom I wouldn't wipe my feet intellectually, as it were, could do this to me. He hypnotized me, by George. He did. He can. Maybe he could do it again. I wonder if he knows. Am I really the lesser, and this scum the greater? Do writers grow on trees? Sad thought. And some weeks later, meeting his old enemy one day on the street, he had the immense dissatisfaction of seeing the light of triumph and contempt in his eyes. The latter was so bold now, and getting along so well as a reporter or newspaper man, that he had the hardihood to leer, sniff, and exclaim. These swell reporters, these high-priced ink-slingers, say, who got the best of the train robber story, huh? And Binns replied. But never mind what Binns replied. It wouldn't be fit to read, and no publisher would print it anyhow. End of section 9. Section 10 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. Old Rogaum and His Theresa. In all Bleecker Street was no more comfortable doorway than that of the butcher Rogaum, even if the first floor was given over to meat market purposes. It was to one side of the main entrance, which gave ingress to the butcher shop, and from it led up a flight of steps, at least 5 feet wide, to the living rooms above. A little portico stood out in front of it, railed on either side, and within was a second or final door, forming, with the outer or storm door, a little area where Mrs. Rogaum and her children frequently sat of a summer's evening. The outer door was never locked, owing to the inconvenience it would inflict on Mr. Rogaum, who had no other way of getting upstairs. In winter, when all had gone to bed, there had been cases in which belated travelers had taken refuge there from the snow or sleet. 1 or 2 newsboys occasionally slept there, until routed out by Officer McGuire, who, seeing it half open one morning at 2 o'clock, took occasion to look in. He jogged the newsboys sharply with his stick, and then, when they were gone, tried the inner door, which was locked. "You ought to keep that outer door locked, Rogaum," he observed to the phlegmatic butcher the next evening as he was passing. "People might get in. A couple of kids was sleeping in there last night." "Ah, that is no difference," answered Rogaum pleasantly. "I have their inner door locked. Yeah. Let them sleep. That is no difference." "Better lock it," said the officer, more to vindicate his authority than anything else. "Something will happen there yet." The door was never locked, however, and now of a summer evening, Mrs. Rogaum and the children made pleasant use of its recess, watching the route of streetcars and occasionally belated trucks go by. The children played on the sidewalk, all except the budding Theresa, 18 just turning, who with one companion of the neighborhood, the pretty Kenrahan girl, walked up and down the block, laughing, glancing, watching the boys. Old Mrs. Kenrahan lived in the next block, and there sometimes the two stopped. There also they most frequently pretended to be when talking with the boys in the intervening side street. Young Connie Almerting and George Goujon were the bright particular mashers who held the attention of the maidens in this block. These two made their acquaintance in the customary bold, boyish way, and thereafter the girls had an urgent desire to be out in the street together after 8, and to linger where the boys could see and overtake them. Old Mrs. Rogaum never knew. She was a particularly fat old German lady, completely dominated by her liege and portly lord, and at 9 o'clock regularly, as he had long ago deemed meet and fit, she was wont to betake her way upward, and so to bed. Old Rogaum himself at that hour closed the market and went to his chamber. Before that all the children were called sharply, once from the doorstep below and once from the window above, only Mrs. Rogaum did it first and Rogaum last. It had come because of a shade of lenience, not wholly apparent in the father's nature, that the older of the children needed 2 callings, and sometimes 3. Theresa, now that she had got in with the Kenrahan maiden, needed that many calls, and even more. She was just at that age for which mere thoughtless sensory life holds its greatest charm. She loved to walk up and down in the as yet bright street, where were voices and laughter, and occasionally moonlight streaming down. What a nuisance it was to be called at 9, anyhow. Why should one have to go in then, anyhow? What old fogies her parents were, wishing to go to bed so early. Mrs. Kenrahan was not so strict with her daughter. It made her pettish when Rogaum insisted, calling as he often did in German, "Come you now," in a very hoarse and belligerent voice. She came eventually, frowning and wretched, all the moonlight calling her, all the voices of the night urging her to come back. Her innate opposition due to her urgent youth made her coming later and later. However, until now, by August of this, her 18th year, it was nearly 10 when she entered, and Rogaum was almost invariably angry. "I will lock you out," he declared in strongly accented English, while she tried to slip by him each time. "I will show you. Du sollst come when I say, yet. Here now." "I'll not," answered Theresa, but it was always under her breath. Poor Mrs. Rogaum troubled at hearing the wrath in her husband's voice. It spoke of harder and fiercer times, which had been with her. Still, she was not powerful enough in the family councils to put in a weighty word, so Rogaum fumed unrestricted. There were other nights, however, many of them, and now that the young sparks of the neighborhood had enlisted the girl's attention, it was a more trying time than ever. Never did a street seem more beautiful. Its shabby red walls, dusty pavements, and protruding store steps and iron railings seemed bits of the ornamental paraphernalia of heaven itself. These lights, the car, the moon, the street lamps. Theresa had a tender eye for the dashing Almerting, a young idler and loafer of the district, the son of a stationer farther up the street. What a fine fellow he was, indeed. What a handsome nose and chin. What eyes. What authority. His cigarette was always cocked at a high angle in her presence, and his hat had the least suggestion of being set to one side. He had a shrewd way of winking one eye, taking her boldly by the arm, hailing her as, "Hey, pretty," and was strong and athletic, and worked, when he worked, in a tobacco factory. His was a trade, indeed, nearly acquired, as he said, and his jingling pockets attested that he had money of his own. Altogether, he was very captivating. What do you want to go in for?" he used to say to her, tossing his head gaily on one side to listen and holding her by the arm, as old Rogaum called. "Tell him you didn't hear." "No, I've got to go," said the girl, who was soft and plump and fair, a Rhine maiden type. "Well, you don't have to go just yet. Stay another minute. George, what was that fellow's name tried to sass us the other day?" "Theresa!" roared old Rogaum forcefully. "If you do not come now, we will see." "I've got to go," repeated Theresa, with a faint effort at starting. "Can't you hear? Don't hold me. I have to." "Oh, what do you want to be such a coward for? You don't have to go. He won't do nothing to you. My old man was always hollering like that up to a couple years ago. Let him holler. Say, kid, but you got sweet eyes. They're as blue, and your mouth—" "Now, stop. You hear me," Theresa would protest softly, as swiftly he would slip an arm about her waist and draw her to him, sometimes in a vain, sometimes in a successful effort to kiss her. As a rule, she managed to interpose an elbow between her face and his, but even then he would manage to touch an ear or a cheek or her neck, sometimes her mouth, full and warm, before she would develop sufficient energy to push him away and herself free. Then she would protest mock earnestly, or sometimes run away. "Now, I'll never speak to you any more if that's the way you're going to do. My father don't allow me to kiss boys anyhow." And then she would run, half ashamed, half smiling to herself, as he would stare after her, or if she lingered, develop a kind of anger and even rage. "Oh, cut it. What do you want to be so shy for? Don't you like me? What's getting into you anyhow, hey?" In the meantime, George Goujon and Myrtle Kenrahan, their companions, might be sweeting and going through a similar contest, perhaps 100 feet up the street or near at hand. The quality of old Rogaum's voice would by now have become so raucous, however, that Theresa would have lost all comfort in the scene, and becoming frightened, hurry away. Then it was often that both Almerting and Goujon, as well as Myrtle Kenrahan, would follow her to the corner, almost in sight of the irate old butcher. "Let him call," young Almerting would insist, laying a final hold on her soft white fingers and causing her to quiver thereby. "Oh, no," she would gasp. I can't." "Well, go on then," he would say, and with a flip of his heel would turn back, leaving Theresa to wonder whether she had alienated him forever or no. Then she would hurry to her father's door. "Must ich all my time spenden calling? Mit you on die streets out?" Old Rogaum would roar wrathfully, the while his fat hand would descend on her back. "Take dot now. Why don't you come when I call? In now, I will show you, und come you just once more at this time, we will see if I am boss in my own house, aber. Kommst du 1 minute nach 10 tomorrow, und you will see what you will get. I will the door lock. Du sollst not in kommen. Mark, out sollst du stehen. Out." And he would glare wrathfully at her retreating figure. Sometimes Theresa would whimper, sometimes cry or sulk. She almost hated her father for his cruelty, the big fat rough thing, and just because she wanted to stay out in the bright streets too. Because he was old and stout and wanted to go to bed at 10. He thought everyone else did. And outside was the dark sky with its stars, the street lamps, the cars, the tinkle and laughter of eternal life. "Oh," she would sigh as she undressed and crawled into her small, neat bed. To think that she had to live like this all her days. At the same time, old Rogaum was angry and equally determined. It was not so much that he imagined that his Theresa was in bad company as yet, but he wished to forfend against possible danger. This was not a good neighborhood by any means. The boys around here were tough. He wanted Theresa to pick some nice, sober youth from among the other Germans he and his wife knew here and there, at the Lutheran church, for instance. Otherwise, she shouldn't marry. He knew she only walked from his shop to the door of the Kinnerans and back again. Had not his wife told him so? If he had thought upon what far pilgrimage her feet had already ventured, or had even seen the dashing Almerting hanging near, then had there been wrath indeed. As it was, his mind was more or less at ease. On many, many evenings it was much the same. Sometimes she got in on time, sometimes not, but more and more Connie Almerting claimed her for his steady and brought her ice cream. In the range of the short block and its confining corners, it was all done. Lingering by the curbstone and strolling a half block either way in the side streets until she had offended seriously at home, and the threat was repeated anew. He often tried to persuade her to go on picnics or outings of various kinds, but this somehow was not to be thought of at her age, at least with him. She knew her father would never endure the thought, and never even had the courage to mention it, let alone run away. Mere lingering with him at the adjacent street corners brought stronger and stronger admonishments, even more blows, and the threat that she should not get in at all. Well enough she meant to obey, but on one radiant night late in June, the time fled too fast. The moon was so bright, the air so soft. The feel of summer things was in the wind, and even in this dusty street. Theresa, in a newly starched white summer dress, had been loitering up and down with Myrtle when, as usual, they encountered Almerting and Goujon. Now it was 10, and the regular calls were beginning. "Oh, wait a minute," said Connie. "Stand still. He won't lock you out." "But he will, though," said Theresa. "You don't know him." "Well, if he does, come on back to me. I'll take care of you. I'll be here." "But he won't, though. If you stayed out a little while, he'd let you in all right. That's the way my old man used to try to do me, but it didn't work with me. I stayed out and he let me in just the same. Don't let him kid you." He jingled some loose change in his pocket. Never in his life had he had a girl on his hands at any unseasonable hour, but it was nice to talk big. and there was a club to which he belonged, the Varick Street Roosters, and to which he had a key. It would be closed and empty at this hour, and she could stay there until morning, if need be, or with Myrtle Kenran. He would take her there if she insisted. There was a sinister grin on the youth's face. By now, Theresa's affections had carried her far. This youth, with his slim body, his delicate, strong hands, his fine chin, straight mouth, and hard, dark eyes. How wonderful he seemed. He was but 19 to her 18, but cold, shrewd, daring. Yet how tender he seemed to her, how well worth having. Always when he kissed her now, she trembled in the balance. There was something in the iron grasp of his fingers that went through her like fire. His glance held hers at times when she could scarcely endure it. "I'll wait anyhow," he insisted. Longer and longer she lingered, but now, for once, no voice came. She began to feel that something was wrong, a greater strain than if old Rogam's voice had been filling the whole neighborhood. "I've got to go," she said. "Gee, but you're a coward, you are," said he derisively. "What are you always so scared about? He always says he'll lock you out, but he never does." "Yes, he will," she insisted nervously. "I think he has this time. You don't know him. He's something awful when he gets real mad. Oh, Connie, I must go." For the 6th or 7th time she moved, and once more he caught her arm and waist and tried to kiss her, but she slipped away from him. "Ah, yeah," he exclaimed. "I wish he would lock you out." At her own doorstep she paused momentarily, more to soften her progress than anything. The outer door was open as usual, but not the inner. She tried it, but it would not give. It was locked. For a moment she paused, cold fear racing over her body, and then knocked. No answer. Again she rattled the door, this time nervously, and was about to cry out. Still no answer. At last she heard her father's voice, hoarse and indifferent, not addressed to her at all, but to her mother. "Let her go now," it said savagely, from the front room where he supposed she could not hear. "I will her a lesson teach." "Hadn't you better let her in now yet?" pleaded Mrs. Rogan faintly. "No," insisted Mr. Rogan. "Never. Let her go now. If she will always stay out, let her stay now. We will see how she likes dot." His voice was rich in wrath, and he was saving up a good beating for her into the bargain. That she knew. She would have to wait and plead. And when she was thoroughly wretched and subdued, he would let her in and beat her. Such a beating as she had never received in all her born days. Again the door rattled, and still she got no answer. Not even her call brought a sound. Now, strangely, a new element, not heretofore apparent in her nature, but nevertheless wholly there, was called into life, springing in action as Diana, fully formed. Why should he always be so harsh? She hadn't done anything but stay out a little later than usual. He was always so anxious to keep her in and subdue her. For once the cold chill of her girlish fears left her, and she wavered angrily. "All right," she said, some old German stubbornness springing up. "I won't knock. You don't need to let me in, then." A suggestion of tears was in her eyes, but she backed firmly out onto the stoop and sat down, hesitating. Old Rogan saw her, lowering down from the lattice, but said nothing. He would teach her for once what were proper hours. At the corner, standing, Almerting also saw her. He recognized the simple white dress and paused steadily, a strange thrill racing over him. Really, they had locked her out. Gee, this was new. It was great in a way. There she was, white, quiet, shut out, waiting at her father's doorstep. Sitting thus, Theresa pondered a moment, her girlish rashness and anger dominating her. Her pride was hurt, and she felt revengeful. They would shut her out, would they? All right, she would go out, and they should look to it how they would get her back. the old curmudgeons. For the moment, the home of Myrtle Kenran came to her as a possible refuge, but she decided that she need not go there yet. She had better wait about a while and see, or walk and frighten them. He would beat her, would he? Well, maybe he would and maybe he wouldn't. She might come back, but still that was a thing afar off. Just now it didn't matter so much. Connie was still there on the corner. He loved her dearly. She felt it. Getting up, she walked to the now quieting sidewalk and strolled up the street. It was a rather nervous procedure, however. There were streetcars still, and stores lighted, and people passing, but soon these would not be, and she was locked out. The side streets were already little more than long silent walks and gleaming rows of lamps. At the corner, her youthful lover almost pounced upon her. "Locked out, are you?" he asked, his eyes shining. For the moment she was delighted to see him, for a nameless dread had already laid hold of her. Home meant so much. Up to now, it had been her whole life. "Yes," she answered feebly. "Well, let's stroll on a little," said the boy. He had not as yet quite made up his mind what to do, but the night was young. It was so fine to have her with him. His. At the farther corner they passed Officers McGuire and Delahanty, idly swinging their clubs and discussing politics. "'Tis a shame," Officer Delahanty was saying, "the way things are run now." But he paused to add, "Ain't that old Rogam's girl over there with young Almerting?" "It is," replied McGuire, looking after. "Well, I'm thinking ye better be keeping an eye on her," said the former. "She's too young to be running around with the likes of him." McGuire agreed. "He's a young tough," he observed. "I never liked him. He's too fresh. He works over here in Myers Tobacco Factory and belongs to the Roosters. He's up to no good, I'll warrant that." "Teach him a lesson, I would," Almerting was saying to Theresa as they strolled on. "We'll walk around a while and make him think you mean business. They won't lock you out any more. If they don't let you in when we come back, I'll find you a place all right." His sharp eyes were gleaming as he looked around into her own. Already he had made up his mind that she should not go back, if he could help it. He knew a better place than home for this night anyhow, the clubroom of the Roosters, if nowhere else. They could stay there for a time, anyhow. By now old Rogaum, who had seen her walking up the street alone, was marveling at her audacity, but thought she would soon come back. It was amazing that she should exhibit such temerity, but he would teach her. Such a whipping. At 10:30, however, he stuck his head out of the open window and saw nothing of her. At 11, the same. Then he walked the floor. At first wrathful, then nervous and wrathful, he finally ended all nervous, without a scintilla of wrath. His stout wife sat up in bed and began to wring her hands. "Lie down," he commanded. "You make me sick. I know what I am doing." "Is she still at their door?" pleaded the mother. "No," he said, "I don't think so. She should come when I call." His nerves were weakening, however, and now they finally collapsed. "She went the street up," he said anxiously after a time. "I will go after." Slipping on his coat, he went down the stairs and into the night. It was growing late, and the stillness and gloom of midnight were nearing. Nowhere in sight was his Theresa. First one way and then another he went, looking here, there, everywhere, finally groaning. "Ach Gott," he said, the sweat bursting out on his brow. "What in Teufel's name is this?" He thought he would seek a policeman, but there was none. Officer McGuire had long since gone for a quiet game in one of the neighboring saloons. His partner had temporarily returned to his own beat. Still, old Rogaum hunted on, worrying more and more. Finally he bethought him to hasten home again, for she must have got back. Mrs. Rogaum, too, would be frantic if she had not. If she were not there, he must go to the police. Such a night! And his Theresa. This thing could not go on. As he turned into his own corner, he almost ran, coming up to the little portico, wet and panting. At a puffing step he turned and almost fell over a white body at his feet, a prone and writhing woman. "Ach Gott!" he cried aloud, almost shouting in his distress and excitement. "Theresa, what is this? Wilhelmina, a light now. Bring a light now, I say, for Himmel's sake. Theresa hat sich umbracht. Help!" He had fallen to his knees and was turning over the writhing, groaning figure. By the pale light of the street, however, he could make out that it was not his Theresa, fortunately, as he had at first feared, but another, and yet there was something very like her in the figure. Said the stranger weakly. The dress was gray, not white, as was his Theresa's, but the body was round and plump. It cut the fiercest chords of his intensity, this thought of death to a young woman. But there was something else about the situation which made him forget his own troubles. Mrs. Rogaum, loudly admonished, almost tumbled down the stairs. At the foot, she held the light she had brought, a small glass oil lamp, and then nearly dropped it. A fairly attractive figure, more girl than woman, rich in all the physical charms that characterize a certain type, lay near to dying. Her soft hair had fallen back over a good forehead, now quite white. Her pretty hands, well decked with rings, were clutched tightly in an agonized grip. At her neck, a blue silk shirtwaist and light lace collar were torn away where she had clutched herself, and on the white flesh was a yellow stain as of one who had been burned. A strange odor reeked in the area, and in one corner was a spilled bottle. "Ach Gott!" exclaimed Mrs. Rogaum. "It is a woman. She have herself gekillt. Run for the police. Oh my, oh my!" Rogaum did not kneel for more than a moment. Somehow, this creature's fate seemed in some psychic way identified with that of his own daughter. He bounded up and, jumping out his front door, began to call lustily for the police. Officer McGuire, at his social game nearby, heard the first cry and came running. "What's the matter here now?" he exclaimed, rushing up, full and ready for murder, robbery, fire, or indeed anything in the whole roster of human calamities. "A woman," said Rogaum excitedly. "She have herself umgebracht. She is dying. Ach Gott, in my own doorstep yet." "Where is the hospital?" put in Mrs. Rogaum, thinking clearly of an ambulance, but not being able to express it. "She is gekillt, sure. Oh, oh!" And bending over her, the poor old motherly soul stroked the tightened hands and trickled tears upon the blue shirtwaist. "Ach, why did you do that?" she said. "Ach, for why?" Officer McGuire was essentially a man of action. He jumped to the sidewalk amid the gathering company and beat loudly with his club upon the stone flagging. Then he ran to the nearest police phone, returning to aid in any other way he might. A milk wagon passing on its way from the Jersey ferry with a few tons of fresh milk aboard, he held it up and demanded a helping. "Give us a quart there, will you?" he said authoritatively. "A woman swallowed acid in here." "Sure," said the driver, anxious to learn the cause of the excitement. "Got a glass, anybody?" McGuire ran back and returned, bearing a measure. Mrs. Rogaum stood nervously on, while the stocky officer raised the golden head and poured the milk. "Here now, drink this," he said. "Come on, try and swallow it." The girl, a blonde of the type the world too well knows, opened her eyes and looked, groaning a little. "Drink it," shouted the officer fiercely. "Do you want to die? Open your mouth." Used to a fear of the law in all her days, she obeyed now, even in death. The lips parted, the fresh milk was drained to the end, some spilling on neck and cheek. While they were working, old Rogaum came back and stood looking on by the side of his wife. Also Officer Delahanty, having heard the peculiar wooden ring of the stick upon the stone in the night, had come up. "Ach, ach!" exclaimed Rogaum, rather distractedly. "Und she is out yet. I could not find her. Oh, oh!" There was a clang of a gong up the street as the racing ambulance turned rapidly in. A young hospital surgeon dismounted and, seeing the woman's condition, ordered immediate removal. Both officers and Rogaum, as well as the surgeon, helped place her in the ambulance. After a moment, the lone bell, ringing wildly in the night, was all the evidence remaining that a tragedy had been here. "Do you know how she came here?" asked Officer Delahanty, coming back to get Rogaum's testimony for the police. "No, no," answered Rogaum wretchedly. "She was here already. I was for my daughter look. Ach, Himmel, have my daughter lost. She is away." Mrs. Rogaum also chattered, the significance of Theresa's absence all the more painfully emphasized by this. The officer did not at first get the import of this. He was only interested in the facts of the present case. "You say she was here when you come? Where was you?" "I say I was for my daughter look. I come here und der woman was here now already." "Yes. What time was this?" "Only now yet. Just a half hour." Officer McGuire had strolled up, after chasing away a small crowd that had gathered with fierce and unholy threats. For the first time now, he noticed the peculiar perturbation of the usually placid German couple. "What about your daughter?" he asked, catching a word as to that. Both old people raised their voices at once. "She hath gone. She hath run away. Ach, Himmel. We must for her look. Quick. She could not get in. We had the door shut." "Locked her out, eh?" inquired McGuire after a time, hearing much of the rest of the story. "Yes," explained Rogaum. "It was to scare her a little. She would not come when I called." "Sure, that's the girl we saw walking with young Almerton, do you mind? The one in the white dress," said Delahanty to McGuire. "White dress, ja," echoed Rogaum, and then the fact of her walking with someone came home like a blow. "Did you hear that?" he exclaimed, even as Mrs. Rogaum did likewise. "Mein Gott, hast du das gehört?" He fairly jumped as he said it. His hands flew up to his stout and ruddy head. "What do you want to let her out for, Knights?" asked McGuire roughly, catching the drift of the situation. "That's no time for young girls to be out anyhow, with these toughs around her. And with these toughs around here. Sure, I saw her nearly 2 hours ago." "Ach," groaned Rogaum. 2 hours yet. Ho, ho, ho." His voice was quite hysteric. "Well, go on in," said Officer Delahanty. "There's no use yelling out here. Give us a description of her and we'll send out an alarm. You won't be able to find her walking around." Her parents described her exactly. The two men turned to the nearest police box and then disappeared, leaving the old German couple in the throes of distress. A time-worn old church clock nearby now chimed out 1 and then 2. The notes cut like knives. Mrs. Rogaum began fearfully to cry. Rogaum walked and blustered to himself. "It's a queer case, that," said Officer Delahanty to McGuire, after having reported the matter of Theresa, but referring solely to the outcast of the doorway so recently sent away, and in whose fate they were much more interested. She being a part of the commercialized vice of the city, they were curious as to the cause of her suicide. "I think I know that woman. I think I know where she came from. You do too. Adele's. Around the corner, eh? She didn't come into that doorway by herself, either. She was put there. You know how they do." "You're right," said McGuire. "She was put there, all right, and that's just where she come from, too." The two of them now tipped up their noses and cocked their eyes significantly. "Let's go around," added McGuire. They went, the significant red light over the transom at 68 telling its own story. Strolling leisurely up, they knocked. At the very first sound, a painted denizen of the half-world opened the door. "Where's Adele?" asked McGuire, as the two, hats on as usual, stepped in. "She's gone to bed. Tell her to come down." They seated themselves deliberately in the gaudy mirrored parlor and waited, conversing between themselves in whispers. Presently a sleepy-looking woman of 40, in a gaudy robe of heavy texture and slippered in red, appeared. "We're here about that suicide case you had tonight. What about it? Who was she? How'd she come to be in that doorway around the corner? Come now," McGuire added, as the madam assumed an air of mingled injured and ignorant innocence. "You know." "Can that stuff. How did she come to take poison?" "I don't know what you're talking about," said the woman with the utmost air of innocence. "I never heard of any suicide." "Ah, come now," insisted Delahanty. "The girl around the corner, you know. We know you've got a pull, but we've got to know about this case just the same. Come across now. It won't be published. What made her take the poison?" Under the steady eyes of the officers, the woman hesitated, but finally weakened. Why, her lover went back on her, that's all. She got so blue we just couldn't do anything with her. I tried to, but she wouldn't listen." "Lover, eh?" put in McGuire, as though that were the most unheard of thing in the world. "What was his name?" "I don't know. You never can tell that." "What was her name? Annie?" asked Delahanty wisely, as though he knew, but was merely inquiring for form's sake. "No, Emily." "Well, how did she come to get over there, anyhow?" inquired McGuire most pleasantly. "George took her," she replied, referring to a man-of-all-work about the place. Then little by little, as they sat there, the whole miserable story came out. Miserable as all the willfulness and error and suffering of the world. "How old was she?" "Oh, 21. "Well, where'd she come from?" "Oh, here in New York. Her family locked her out one night, I think." Something in the way the woman said this last brought old Rogaum and his daughter back to the policemen's minds. They had forgotten all about her now, although they had turned in an alarm. Fearing to interfere too much with this well-known and politically controlled institution, the two men left, but outside they fell to talking of the other case. "We ought to tell old Rogaum about her sometime," said McGuire to Delahanty cynically. "He locked his kid out tonight." "Yes, it might be a good thing for him to hear that," replied the other. "We'd better go round there and see if his girl's back yet. She may be back now." And so they returned, but little disturbed by the joint miseries. At Rogaum's door they once more knocked loudly. "Is your daughter back again?" asked McGuire when a reply was had. "Ach, no," replied the hysterical Mrs. Rogaum, who was quite alone now. "My husband, he haf gone out again to look once more. Oh, my, oh, my." "Well, that's what you get for locking her out," returned McGuire loftily, the other story fresh in his mind. "That other girl downstairs here tonight was locked out too once. He chanced to have a girl child of his own, and somehow he was in the mood for pointing a moral." "You oughtn't to do anything like that. Where do you expect she's going to if you lock her out?" Mrs. Rogaum groaned. She explained that it was not her fault, but anyhow, it was carrying coals to Newcastle to talk to her. The advice was better for her husband. The pair finally returned to the station to see if the call had been attended to. "Sure," said the sergeant. "Certainly. What do you think?" And he read from the blotter before him. "Look out for girl, Theresa Rogaum, aged 18, height about 5'3", light hair, blue eyes, white cotton dress trimmed with blue ribbon. Last seen with lad named Almerting, about 19 years of age, about 5'9", weight 135 pounds. There were other details even more pointed and conclusive. For over an hour now, supposedly, policemen from the Battery to Harlem and far beyond had been scanning long streets and dim shadows for a girl in a white dress with the youth of 19, supposedly. Officer Halsey, another of this region, which took in a portion of Washington Square, had seen a good many couples this pleasant summer evening since the description of Theresa and Almerting had been read to him over the telephone, but none that answered to these. Like McGuire and Delahanty, he was more or less indifferent to all such cases, but idling on a corner near the park at about 3 a.m., a brother officer, one Paisley by name, came up and casually mentioned the missing pair also. "I bet I saw that couple not over an hour ago. She was dressed in white and looked to me as if she didn't want to be out. I didn't happen to think at the time, but now I remember. They acted sort of funny. She did, anyhow. They went in this park down at the 4th Street end there." "Supposing we beat it, then," suggested Halsey, weary for something to do. "Sure," said the other quickly. And together they began a careful search, kicking around in the moonlight under the trees. The moon was leaning moderately toward the west, and all the branches were silvered with light and dew. Among the flowers, past clumps of bushes near the fountain, they searched, each one going his way alone. At last, the wandering Halsey paused beside a thick clump of flaming bushes, ruddy slightly, even in the light. A murmur of voices greeted him, and something very much like the sound of a sob. "What's that?" he said mentally, drawing near and listening. "Why don't you come on now?" said the first of the voices heard. "They won't let you in any more. You're with me, ain't you? What's the use crying?" No answer to this, but no sobs. She must have been crying silently. "Come on, I can take care of you. We can live in Hoboken. I know a place where we can go tonight. That's all right." There was a movement as if the speaker were patting her on the shoulder. "What's the use crying? Don't you believe I love you?" The officer who had stolen quietly around to get a better view now came closer. He wanted to see for himself. In the moonlight, from a comfortable distance, he could see them seated. The tall bushes were almost all about the bench. In the arms of the youth was the girl in white, held very close. Leaning over to get a better view, he saw him kiss her and hold her in such a way that she could but yield to him, whatever her slight disinclination. It was a common affair at earlier hours, but rather interesting now. The officer was interested. He crept nearer. "What are you two doing here?" he suddenly inquired, rising before them as though he had not seen. The girl tumbled out of her compromising position, speechless and blushing violently. The young man stood up, nervous, but still defiant. "Oh, we were just sitting here," he replied. "Yes? Well, say, what's your name? I think we're looking for you two, anyhow. Almerting?" "That's me," said the youth. "And yours?" he added, addressing Theresa. "Theresa Rogaum," replied the latter brokenly, beginning to cry. "Well, you two will have to come along with me," he added laconically. "The captain wants to see both of you," and he marched them solemnly away. "What for?" young Almerting ventured to inquire after a time, blanched with fright. "Never mind," replied the policeman irritably. "Come along, you'll find out at the station house. We want you both. That's enough." At the other end of the park, Paisley joined them, and at the station house the girl was given a chair. She was all tears and melancholy, with a modicum possibly of relief at being thus rescued from the world. Her companion, for all his youth, was defiant if circumspect, a natural animal defeated of its aim. "Better go for her father," commented the sergeant. And by 4 in the morning old Rogaum, who had still been up and walking the floor, was rushing stationward. From an earlier rage, he had passed to an almost killing grief. But now, at the thought that he might possibly see his daughter alive and well once more, he was overflowing with a mingled emotion which contained rage, fear, sorrow, and a number of other things. What should he do to her if she were alive? Beat her? Kiss her? Or what? Arrived at the station, however, and seeing his fair Theresa in the hands of the police, and this young stranger lingering near, also detained, he was beside himself with fear, rage, affection. You! You! He exclaimed at once, glaring at the imperturbable Almerting, when told that this was the young man who was found with his girl. Then, seized with a sudden horror, he added, turning to Theresa, "What have you done?" Oh, you, he repeated again to Almerting angrily, now that he felt his daughter was safe. "Come not near my doctor any more. I will prick your every bone. De Teufel, do." He made a move toward the incarcerated lover, but here the sergeant interfered. "Stop that now," he said calmly. "Take your daughter out of here and go home, or I'll lock you both up. We don't want any fighting in here. Do you hear? Keep your daughter off the streets hereafter, then she won't get into trouble. Don't let her run around with such toughs as this." Almerting winced. "Then there won't anything happen to her. We'll do whatever punishing's to be done." What's eating him?" commented Almerting dourly, now that he felt himself reasonably safe from a personal encounter. "What have I done? He locked her out, didn't he? I was just keeping her company till morning." "Yes, we know all about that," said the sergeant. "And about you, too. You shut up or you'll go downtown to special sessions. I want no guff out of you." Still he ordered the butcher angrily to be gone. Old Rogaum heard nothing. He had his daughter. He was taking her home. She was not dead, not even morally injured insofar as he could learn. He was a compound of wondrous feelings. What to do was beyond him. At the corner near the butcher shop they encountered the wakeful McGuire, still idling as they passed. He was pleased to see that Rogaum had his Theresa once more. It raised him to a high, moralizing height. "Don't lock her out any more," he called significantly. "That's what brought the other girl to your door, you know." "What is that?" said Rogaum. "I say the other girl was locked out. That's why she committed suicide." "Ach, I know," said the husky German under his breath. But he had no intention of locking her out. He did not know what he would do until they were in the presence of his crying wife, who fell upon Theresa, weeping. Then he decided to be reasonably lenient. "She was like you," said the old mother to the wandering Theresa, ignorant of the seeming lesson brought to their very door. "She was like you." "I will not whip you now," said the old butcher solemnly, too delighted to think of punishment after having feared every horror under the sun. "Aber go not out any more. Keep off the streets so late. I won't have it. That loafer, aber, let him just come here some more. I fix him." No, said the fat mother tearfully, smoothing her daughter's hair. "She wouldn't run away no more yet. No. Old Mrs. Rogaum was all mother. "Well, you wouldn't let me in," insisted Theresa, "and I didn't have any place to go. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to stay in the house all the time." "I fix him!" roared Rogaum, unloading all his rage now on the recreant lover freely. "Just let him come some more. Der penitentiary he should have." "Oh, he's not so bad," Theresa told her mother. Almost a heroine now that she was home and safe. "He's Mr. Almerting, the stationer's boy. They live here in the next block." "Don't you ever bother that girl again," the sergeant was saying to young Almerting as he turned him loose an hour later. "If you do, we'll get you, and you won't get off under 6 months. You hear me, do you?" "Oh, I don't want you," replied the boy truculently and cynically. "Let him have his old daughter. What do you want to lock her out for?" "They better not lock her out again, though. That's all I say. I don't want her." "Beat it," replied the sergeant, and away he went. End of section 10. Section 11 of Free and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Hutchisson. Free and Other Stories by Theodore Dreiser. Will you walk into my parlor? Part 1. It was a sweltering noon in July. Gregory, after several months of meditation on the warning given him by his political friend, during which time nothing to substantiate it had occurred, was making ready to return to the seaside hotel to which his present prosperity entitled him. It was a great affair, the Triton, about 60 minutes from his office, facing the sea and amid the pines and sands of the island. His wife, the girl as he conventionally referred to her, had been compelled, in spite of the plot which had been revealed or suggested, owing to the ailing state of their child, to go up to the mountains to her mother for advice and comfort. Owing to the imminence of the fall campaign, however, he could not possibly leave. Weekdays and Sundays, and occasionally nights, he was busy ferreting out and substantiating one fact and another in regard to the mismanagement of the city, which was to be used as ammunition a little later on. The mayor and his ring, as it was called, was to be ousted at all costs. He, Gregory, was certain to be rewarded if that came to pass. In spite of that, he was eminently sincere as to the value and even the necessity of what he was doing. The city was being grossly mismanaged. What greater labor than to worm out the details and expose them to the gaze of an abused and irritated citizenship? But the enemy itself was not helpless. A gentleman in the publishing business of whom he had never even heard called to offer him a position in the Middle West, which would take him out of the city for 4 or 5 years at the least, and pay him $6,000 or $7,000 a year. On his failure to be interested, some of his mail began to disappear, and it seemed to him as though divers strange characters were taking a peculiar and undue interest in his movements. Lastly, one of the politicians connected with his own party called to see him at his office. "You see, Gregory, it's this way," he said after a short preamble. "You have got a line as to what's going on in connection with that South Pignac land transfer. The mayor is in on that, but he is absolutely determined that the public is not going to find out, and so is his partner, Tilney. Not until after the election, anyhow. They're prepared to use some pretty rough methods, so look out for yourself. You're fond of your wife, are you? Well, keep her close beside you, and the kid. Don't let them get you away from her, even for a moment where you shouldn't be. You saw what happened to Carruthers 2 or 3 years ago, didn't you? He was about to expose that Yellow Point Ferry deal. But of course, no one knew anything about that, and then, zip, all at once he was arrested on an old charge of desertion. An old debt that he had failed to pay was produced, and his furniture seized, and his wife was induced to leave him. Don't let them catch you in the same way. If you have any debts, bring them to us. Let us see what we can do about them. And if you're interested in any other woman, break it off. Send her away. Get rid of her." Gregory viewed him with an irritated, half-pitying smile. "There isn't any other woman," he said simply. "Think of his being faithless to the girl and the kid, the blue-eyed, pink-toed kid." "Don't think I'm trying to pry into your affairs," went on the politician. "I'm just telling you. If you need any further advice or help, come to me. But whatever you do, look out for yourself." And with that, he put on his high silk hat and departed. Gregory stood in the center of his office after his visitor had gone and gazed intently at the floor. Certainly, from what he had discovered so far, he could readily believe that the mayor would do just what his friend had said. And as for the mayor's friend, the real estate plunger, it was plain from his whispered history that no tricks or brutalities were beneath him. Another politician had once said in describing him that he would not stop short of murder, but that one would never catch him red-handed or in any other way, and certainly that appeared to be true. He was wealthier, more powerful than he ever had been, much more so than the mayor. Since he and his wife had come to the seaside hotel, several things had occurred which caused him to think that something might happen, although there was no evidence as yet that his suspicions were well-founded. An unctuous, overdressed, bejeweled, semi-sporty widow of 40 had arrived, a businesswoman, she indicated herself to be, conducting a highly successful theatrical agency in the great city, and consequently weltering in what one of Gregory's friends was wont to describe as the sinews of war. She abounded in brown and wine-colored silks, brown slippers and stockings, a wealth of suspiciously lustrous auburn hair. Her car, for she had one, was of respectable reputation. Her skill and willingness to risk at whist of good report. She was, in the parlance of the hotel clerks and idlers of the Triton veranda, a cheerful and liberal spender. Even while Mrs. Gregory was at Triton Hall, Mrs. Skelton had arrived, making herself comfortable in 2 rooms and bath on the seafront, and finding familiar friends in the manager and several stalwart idlers who appeared to be brokers and real estate dealers, and who took a respectable interest in golf, tennis, and the Triton Grill. She was unctuous, hearty, optimistic, and neither Gregory nor his wife could help liking her a little. But before leaving, his wife had casually wondered whether Mrs. Skelton would be one to engage in such a plot. Her friendliness, while possible of any interpretation, was still general enough to be free of suspicion. She might be looking for just such a situation as this, though, to find Gregory alone. "Do be careful, dear," his wife cautioned. "If you become too doubtful, leave and go to another place. At least that will compel them to provide another set of people." And off she went, fairly serene in her faith in her husband's ability to manage the matter. Thus, much against his will at first, Gregory found himself alone. He began to wonder if he should leave, or weather it out, as he expressed it to himself. Why should he be driven from the one comfortable hotel on this nearest beach? And that when he most needed it, away from a region where he was regularly encountering most of his political friends, particularly at weekends. For so near a place, it had many advantages. A delightful golf course, several tennis courts, food and rooms reasonably well above complaint, and a refreshing and delightful view of the sea over a broad lawn. Besides, it was absolutely necessary for him to be in the nearby city the greater portion of every single working day. His peculiar and pressing investigation demanded it, and a comfortable place to rest and recuperate at night was also imperative. "It's beautiful here," he said to himself finally, "and here is where I stick. I haven't a car, and where is there any other place as convenient? Besides, if they're going to follow me, they're going to follow me." In consequence, he traveled meditatively back and forth between this place and the city, thinking of what might happen. Becoming a little doubtful, he decided to call on Frank Blount and talk it over with him. Blount was an old newspaper man who had first turned lawyer and then broker. Seemingly clientless the major portion of the time, he still prospered mightily. A lorn bachelor, he had 3 clubs, several hotels, and a dozen country homes to visit, to say nothing of a high-power car. Just now he was held unduly close to his work, and so was frequenting this coast. He liked golf and tennis, and incidentally Gregory, whom he wished to see prosper, though he could not quite direct him in the proper way. Reaching the city one morning, Gregory betook him to Blount's office, and there laid the whole case before him. "Now, that's the way it is," he concluded, staring at the pink cheeks and partially bald head of his friend, "and I would like to know what you would do if you were in my place." Blount gazed thoughtfully out through the high towers of the city, to the blue sky beyond, while he drummed with his fingers on the glass top of his desk. "Well," he replied, after a time, scratching his cheekbone thoughtfully, "I'd stick it out if I were you. If there's to be a woman, and she is attractive, you might have some fun out of it without getting yourself in any trouble. It looks like a sporty summer proposition to me. Of course, you'll have to be on your guard. I'd take out a permit to carry a revolver if I were you. They'll hear of it if they're up to anything, and it won't cheer them any." In the next place, you ought to make out a day-to-day statement of your exact movements and swear to it before a notary. If they hear of that, it won't cheer them any either, and it may make them try to think up something really original. Besides, he went on, I haven't so very much to do evenings and weekends. And if you want me to, I'll just be around most of the time in case of trouble. If we're together, they can't turn much of anything without one of us knowing something about it. And then, too, you'll have an eyewitness. He was wondering whether the lady might not be interesting to him also. I'm over at Sunset Point, just beyond you there. And if you want me, I'll come over every evening and see how you're making out. If any trick is turned, I'd like to see how it is done. And he smiled in a winsome, helpful manner. That's just the thing, echoed Gregory thoughtfully. I don't want any trick turned. I can't afford it. If anything should happen to me just now, I'd never get on my feet again politically. And then there's the wife and kid. And I'm sick of the newspaper business. And he stared out of the window. Well, don't be worrying about it, Blount insisted soothingly. Just be on your guard. And if you have to stay in town late any night, let me know and I'll come and pick you up. Or, if I can't do that, stay in town yourself. Go to one of the big hotels where you'll feel thoroughly safe. For several days, Gregory, to avoid being a nuisance, returned to the hotel early. Also, he secured a permit and weighted his hip pocket with an unwieldy weapon which he resented, but which he nevertheless kept under his pillow at night. His uncertainty worked on his imagination to such an extent that he began to note suspicious moves on the part of nearly everybody. Any new character about the hotel annoyed him. He felt certain that there was a group of people connected with Mrs. Skelton who were watching him, though he could not prove it, even to himself. This is ridiculous, he finally told himself. I'm acting like a 5-year-old in the dark. Who's going to hurt me? And he wrote laughing letters to his wife about it and tried to resume his old-time nonchalance. It wasn't quite possible, however, for not long after that something happened which disturbed him greatly. At least he persuaded himself to that effect, for that was a characteristic of these incidents, their openness to another interpretation than the one he might fix on. In spite of Blount's advice, one night about 9 he decided to return to Triton Hall, and that without calling his friend to his aid. What's the use, he asked himself. He'll be thinking him the biggest coward ever. After all, nothing has happened yet, and I doubt whether they'd go that far anyhow. He consoled himself with the idea that perhaps humanity was better than he thought. But just the same, as he left the train at Triton and saw it glimmering away over the meadows eastward, he felt a little uncertain as to his wisdom in this matter. Triton Station was a lonely one at nearly all times, save in the morning and around 7 at night, and tonight it seemed especially so. Only he alighted from the train. Most people went to and fro in their cars by another road. Why should he not have done as Blount had suggested, he now asked himself as he surveyed the flat country about, called him to his aid, or stayed in the city? After all, hiring a car would not have been much better either, as Blount had pointed out, giving a possible lurking enemy a much-sought point of attack. No, he should have stayed in town or returned with Blount in his car. And telling himself this, he struck out along the lonely, albeit short, stretch of road which led to the hotel, and which was lighted by only half a dozen small, incandescent globes, strung at a considerable distance apart. En route, and as he was saying to himself that it was a blessed thing, that it was only a few 100 yards, and that he was well armed, and fairly well constructed physically for a contest, a car swerved about a bend in the road a short distance ahead and stopped. 2 men got out, and in the shadow back of the lights, which were less flaring than usual, began to examine a wheel. It seemed odd to him on the instant that its headlights were so dim. Why should they be so dim at this time of night? And why should this strange car stop just here, at this lonely bend, just as he was approaching it? Also, why should he feel so queer about it, or them? For at once his flesh began to creep, and his hair to tingle. As he neared the car, he moved to give it as wide a berth as the road would permit. But now one of the men left the wheel and approached him. Instantly, with almost an involuntary urge, he brought the revolver out of his hip pocket and stuffed it in his coat pocket. At the same time, he stopped and called to the stranger. "Stay right where you are, mister. I'm armed and I don't want you to come near me. If you do, I'll shoot. I don't know who you are or whether you're a friend or not, but I don't want you to move. Now, if there's anything you want, ask it from where you are." The stranger stopped where he stood, seemingly surprised. "I was going to ask you for a match," he said, "and the way to Traeger's Point." "Well, I haven't a match," returned Gregory savagely, "and Traeger's Point is out that way. There's the hotel. If you're coming from there, why didn't you ask for directions there, and for matches too?" He paused while the man in the shadow seemed to examine him curiously. "Oh, all right," he returned indifferently. "I don't want anything you don't want to give." But instead of returning to the car, he stood where he was, following Gregory with his eyes. Gregory's skin seemed to rise on the back of his neck, like the fur of a cat. He fairly tingled as he drew his revolver from his pocket and waved it ominously before him. "Now I'm going to walk around you two," he called, "and I want you to stand right where you are. I have you covered, and at the first move, I'll shoot. You won't have any trouble out of me if you're not looking for it, but don't move." And he began orienting his own position so as to keep them directly in range of his eyes and weapon. "That's the last lone trip for me," he said solemnly to himself. When he spoke to Blount about it, the latter seemed inclined to pooh-pooh his fears. Why should anyone want to choose any such open place to kill or waylay another? There might have been other passengers on the train. A stray auto might be coming along there at any time. The men might have wanted a match and not have been coming from the hotel at all. There was another road there which did not turn in at the hotel. Still, Gregory was inclined to believe that harm had been intended him. He could scarcely say why to himself. Just plain intuition, he contended. And then a day or two later, all the more significant now because of this other event, Mrs. Skelton seemed to become more and more thoughtful as to his comfort and well-being. She took her meals at one of the tables, commanding a view of the sea, and with, most frequently, one or the other, or both, broker friends as companions, to say nothing of occasional outside friends. But usually there was a fourth empty chair, and Gregory was soon invited to occupy that, and whenever Blount was present, a fifth was added. At first he hesitated, but urged on by Blount, who was amused by her, he accepted. Blount insisted that she was a comic character. She was so dressy, sporty, unctuous, good-natured, the very best kind of a seaside companion. "Why, man, she's interesting," the latter insisted one night as they were taking a ride after dinner. "Quite a sporty, fair and 40, that. I like her. I really do. She's probably a crook, but she plays bridge well, and she's good at golf." "Does she try to get anything out of you?" "Not a thing that I can see," replied Gregory. "She seems to be simple enough. She's only been here about 3 weeks. Well, we'd better see what we can find out about her. I have a hunch that she's in on this, but I can't be sure. It looks as though she might be one of Tilney's stool pigeons. But let's play the game and see how it comes out. I'll be nice to her for your sake, and you do the same for mine." Under the warming influence of this companionship, things seemed to develop fairly rapidly. It was only a day or two later, and after Gregory had seated himself at Mrs. Skelton's table, that she announced, with a great air of secrecy, and as though it were hidden and rather important information, that a friend of hers, a very clever Western girl of some position and money, one Imogen Carl of Cincinnati, no less, a daughter of the very wealthy Brayton Carls of that city, was coming to this place to stay for a little while. Mrs. Skelton, it appeared, had known her parents in that city 15 years before. Imogen was her only honest pet. She was now visiting the Wilson Fletchers at Gray's Cove on the Sound, but Mrs. Skelton had prevailed upon her parents to let her visit her here for a while. She was only 20, and from now on, she, Mrs. Skelton, was to be a really, truly chaperone. Didn't they sympathize with her? And if they were all very nice, and with this, a sweeping glance included them all, they might help entertain her. Wouldn't that be fine? She was a darling of a girl, clever, magnetic, a good dancer, a pianist. In short, various and sundry things almost too good to be true. But above all other things, she was really very beautiful, with a wealth of brown hair, brown eyes, a perfect skin, and the like. Neither Blount nor Gregory offered the other a single look during this recital, but later on, meeting on the great veranda which faced the sea, Blount said to him, "Well, what do you think?" "Yes, I suppose it's the one. Well, she tells it well. It's interesting to think that she is to be so perfect, isn't it?" He laughed. A few days later, the fair visitor put in an appearance, and she was all that Mrs. Skelton had promised, and more. She was beautiful. Gregory saw her for the first time as he entered the large dining room at 7. She was, as Mrs. Skelton had described her, young, certainly not more than 21 at most. Her eyes were a light gray-brown, and her hair and skin and hands were full of light. She seemed simple and unpretentious, laughing, gay, not altogether fine or perfect, but fairly intelligent, and good to look at, very. She was at Mrs. Skelton's table, the brokers paying her marked attention, and at sight, Blount liked her too. "Say," he began, "some beauty, eh? I'll have to save you from yourself, I fancy. I'll tell you how we'll work it. You save me, and I'll save you. The old lady certainly knows how to select 'em, apparently, and so does Tilney. Well now, my boy, look out." And he approached with the air of one who was anxious to be a poor stricken victim himself. Gregory had to laugh. However much he might be on his guard, he was interested, and as if to heighten this, she paid more attention to Mrs. Skelton and her two friends than she did to Gregory or Blount. She was, or pretended to be, absolutely sincere, and ignorant of her possible role as a siren, and they in turn pretended to accept her at her own valuation. Only Blount announced after dinner very gaily that she might siren him all she blanked pleased. He was ready. By degrees, however, even during this first and second evening, Gregory began to feel that he was the one. He caught her looking at him slyly or shyly, or both, and he insisted to himself stubbornly, and even vainly enough, that he was her intended victim. When she suggested as much to Blount, the other merely laughed. "Don't be so vain," he said. "You may not be. I wish I were in your place. I'll see if I can't help take her attention from you." And he paid as much attention to her as anyone. However, Gregory's mind was not to be disabused. He watched her narrowly, while she, on her part, chattered gaily of many things. Her life the winter before in Cincinnati, the bathing at Beach Hampton where she had recently been, a yachting trip she had been promised, tennis, golf. She was an expert at tennis, as she later proved, putting Gregory in a heavy perspiration whenever he played with her, and keeping him on the jump. He tried to decide for himself at this time whether she was making any advances, but he could not detect any. She was very equitable in the distribution of her favors, and whenever the dancing began in the East Room, took as her first choice one of the brokers, and then Blount. The former, as did Mrs. Skelton and the brokers, had machines, and by her and them, in spite of the almost ever-present Blount, Gregory was invited to be one of a party in one or the other of their cars whenever they were going anywhere of an afternoon or evening. He was suspicious of them, however, and refused their invitations except when Blount was on the scene, and invited, when he was willing enough to accept. Then there were whist, pinochle, or poker games in the hotel occasionally, and in these Gregory, as well as Blount, when he was there, were wont to join, being persistently invited. Gregory did not dance, and Imogen ragged him as to this. Why didn't he learn? It was wonderful. She would teach him. As she passed amid the maze of dancers at times, he could not help thinking how graceful she was, how full of life and animal spirits. Blount saw this and teased him, at the same time finding her very companionable and interesting himself. Gregory could not help thinking what a fascinating, what an amazing thing really it was, providing it were true, that so dark a personality as Tilney could secure such an attractive girl to do his vile work. Think of it, only 21, beautiful, able to further herself in many ways, no doubt, and yet here she was under suspicion of him, a trickster, possibly. What could be the compulsion, the reward? "My boy, you don't know these people," Blount was always telling him. "They're the limit. In politics, you can get people to do anything. Anything. It isn't like the rest of life or business. It's just politics, that's all. It seems a cynical thing to say, but it's true. Look at your own investigations. What do they show?" "I know, but a girl like that now," replied Gregory solemnly. But after all, as he insisted to Blount, they did not know that there was anything to all this. She might and she might not be a siren. It might be possible that both of them were grossly misjudging her and other absolutely innocent people. So far, all they had been able to find out concerning Mrs. Skelton was that she was, as she represented herself to be, the successful owner and manager of a theatrical agency. She might have known the better days and connections which she boasted. Gregory felt at times as though his brain were whirling, like a man confronted by enemies in the dark, fumbling and uncertain. But he and Blount both agreed that the best thing was to stay here and see it through, come what might. It was a good game even as it stood, interesting very. It showed, as Blount pointed out to him, a depth to this political mess which he was attempting to expose, which previously even he had not suspected. "Stick by," the other insisted sport-lovingly. "You don't know what may come of this. It may provide you the very club you're looking for. Win her over to your side if you can. Why not? She might really fall for you. Then see what comes of it. You can't be led into any special trap with your eyes open." Gregory agreed to all this after a time. Besides, this very attractive girl was beginning to appeal to him in a very subtle way. He had never known a woman like this before, never even seen one. It was a very new and attractive game of sorts. He began to spruce up and attempt to appear a little gallant himself. A daily report of his movements was being filed each morning, though. Every night he returned with Blount in his car or on an early train. There was scarcely a chance for a compromising situation, and still there might be. Who knows? On other evenings, after the fashion of seaside hotel life, Gregory and Imogen grew a little more familiar. Gregory learned that she played and sang, and, listening to her, that she was of a warm and even sensuous disposition. She was much more sophisticated than she had seemed at first, as he could now see, fixing her lips in an odd, inviting pout at times, and looking alluringly at one and another, himself included. Both Blount and himself, once the novelty of the supposed secret attack had worn off, ventured to jest with her about it, or rather to hint vaguely as to her mission. "Well, how goes the great game tonight?" Blount once asked her during her second or third week, coming up to where she and Gregory were sitting amid the throng on the general veranda, and eyeing her in a sophisticated or smilingly cynical way. "What game?" She looked up in seemingly complete innocence. "Oh, snaring the appointed victim. Isn't that what all attractive young women do?" "Are you referring to me?" she inquired, with considerable hauteur and an air of injured innocence. "I'd have you know I don't have to snare anyone, particularly not a married man." Her teeth gleamed maliciously. Both Gregory and Blount were watching her closely. "Oh, of course not a married man, to be sure, and I wasn't referring to you exactly. Just life, you know, the game." "Yes, I know," she replied sweetly. "I'm jesting too." Both Gregory and Blount laughed. "Well, she got away with it without the tremor of an eyelash, didn't she?" Blount afterward observed, and Gregory had to agree that she had. Again, it was Gregory who attempted a reference of this kind. She had come out after a short instrumental interpretation at the piano, where it seemed to him she had been posing in a graceful, statuesque way. For whose benefit? He knew that she knew he could see her from where he sat. "It's pretty hard work, without much reward," he suggested seemingly idly. "What is? I don't understand." And she looked at him questioningly. "No?" He smiled in a light, laughing manner. "Well, that's a cryptic way I have. I say things like that. Just a light hint at a dark plot, possibly. You mustn't mind me." "You wouldn't understand unless you know what I know." "Well, what is it you know, then, that I don't?" she inquired. "Nothing definite yet. Just an idea. Don't mind me." "Really, you are very odd, both you and Mr. Blount. You are always saying such odd things and then adding that you don't mean anything." "And what's cryptic?" Gregory, still laughing at her, explained. "Do you know, you're exceedingly interesting to me as a type. I'm watching you all the while." "Yes?" she commented, with a lifting of the eyebrows and a slight distension of the eyes. "That's interesting. Have you made up your mind as to what type I am?" "No, not quite yet. But if you're the type I think you are, you're very clever. I'll have to hand you the palm on that score." "Really, you puzzle me," she said seriously. "Truly you do. I don't understand you at all. What is it that you're talking about? If it's anything that has any sense in it, I wish you'd say it out plain, and if not, I wish you wouldn't say it at all." Gregory stared. There was an odd ring of defiance in her voice. "Well, please don't be angry, will you?" he said, slightly disconcerted. "I'm just teasing. Not talking sense." She arose and walked off, while he strolled up and down the veranda looking for Blount. When he found him, he narrated his experience. "Well, it's just possible we're mistaken. You never can tell. Give her a little more rope. Something's sure to develop soon." And thereafter, it seemed as if Mrs. Skelton and some others might be helping her in some subtle way about something, the end or aim of which he could not be quite sure. He was in no way disposed to flatter himself, and yet it seemed at times as if he were the object of almost invisible machinations. In spite of what had gone before, she still addressed him in a friendly way, and seemed not to wish to avoid him, but rather to be in his vicinity at all times. A smug, dressy, crafty Jew of almost minute dimensions arrived on the scene and took quarters somewhere in the building, coming and going and seeming never to know Mrs. Skelton or her friends. And yet, one day, idling across some sand dunes which skirted an adjacent inlet, he saw them, Imogen and the ant-like Jew, walking along together. He was so astounded that he stopped in amazement. His first thought was to draw a little nearer and to make very sure, but realizing as they walked slowly in his direction that he could not be mistaken, he beat a hasty retreat. That evening Blount was taken in on the mystery, and at dinner time, seeing the Hebrew enter and seat himself in state at a distant table, he asked casually, "A newcomer, isn't he?" Mrs. Skelton, Imogen, and the one broker present surveyed the stranger with curious but unacquainted indifference. "Haven't the slightest idea," answered the broker. "Never saw him before. Cloaks and suits, I'll lay 1,000. "He looks as though he might be rich, whoever he is," innocently commented Imogen. "I think he came Thursday. He doesn't seem to be anyone in particular, that's sure," added Mrs. Skelton distantly. And the subject was dropped. Gregory was tempted to accuse the young woman and her friends then and there of falsehood, but he decided to wait and study her. This was certainly becoming interesting. If they could lie like that, then something was surely in the air. So she was a trickster after all. And she was so charming. His interest in her and Mrs. Skelton and their friends grew apace. And then came the matter of the mysterious blue racer, or trailer, as Gregory afterward came to call it. A great hulking brute of a car, beautifully, even showily made, and with an engine that talked like no other. There was a metallic ring about it which seemed to carry a long way through the clear air and over the sands which adjoined the sea. It was the possession, so he learned later through Mrs. Skelton, of one of 4 fortunate youths who were summering at the next hotel west, about a mile away. The owner, one Castleman by name, the son and heir to a very wealthy family, was a friend of hers, whom she had first met in a commercial way in the city. They came over after Imogen's arrival, she explained, to help entertain, and they invariably came in this car. Castleman and his friends, smart, showy youths all, played tennis and bridge, and knew all the latest shows and dances and drinks. They were very gay-looking, at least 3 of them, and were inclined to make much of Imogen, though, as Mrs. Skelton cautiously confided to Gregory after a time, she did not propose to allow it. Imogen's parents might not like it. On the other hand, Gregory and Blount, being sober men both and of excellent discretion, were much more welcome. Almost every day thereafter, Mrs. Skelton would go for a ride in her own car, or that of Castleman, taking Gregory, if he would, and Imogen for companions. Blount, however, as he explicitly made clear at the very beginning, was opposed to this. "Don't ever be alone with her, I tell you, or just in the company of her and her friends, anywhere except on this veranda. They're after you, and they're not finding it easy, and they're beginning to work hard. They'll give themselves away in some way pretty soon, just as sure as you're sitting there. They want to cut me out, but don't let them do it. Or if you do, get someone in my place. You don't know where they'll take you. That's the way people are framed. Take me or get them to use my machine, and you take some other man. Then you can regulate the conditions partially anyhow." Gregory insisted that he had no desire to make any other arrangements, and so, thereafter, whenever an invitation was extended to him, Blount was always somehow included, although, as he could see, they did not like it. Not that Imogen seemed to mind, but Mrs. Skelton always complained, "Must we wait for him?" Or, "Isn't it possible ever to go anywhere without him?" Gregory explained how it was. Blount was an old and dear friend of his. They were practically spending the summer together. Blount had nothing to do just now. They seemed to take it all in the best part. And thereafter, Blount was always ready, and even willing to suggest that they come along with him in his car. But the more these accidental prearrangements occurred, the more innocently perverse was Mrs. Skelton in proposing occasional trips of her own. There was an interesting walk through the pines and across the dunes to a neighboring hotel, which had a delightful pavilion, and this she was always willing to essay with just Gregory. Only, whenever he agreed to this, and they were about to set out, Imogen would always appear and would have to be included. Then Mrs. Skelton would remember that she had forgotten her parasol or purse or handkerchief, and would return for it, leaving Imogen and Gregory to stroll on together. But Gregory would always wait until Mrs. Skelton returned. He was not to be entrapped like this. By now, he and Imogen, in spite of this atmosphere of suspicion and uncertainty, had become very friendly. She liked him, he could see that. She looked at him with a slight widening of the eyes and a faint distension of the nostrils at times, which spelled, what? And when seated with him in the car, or anywhere else, she drew near him in a gently inclusive and sympathetic and coaxing way. She had been trying to teach him to dance of late, and scolding him in almost endearing phrases such as, "Now, you bad boy," or, "Oh, Butterfingers," when once he had dropped something, or, "Big clumsy one, how big and strong you really are. I can scarcely guide you." And to him, in spite of all her dark chicane, she was really beautiful, and so graceful. What a complexion, he said to himself on more than one occasion. How light and silken her hair, and her eyes, hard and gray-brown, and yet soft, too, to him. Her nose was so small and straight, and her lip line so wavily cut, like an Englishwoman's, full and drooping in the center of the upper lip, and she looked at him so when they were alone. It was disturbing. But as to the blue trailer on these careening nights, Chancing one night to be invited by Mrs. Skelton for a 25-mile run to Bayside, Blount accompanying them, they had not gone 10 miles, it seemed to him, when the hum of a peculiarly and powerfully built motor came to him. It was like a distant bee buzzing or a hornet caught under a glass. There was something fierce about it, savage. On the instant he recalled it now, recognized it as the great blue machine belonging to young Castleman. Why should he be always hearing it, he asked, when they were out? And then, quite thoughtlessly, he observed to Imogen, "That sounds like Castleman's car, doesn't it?" "It does, doesn't it?" she innocently replied. "I wonder if it could be." Nothing caused him to think any more about it just then. But another time, when he was passing along a distant road, he heard its motor nearby on another road, and then it passed them. Again, it brought its customary group to the same inn, in which he and Blount and Imogen and Skelton were. Suddenly it came to him just what it meant. The last time he had heard it, and every time before that, he now remembered, its sound had been followed by its appearance at some roadside inn or hotel, whenever he, Imogen, and Blount happened to be in the same party. And it always brought with it this selfsame group of young men, joyriders they called themselves, accidentally happening in on them, as they said. And now he remembered, and this fact was corroborated by the watchful Blount, that if the car had not been heard, and they had not appeared, either Mrs. Skelton or Imogen invariably sought the ladies' retiring room once they had reached their destination, if they had one, when later the car would be heard tearing along in the distance, and the joyriders would arrive. But what for? How to compromise him exactly, if at all? One night after Mrs. Skelton had left them in one of these inns, but before the joyriders had arrived, Gregory was sitting at the edge of a balcony overlooking a silent grove of pines, when suddenly it seemed to him that he heard it coming in the distance, this great rumbling brute, baying afar off like a bloodhound on the scent. There was something so eerie, uncanny about it, or about the night, which made it so. And then a few moments later it appeared, and the 4 cronies strolled in, smart and summery in their appearance, seemingly surprised to find them all there. Gregory felt a bit cold and chill at the subtlety of it all. How horrible it was trailing a man in this way. How tremendous the depths of politics. How important the control of all the great seething city's millions to these men, Tilney and his friends, if they could find it important to plot against one lone investigating man like this. Their crimes, their financial robberies, how well he knew some of them, and how near he was to being able to prove some of them and drive them out, away from the public treasury and the emoluments and honors of office. That was why he was so important to them now. He, a self-established newspaperman, with a self-established investigating bureau. Actually, it was villainous, so dark and crafty. What were they planning, these 2 smiling women at his side and these 4 smart rounders with their pink cheeks and affable manners? What could they want of him, really? How would it all end? As Mrs. Skelton, Imogen, Blount, and himself were preparing to return, and Castleman and his friends were entering their own car, a third party hitherto unknown to Blount or Gregory appeared, and engaged the 2 women in conversation, finally persuading them to return with them in their car. Mrs. Skelton thereupon apologized and explained that they were old friends whom they had not seen for a long time, and that they would all meet at the hotel later for a game of bridge. Blount and Gregory, left thus to themselves, decided to take a shortcut to a nearby turnpike so as to beat them home. The move interested them, although they could not explain it at the time. It was while they were following this road, however, through a section heavily shaded with trees, that they were suddenly confronted by the blazing lights of another machine descending upon them at full speed from the opposite direction. And even though Blount, by the most amazing dexterity, managed to throw his car into the adjacent fence and wood, still it came so close and was traveling at such terrific speed that it clipped their left rear wheel as he did so. "Castleman's car," Blount said softly after it had passed, I saw him." "They missed us by an inch." "What do you think of that?" exclaimed Gregory cynically. "I wonder if they'll come back to see the result of their work." Even as they were talking, however, they heard the big car returning. "Say, this looks serious. I don't like the looks of it," whispered Blount. "That car would have torn us to bits and never been scratched. And here they are now. Better look out for them. It's just as well that we're armed. You have your gun, haven't you?" The other group approached most brazenly. "Hello. Any trouble?" they called from a distance. "So sorry." And then, as though they had just discovered it, "Well, if it isn't Gregory and Blount." "Well, well, fellows. So sorry. It was just an accident, I assure you. Our steering gear is out of order." Gregory and Blount had previously agreed to stand their ground, and if any further treachery were intended, it was to be frustrated with bullets. The situation was partially saved or cleared up by the arrival of a third car, containing a party of 4 middle-aged men, who, seeing them in the wood and the other car standing by, stopped to investigate. It was Gregory's presence of mind which kept them there. "Do you mind staying by, mister, until that other car leaves?" he whispered to one of the newcomers, who was helping to extricate Blount's machine. "I think they purposely tried to wreck us, but I'm not sure. Anyway, we don't want to be left alone with them." Finding themselves thus replaced and the others determined to stay, Castleman and his followers were most apologetic and helpful. They had forgotten something back at the end, they explained, and were returning for it. As they had reached this particular spot and had seen the lights of Blount's car, they had tried to stop, but something had gone wrong with the steering gear. They had tried to turn, but couldn't, and had almost wrecked their own car. Was there any damage? They would gladly pay. Blount assured them there was not, the while he and Gregory accepted their apologies, in seeming good part, insisting, however, that they needed no help. After they had gone, Blount and Gregory, with the strangers as guards, made their way to the hotel, only to find it dark and deserted. What an amazing thing it all was, Gregory said to himself over and over. The great metropolis threaded with plots like this for spoil. Cold-blooded murder attempted, and that by a young girl and these young men scarcely in their middle 20s. And yet there was no way to fix it on them. Here he was, fairly convinced that on 2 occasions murder had been planned or attempted, and still he could prove nothing, not a word, did not even dare to accuse anyone. And Imogen, this girl of beauty and gaiety, pretending an affection for him, and he half believing it, and at the same time convinced that she was in on the plot in some way. Had he lost his senses? End of section 11.